It all started when a goddess gave him a quest. The mission was simple: save a dying world. Kang Hanbit gave it everything he had, but it wasn't enough. He's the last one standing on a battlefield full of monsters. His legs finally give out and he hits the dirt. Hanbit is completely covered in blood and arrows. His body won't move an inch. He collapses face first into the ground. He's just so damn tired of the fighting. All he wants to do is close his eyes for a bit. Just a quick rest. Then the system notification hits: status deceased. The list of his past lives scrolls by: 31 regressions, 17 possessions, and 7 reincarnations. That's 55 cycles of absolute hell. Hanbit wakes up floating in the void, already swearing at the sky. Another cycle down the drain after suffering like a dog. A foot lands right on his head as a voice comments on how long that run lasted. He looks up, not even trying to hide his annoyance. Standing over him is the goddess, looking as regal and expressionless as ever. Hanbit's had enough of her games and starts screaming. She doesn't even flinch at his outburst. This is the same being that kidnapped him from Earth in the first place. He can't even remember when it happened anymore. She just tossed him into a new world and told him to save it. Then the endless loop of death started. Every single life ended in a new, gruesome way. 55 times he's felt his life fade away. He died over and over without ever finding a single clue about the quest. He points a finger at her and tells her to find the stupid world herself. She says that's impossible, but Hanbit's mental state is already at the breaking point. The goddess claims his physical and mental restoration is working perfectly. Her system basically stitches him back together every time he dies. But it doesn't erase the memories of the pain, and that's what's driving him crazy. She asks if he wants to try another regression. He tells her to get lost. He screams in frustration when she refuses to listen to his demands. Then she tells him she was just joking. Hanbit freezes, completely caught off guard. She says he's fulfilled his role and earned the right to go home. He's shocked he failed 55 times, and now she's just letting him go. She tells him the journey was more important than the result. Before he can ask anything else, his body starts to glow and vanish. He's being kicked out of the void and back to his original world, whether he likes it or not. The goddess bids him farewell, genuinely curious to see what he'll do back on Earth. A blinding flash of light consumes everything. Kang Hanbit jolts awake in his room to his mom shouting that she's heading off to work. He sits up, clutching his head as a massive hangover sets in. It's been 18 months since his return, and the memories of the real world are finally starting to stick. The veteran drags himself out of bed, still feeling like a total zombie. The apartment is quiet, and he wonders if everyone else has already left for the day. He spots his old military camo in the laundry, a reminder of the life he just finished. Hanbit pours himself some water, still fuming over how the goddess snatched him up right before his original enlistment. Counting all his past lives, this was actually his 6th time serving in the military. Adapting to modern life is a nightmare, and he's already stressed about his upcoming internship. His phone starts buzzing on the table, snapping him out of his spiraling thoughts. He answers with a groan, telling whoever it is that he's already on his way. It's a text from his buddy asking if he's down to hit the bars again. He sends back a tired cat sticker, telling the guy he's way too old for another bender. The friend starts poking fun at him, asking if he's chickening out already. Hanbit sighs, knowing he can't stay mad for long. Ju Yeon-woo looked out for him when he first returned and got drafted, so he feels like he owes the guy. The younger guy pivots, claiming he's actually got a discharge present waiting for him. Hanbit's interest is piqued, and he finds himself wondering what the catch is. He meets up at a cafe, and someone immediately shouts for him from across the room. It's Yeon-woo, a guy 5 years younger who somehow ended up being his senior in the army. He's already ordered a massive parfait, looking completely fine despite their night out. The veteran sits down and gets straight to the point. He wants to know about this present. When the kid stalls, Hanbit stands up to leave, but he's quickly pulled back. Yeon-woo slides over a membership card for a game called Record Project. It's a level 2 card, the kind that comes with high-end VR gear for home play. Hanbit is stunned to learn the thing costs 5 million won, but the kid insists it's a gift. He winks, telling him it's really no big deal. Hanbit's attitude flips instantly. He's ready to be this kid's personal guard dog for that kind of money. He admits he's just joking since he's got a job starting tomorrow and no time for games. Yeonwoo looks at him with total disbelief. Hanbit explained with a dead serious face that he believed he should go out there and get a real, decent job instead of wasting his life away on some video games. Hanbit snaps and grabs him by the hair when the kid tells him he has zero sense of romance. The younger guy keeps hollering, claiming he could strike it rich if he actually played the game. He mentions players making hundreds of millions of won, and Hanbit freezes. He sits back down, suddenly very interested in the conversation. He immediately drops the act and asks for all the details. Yeonwoo explains that a massive uproar started recently after a secret will was revealed. The founder promised to hand over the entire company to the first person who clears the game. Now massive companies are pouring money into strategy teams, and guidebooks are selling for insane prices. Even so, there's still hope for solo players to make a name for themselves. Those are some absolutely crazy terms coming from a guy like Michael Welton. Ju Yeonwoo is absolutely thrilled that Hanbit is actually willing to give the game a shot. Seeing his friend's enthusiasm, Hanbit figures he can at least try one session. The younger man doesn't want to waste any time and suggests they head out immediately. They arrive at the special event zone, where the sky is clear and the hype is palpable. Hanbit is immediately overwhelmed by the sheer size of the crowd gathered for the event. Yeonwoo had to grab him by the scruff of the neck to make sure they didn't get separated in the sea of people. Yeonwoo stops at a stall, insisting that a beginner's guidebook is an absolute necessity. He explains that the game's difficulty curve is legendary and unforgiving to those who go in blind. The guidebook is apparently written by a top player, and Yeonwoo swears it's the only reason he's survived this long. Hanbit takes the ornate book, skeptical about whether a simple guide could really be that important. The moment he opens the cover, a blinding light pours out from the pages, shocking him to his core. A spectral vision of the goddess appears within the glow, her voice echoing with a chilling sense of anticipation. Hanbit stares at the book in disbelief as a mysterious prompt appears, tasking him with finding something called Urport. For 2 years, Kang Hanbit has been stuck on one question, replaying a specific voice in his head. He wonders why the goddess let him go in the first place. He grips the book. She never actually intended to let him walk away. Yeonwoo's shout snaps him out of his head. Ju Yeonwoo asks if he's worried it'll be too hard, but Hanbit has a serious question. He points to the record project guidebook and asks what he knows about the developer, Team Zero. Yeonwoo explains that they're a mystery, with only their CEO ever appearing in public. Hanbit gets suspicious. He wonders why a goddess would be connected to a video game. He closes his eyes, trying to make sense of it all. He can still see the sparks and smell the smoke. That world the goddess sent him to wasn't just some game. He remembers the weight of the sword and the feeling of taking his first life. And then the cold sensation of dying for the first time. The goddess just looked down at him and called him a failure. He wonders if he's walking back into that same hell. But maybe this is how he finally puts an end to the torment. Hanbit holds up his membership card and asks how long it'll take to get the gear. Yeonwoo grabs his phone to set up the companion apps, saying the delivery will take 2 hours. He notices Hanbit already crumpled the book and asks if he's actually buying it. Yeonwoo heads off, telling Hanbit to give him a shout once his account is ready. Hanbit waves him off, knowing that hurrying won't make the delivery any faster. He gets home just as the package arrives. He lugs the box inside, thinking about how this console costs over 5 grand. He unboxes the gear, headset, sensors, and cables. He sits on the bed, inspecting the sensors. He locks his door, making sure he has enough time before his mom gets home. He snaps a sensor onto his wrist, better safe than sorry. Fully geared up, Hanbit lies back as the system starts to hum. The screens light up, scanning his biometrics and brainwaves to link him to the game. He materializes in the digital void, surprised by how real the environment feels. He tries to open the customization menu to tweak his look, but nothing pops up. He wonders if it's a bug and starts looking for an exit button. He taps at the floating system screen. A red warning flashes, character creation failed. The screen glitches as the system detects an existing character. Hanbit yells for it to wait. A massive welcome screen appears. He wonders if this is another one of the goddess's tricks. The system forces the login, dragging him into the game. His new body starts to materialize, clad in adventurer gear. He's greeted by the sound of seagulls over the water. He finds himself standing on a pier in Port City, Edlin. It's been a while. He catches a glimpse of himself in a window reflection. He stops dead when he sees his face. It's him, exactly as he looked during his final regression. Kang Hanbit stares at his reflection, wondering if this is a direct message from the goddess. All he can see is the blood on his hands from those 55 lifetimes of struggle. It's like she's mocking him, forcing him to start over in the very world he tried so hard to leave behind. A loud notification chime breaks the tension. Yeonwoo is spamming him with friend requests. Hanbit sighs, already exhausted by his friend's relentless energy. He pulls up the menu and sees Loper waiting for him to hit accept. Before he can even process the menu, a familiar voice yells out his name. Yeonwoo appears in a flash of sparkles, looking like a stereotypical high-level gamer. Hanbit knows immediately it's him. His friend is apparently going for the most luxurious avatar possible today. Yeonwoo asks why he didn't customize his look, and Hanbit just brushes it off as some kind of glitch. Then Yeonwoo brings up his nickname, and Hanbit realizes he didn't even get to pick one. He opens his profile and freezes. The system gave him the most cringeworthy name possible, Black Dragon. He looks like he's about to cry, while Yeonwoo loses it laughing in the background. Hanbit grabs him, demanding to know how to change it, but Yeonwoo explains that usernames are hard-locked to your biometrics. He's stuck with it forever, and the sheer embarrassment is already starting to rot his brain. He puts Yeonwoo in a headlock to shut him up, but his friend tells him he needs to check his latest notification. Another window pops up, and Hanbit's expression shifts from rage to confusion. It's a request to broadcast his gameplay live on Loper's stream. Yeonwoo explains that he streams regularly on the game's built-in platform, and that the fans would love a duo. He even offers a generous profit split, promising Hanbit a massive cut if they manage to go viral. Hanbit stays quiet for a second, weighing his dignity against his empty bank account. He figures he doesn't have much of a choice if he wants to pay his rent. Yeonwoo doesn't give him a second to change his mind, and pulls him toward the virtual camera. "What's up, everyone?" Yeonwoo shouts, introducing the legendary Black Dragon to his live audience. The viewers immediately start flooding the chat, mostly to mock Hanbit's edgy username. One comment calls him an earthworm instead of a dragon, and Hanbit's eye starts to twitch. Yeonwoo tells him to ignore the trolls and focus on the fact that they're finally getting paid. Hanbit forces himself to calm down and asks what the next move is. The system scans Hanbit's profile and recommends 3 starter skills: basic fire magic, alchemy, and swordsmanship. Hanbit thinks back to the techniques he mastered over 55 regressions. If he can use even a fraction of them here, he'll be unstoppable. He reaches out and selects one of the skill cards. Yeonwoo leans in, excited to see what kind of basic skill his friend starts with. But instead of a simple notification, the entire screen explodes in a blinding light. A massive pillar of glowing data erupts into the sky, drawing the attention of everyone nearby. Both of them stare up in total shock, wondering what the hell just happened. The stream chat is going absolutely wild as the system starts to glitch under the weight of his choice. Golden icons flood the screen, sparkling with high-tier potential. Yeonwoo's eyes nearly pop out of his head, while Hanbit stays completely unfazed. The stream chat is already erupting with hack accusations and bug reports. Yeonwoo grabs him by the shoulder, demanding to know how he triggered this. He's staring at the display like he's just seen a ghost. Hanbit just looks back, wondering why he's making such a scene. Yeonwoo is literally gasping for air. He finally finds his voice. These are hidden skills, and they're everywhere. The menu is loaded with icons that normal players never even see. Chat is losing its collective mind, calling Hanbit a lucky noob. Yeonwoo is vibrating with excitement, but Hanbit just brushes it off as a simple suggestion. Of course, Hanbit knows exactly what every single one of these does from his past lives. He reaches out and makes his first choice. To him, these skills are just the first few steps on a long, painful climb. He needs to figure out how much this world has changed since the last time he was here. He's looking for the truth behind the goddess's twisted game. He starts with fire magic, the most standard choice for a fresh start. Selection finished, Hanbit asks where they can pick up some quests. Yeonwoo can't believe he's actually going with magic. The viewers are already clowning on him, calling it a waste of time. Yeonwoo explains that in this game, magic is considered absolute trash. It all comes down to the proficiency system, which is a brutal, invisible grind. You can't even tell how close you are to leveling up until you hit the max. The stream is full of veterans warning him he'll regret this in a few months. Hanbit remembers the rainy days and the broken staves of his first life. He knows that pure talent isn't enough to master anything here. Finding the right teacher is what actually matters. Yeonwoo is totally lost. Modern players don't use masters anymore. Hanbit insists he needs someone to teach him, while the chat mocks his old-school approach. Yeonwoo plays it up for the camera, laughing at how clueless his friend is. He explains that these days, you just get skill books from completing quests. It's way more convenient, but Hanbit knows it's also a hollow way to grow. He flashes back to his old training, exhausted and crawling on the ground. His master didn't have a shred of pity, telling him there was still a mountain left to learn. Shaking off the memory, Hanbit follows Yeonwoo toward the general store. He mentions the merchant, Julio, and his voice carries a sharp edge of hatred. Yeonwoo is taken aback, wondering why Hanbit is so hostile toward an NPC. Hanbit calls Julio out for exactly what he is, a total villain and a fraud. The viewers think it's just Hanbit being dramatic, joking about the guy's looks. Suddenly, a donation chime rings out. A viewer using the name Julio just sent some money to mock them. Yeonwoo flips into his professional streamer mode, thanking the swindler for the donation. Hanbit asks if the money is real, and Yeonwoo confirms he just made an easy 501. Hanbit acts surprised for the stream, playing his part perfectly. Hanbit questioned if 1001 was even worth his time, but Yeonwoo didn't budge. Business is business. Seeing how nonchalant his friend was about the cash, Hanbit took it a step further, joking that if they were both drowning, he'd rescue the pile of money first without a second thought. The chat is already trolling Yeonwoo, valuing his life at less than $1. Yeonwoo gets things back on track, pointing out that Julio is their best bet for fire magic. He urges Hanbit to stop stalling and get moving. But Hanbit has his own plan. He's looking for a specific magic master from his past. The interface displays Atsubal, a character he hasn't seen in a very long time. Just seeing her name brings back a flood of heavy memories. Yeonwoo thinks Hanbit is just deep into his roleplay and warns him not to take the bit too far. To most players, Atsubal is just a throwaway NPC used for a single quest. In the standard game route, she's framed for a crime and basically disappears from the world. Hanbit decides that results matter more than words and suggests seeing her first. The viewers are starting to get frustrated with how stubborn the newbie is being. He finally relents, telling them they'll try the route the chat is actually asking for. The stream is hyped that he's finally listening to their feedback for once. Hanbit gives them a simple good as they set off toward Julio's shop. He even offers a sexy dance as a reward, which immediately sends the chat into a collective panic. He takes the lead, telling Yeonwoo to stay close. He knows the city's secrets better than anyone and heads straight for a shortcut. Yeonwoo is amazed he knows the layout of Port City Edlin so well, but Hanbit just chalks it up to a gut feeling. They finally arrive at the front of Julio's shop. Through the window, they can see the merchant already waiting for his next victim. Julio greets them with a mask of pure greed and false kindness. Hanbit's fist clenches at the mere sight of him. The last time he saw this face, it was through the bars of a cold, damp prison cell. Yeonwoo explains that the game's freedom is so high that one wrong move with an NPC can ruin a character forever. Viewers agree that with such great freedom comes the very real risk of permanent failure. Yeon-woo notices the dark look in Hanbit's eyes and starts to get genuinely worried. But Hanbit doesn't stop, his boots thudding against the floor as he approaches the shop. He bursts through the entrance with zero hesitation. He stalks toward the counter, looking like a man on a mission for revenge. Julio is still putting on his act, welcoming the customer with a fake cheery laugh. Suddenly, Hanbit reaches across the counter and grabs the merchant by the neck. He pulls him close, his voice dripping with years of stored-up resentment. He calls him a hopeless piece of trash, leaving the terrified Julio completely speechless. Hanbit stood over the counter, his expression unreadable and cold. Yeon-woo was completely floored. Even the stream chat was starting to lose it. Hanbit looked like a totally different person, radiating an intensity that didn't belong in a starter zone. Julio, the merchant, started sweating and begged Hanbit to let go of his hand. Hanbit didn't blink, his gaze locked onto the fat man with unnerving focus. Following a perfect 10-10 shakedown, he finally let the sleazy merchant catch his breath. Julio tried to play it off, claiming he'd just sold his very last spellbook. He put on a fake smile and offered to recommend another shop to the customer. But of course there was a catch. He needed a favor first. The merchant spun a sob story about a thief breaking in while he was dozing off. He pulled out a locket, claiming his rival, Atsubal, was the one behind the theft. He looked Hanbit in the eye and asked for help catching the criminal. A quest popped up, apprehend General Merchant Atsubal. The rewards looked like standard early-game bait. The stream chat was split. Some thought it was a scam, while others just wanted to see Hanbit dance. Hanbit stared at the screen, disgusted that the game was using a lie like this as a quest. In his first life, Atsubal had been his true mentor and a total lifesaver. But because he was training under her, he ended up being the one sent to prison. Julio had framed him perfectly, using fake evidence to ruin his life. Back then, no amount of truth could save him from bribed soldiers. Hanbit kept his cool, asking what would happen to the person who supposedly stole the bag. Julio chuckled, saying that once they went to prison, they'd never come out. Hanbit's fist tightened until his knuckles turned white. The merchant leaned in, asking what his decision was. He urged Hanbit to hurry up and catch the thief already. Instead of leaving, Hanbit started trashing the shop, much to Yeon-woo's horror. "Shut up, you scammer," Hanbit muttered, reaching under the counter. He pulled out the stolen money bag Julio claimed was gone. A new quest triggered. Apprehend the scammer Julio. Julio's fake smile finally cracked. He realized he'd picked the wrong target. Before the guy could even finish an insult, Hanbit's boot connected squarely with his jaw. The force of the kick sent the merchant sprawling back into his own shelves. Yeon-woo and the viewers were stunned. They'd expected a quest, not a beatdown. The noise brought the town guards running, spears at the ready. Hanbit didn't move, watching them approach with cold, steady eyes. And just like that, the viewers were treated to a cutscene of the town guards hauling Julio off to jail. The guards tied Julio up and dragged him out of the shop as he screamed his innocence. In a matter of seconds, the scammer went from shop owner to prisoner. Hanbit watched them leave, his mind clearly somewhere else. He remembered fighting through these same guards in his past life, just to escape Julio's frame-up. He took a deep breath, trying to steady his nerves after the flashback. He looked down at the reward screen flickering in front of him. Quest cleared, he netted 500 gold and a new path leading to Atsubal's shop. The stream chat was demanding a game reset, convinced this was some kind of bug. But for Hanbit, it was exactly what he'd planned. Yeon-woo was still buzzing, shouting Hanbit's name like he'd just seen a ghost. He was dying to know how Hanbit managed to figure out the merchant's scam so perfectly. Hanbit knew there was no way he'd believe the truth about 55 past lives, so he started cooking up an excuse. He played it off casually, claiming he was just a huge fan of old-school fantasy novels. He told Yeon-woo that the whole setup was a total cliché from an out-of-print book he'd read years ago. The viewers loved the story and started dropping donations immediately. Yeon-woo didn't miss a beat, thanking the donors and hyping up Hanbit's natural deduction skills. Hanbit watched the chat scroll by, still finding the whole concept of professional streaming a bit bizarre. He figured he'd just let Yeon-woo handle the personality side of things, while he focused on the gameplay. Yeon-woo was still in shock that a minor NPC like Atsubal was actually part of such a big secret quest. As they walked, Hanbit mentioned that once a crooked NPC gets caught, they're usually gone from the map for good. He knew that in most players' eyes, Atsubal was just a petty criminal because of the lies Julio had spread. They finally reached her shop, a quiet little place tucked away from the main town center. Hanbit thought about how unfair the situation was, knowing how much Atsubal would hate being treated like a thief. They walked in, and she immediately put them to work, telling them to move boxes if they weren't buying anything. She didn't have much patience for loiterers or anyone she thought was a freeloader. Hanbit remembered a time when she'd handed him a magic book, telling him to stop hauling goods and actually learn something. That memory was followed by a much darker one, seeing her trapped behind iron bars because of Julio's frame-up. He remembered looking down at those same bars, unable to help her when it mattered most. In that life, she'd told him it wasn't his fault, and to just wait while she handled the rat responsible. But she never got the chance. She ended up burning to death in her cell. To Hanbit, she wasn't just an NPC. She was a precious, painful part of his history. He stood at the entrance for a moment, lost in the weight of the past. Then he reached out and pushed the door open. He saw her standing there, exactly as she was before everything went wrong. She was leaning against the counter, looking bored out of her mind. She looked up as the bell rang, noticing a face she hadn't seen around town before. She stood up properly, asking what this new face wanted with her shop. She seemed skeptical, asking if he even knew who she was. Hanbit just gave her a friendly smile, saying he was a newbie who wanted to learn magic from her. The request caught her off guard. She wasn't exactly known as a teacher in these parts. She scoffed, asking why on earth she would waste her time teaching a complete stranger. Hanbit knew she'd play hard to get, but he already had a solution thanks to getting Julio arrested. She leaned in close, examining him like she was trying to solve a puzzle. Suddenly it clicked. She realized he was the black dragon everyone was talking about. Atsubal recognizes him immediately. He's the black dragon. Hanbit mentions how Julio was just trying to frame her as a thief. She's just glad she managed to avoid a mess like that. He doesn't mind. He's not a fan of the guy either. They both agree that Julio looks exactly like a cheap scammer. The stream chat is having a field day with Julio catching random LS. Hanbit shifts the topic back to the magic book she's looking for. She's taken aback that he even knows about it. He gets straight to the point. She's looking for a cure, isn't she? Atsubal is baffled. How could he possibly know what's sitting on her desk? He casually offers his help. She bites her lip, clearly torn. She asks if he actually knows anything about medicine, but he's already confident. He starts listing the symptoms: blue pupils, dizziness, and vomiting. He knew it. He's got her full attention now. She tells him how many times she's been fooled by people claiming to be experts. They all just wasted her time and money on bogus diagnoses. She's been through a cycle of hope and despair for too long. He adds that healing magic doesn't work, and the patient has no appetite. Her hands start shaking as she asks if he really knows the disease. He doesn't have a name for it, but he knows the cure. She grabs him, desperate for any shred of hope. She begs him for help, promising to make it worth his while. He gives her a small smile and tells her to trust him. A hidden quest pops up: Atsubal's Secret Struggle. The reward is an epic grade spellbook. The stream chat is losing it over a guaranteed epic reward. Yeon-woo is in shock. A guaranteed epic at rank 1 is basically a myth. Hanbit plays it off, reminding him he's still a newbie who needs an explanation. Yeon-woo explains that rank is the level tier, while grade determines rarity. He shows the difference between common, uncommon, and rare. Then there's the high-tier stuff: epic, legendary, and mythic. He's still reeling. He didn't even know epic grades existed at rank 1. Hanbit realizes this game is different from the world he remembers. He decides he'll have to use the epic book himself to see how strong it actually is. Yeon-woo asks where they need to go to find the medicine. Suddenly, Hanbit freezes up as a digital glitch ripples through him. Yeon-woo panics, thinking his partner is actually sick. Hanbit realizes what's happening. His mom is home. A forced logout kicks in, and he starts to vanish into thin air. Yeonwoo is left standing in the street completely alone. The stream goes wild as the screen fills with mom crit and LMAO. In the real world, Hanbit scrambles out of his room, panting as he greets his mom. She just stands there, looking at him with a face that says she's heard it all before. Mom is screaming at him about the locked door, while Hanbit's apologizing as fast as he can. He points at his VR gear, explaining that his buddy Yeonwoo gave it to him as a gift. He says Yeonwoo begged him to play since he's back from the army. Mom's heard of this record game on the news. She warns him not to get addicted and tells him to put his bag away. Hanbit promises he'll only play in his spare time since he starts his internship tomorrow. Mom is genuinely surprised he's actually going through with the job. She starts hitting him anyway for doing it all without telling her. He defends himself, saying he needs the experience. She winds up for another hit, still annoyed he kept her in the dark. He actually blocks it this time, which only makes things worse. She can't believe he had the nerve to block her. Hanbit realizes dealing with his mom is harder than fighting a pro. She thinks it's crazy to start work right after the army. He explains that since it's his last semester, he needs to secure a job as soon as possible. Mom goes quiet for a second, letting it sink in. She reminds him that the office is far away, and he'll have to wake up early. Before heading out, she tells him not to skip breakfast like he usually does. He tries to say he ate a parfait Yeonwoo bought him, but she isn't interested in excuses. She slams the door on her way out. Hanbit collapses on the bed, totally drained from that mom aggro encounter. He checks the time and realizes he abandoned the stream, but decides sleep is more important for his first day. Meanwhile, back in the game world, Yeonwoo is absolutely wailing. He's having a full-blown breakdown while the chat goes crazy. A forum post on the RPG community site is blowing up out of nowhere. The title claims an epic quest and hidden skill have been found by a newbie. The post talks about a buggy newbie who snagged a guaranteed epic fireball book. Someone reading the post thinks it's all a load of crap. It's Yeeha Kim, who works for a small game studio. He thinks the hype is totally overblown. He's convinced this is just some cheap viral marketing stunt for Loper's stream. He tries to look up Black Dragon, but only finds results for monster names. He can't stop laughing at the fact that the guy got mom aggroed mid-game. Something about the whole situation still catches his eye. He decides he has to check it out for himself. Back on the stream, Yeonwoo looks like he's lost his soul. He tells everyone to calm down while notifications ping relentlessly. He tries to defend Hanbit, saying he's a good son who already served his country. Then he notices something on his screen. He freezes as he sees the numbers climbing. He's losing it. The viewer count is exploding out of nowhere. He realizes they've gone viral on the RPG community forums. He sees a message from Black Dragon saying he has to stop for today because of work. Yeonwoo is terrified of being left alone with all these viewers. But there's a follow-up message. I'll give you a hint instead. Yeonwoo reads the hint and can't believe what his buddy is telling him. Back on stream, Yeonwoo awkwardly explains that while his partner had to step away, he left a special gift for the viewers. The chat is practically vibrating with anticipation, demanding to see what kind of info Black Dragon left behind. Yeonwoo reveals the message. The cure for Atsubul's quest is hidden within bomb slimes. It's a game-changing hint. The next morning, the high-rise buildings of Songdo gleam under the sun as the city wakes up. Hanbit stands outside a corporate building in a stiff suit, checking his phone and feeling the first-day jitters. He takes a deep breath and gives himself a pep talk, ready to conquer the professional world. He arrives at the 4th floor of Ink Technology, the place where his career is supposed to start. Hanbit enters the office with a polite bow, but the atmosphere inside is already thick with stress and shouting. One of the senior employees is midrant, complaining about unreflected revisions while barely acknowledging Hanbit's presence. The man finally stops to stare at Hanbit, looking more confused than welcoming. He grumbles about HR not doing their job, clearly annoyed that he has to deal with an intern today. He clicks his tongue in annoyance, already judging Hanbit before the kid has even sat down. The man orders another employee, Minho Lee, to take the intern away and get the conference room ready. Minho Lee introduces himself with a weary, sleep-deprived expression that suggests he's seen better days. Minho tells Hanbit to drop his bag and follow him, promising to show him his desk later. The first task for the new intern, cleaning the whiteboard in a cold, empty meeting room. Hanbit diligently erases the notes, realizing his dream internship might just be a lot of manual labor. Suddenly, the team leader walks in with a coffee, looking surprised to see anyone in the room. The team leader takes a sip of his coffee and bluntly asks who Hanbit is, clearly having forgotten about the hearing. Minho quickly explains that this is the intern he mentioned previously, but the boss doesn't seem impressed. Hanbit gives a 90-degree bow, declaring his commitment to learning everything he can. The team leader dismisses him instantly, telling him not to work too hard and just do what he's told. He waves them off, telling Hanbit to just leave once he's finished tidying up the room. Hanbit walks out, feeling completely deflated. He can already see that this company is a dead end. He realizes he's going to have to learn everything on his own if he wants to survive here. That evening, a boot steps back onto the familiar cobblestones of the game world. Hanbit, as Black Dragon, logs back in and apologizes for the delay, explaining that his first day of work was a nightmare. He finds Yeonwoo staring at him with a strange, glittering intensity that makes him immediately uncomfortable. Yeonwoo is practically radiating joy, his face glowing with a level of excitement that borders on creepy. Yeonwoo shouts that they've hit the jackpot, showing him the viewer count that has soared over 5,000. Yeonwoo announces to the crowd that they are going to tackle Atsubul's quest for real this time. The chat is skeptical, nodding that no one has managed to clear this quest yet, but Yeonwoo is undeterred. Black Dragon just smirks, telling the viewers that everyone else just lacks the necessary imagination. He gestures for the growing crowd to follow him as he leads the way through the city streets. Yeonwoo whispers to him, asking if he's really a newbie. Hanbit just brushes it off, saying he's read a lot of fantasy. Hanbit comments on how much freedom this game offers if you just think outside the box. Up ahead, they find a massive congregation of players. It seems everyone saw the post on the community site. The square is packed with people curious to see if the rumors about a secret solution are actually true. Suddenly, the crowd starts to part. Yeonwoo gasps, recognizing the elite players of the Vanguard Guild. A line of heavily armored, high-level warriors marches through the city, their presence commanding total silence from the onlookers. Yeonwoo is starting to have some doubts. He asks Hanbit if he's actually a newbie, since he seems to know way too much about the game already. Hanbit just shrugs it off, saying he's read a lot of fantasy novels. In a game with this much freedom, he figures anything is possible if you just use your head. They walk through the town, ignoring some players in the background who are shouting about how everything they've heard is nonsense. A massive crowd is gathering nearby. It looks like a community post brought every player in the area out to this exact spot. Suddenly, someone screams that the Vanguard has arrived. Hanbit just looks confused, having no idea who that's supposed to be. The elite players of the game, the Vanguard, walk through the crowd. They're fully geared out and look like they mean business. Yeonwoo explains that the news of what Hanbit discovered has spread way further than they expected, attracting the big fish. When Hanbit asks what a Vanguard is, Yeonwoo can't believe he's never heard of the top 10,000 players in the world. These guys are the elite. Out of 300 million players worldwide, being in the top 10K is a massive deal. Their rankings are determined by everything from level and proficiency to story progression. Only about 500 of them are actually based in Korea. Yeonwoo explains that most of them look like mages, but haven't actually learned magic yet, focusing purely on growth stats instead. Hanbit's eyes land on a specific bow being carried by one of the rangers. It catches his attention immediately. He recognizes it as the Golden Bird bow. It was crafted by someone with decent skills, but it's rare to see one this early. Hanbit realizes that if even these top players couldn't clear the quest, then they must be missing something big. The Vanguard get full corporate backing to clear content because, in this game, high-level success equals real-world money. While they're talking, someone reaches out and taps Hanbit on the shoulder. A female player recognizes him as Black Dragon, and asks if he's currently streaming his quest progress. Nearby, two other players are getting into a heated argument about whether to believe what Hanbit's doing. The argument turns violent instantly, and one of them gets clocked right in the face. Hanbit just watches with a blank expression. He completely ignores the chaos and tells Yeonwoo that they need to head toward the sea first. Yeonwoo is confused since the quest objectives are in the opposite direction, but Hanbit says they need to go get a fishing rod. Then he let out a smirk and dropped a bombshell. If they wanted to craft the medicine, they'd have to go fishing first. Yeonwoo is stunned. He can't understand why they're switching to life skill content in the middle of a high-level quest. The stream chat is just as baffled, wondering if Hanbit has finally lost it or if he's just trolling them. Viewers are already reacting, and apparently the price of fish in the local markets is already starting to skyrocket. Hanbit just smirks at the camera. He knows these people haven't even begun to grasp the real hint he's following. Yeonwoo asks if the ingredients for the medicine are actually in the sea, but Hanbit just keeps playing it mysterious. He gives a vague answer, letting the suspense build for the viewers watching the stream. Yeonwoo starts panicking, worried that if this turns out to be a prank, his reputation as a streamer is finished. Then Hanbit makes his big move. He asks Yeonwoo to lend him 70,000 gold. That's a massive amount for a newbie. Yeonwoo's brain practically short-circuits. He can't believe this is where all the buildup was leading. The town is getting even more crowded as word spreads about the unusual strategy Hanbit is using. Hanbit looks out over the bridge, noting that the player count in the area is still rising by the minute. He tells Yeonwoo to relax and promises to pay the gold back soon, but his partner is still looking pretty skeptical. They make it to the coast and find an old fisherman named Eldrock sitting quietly on the rocks. Hanbit walks right up and greets him like they're old friends, but the old man doesn't even turn around. He tells the old man he wants to buy that specific fishing rod, but Eldrock just pretends he can't hear a word he's saying. Hanbit isn't falling for the act. He leans in and tells Eldrock he knows he can hear everything, then offers him 50,000 gold. Eldrock stays silent for a second, his expression turning sharp as he finally acknowledges Hanbit's presence. Then he finally speaks up, telling Hanbit not a chance and demanding 100,000 gold instead. The old man is a real shark. Hanbit just smiles, realizing the greedy NPC hasn't changed a bit. He tries to haggle him down to 60,000. Eldrock starts cursing him out, calling him a rotten brat for trying to scam an old man, but they eventually settle in to fish together. Hanbit just chuckles, nodding that hearing the old man curse like this brings back some pretty nostalgic memories. Eldrock mutters that young punks these days are way too sly. He finally gives in, telling Hanbit to just do whatever he wants and get lost. Hanbit is thrilled, holding up his new prize. He managed to snag the fishing rod, though the chat is roasting him for basically extorting the poor old man. As they head out at sunset, Yeonwoo notes that Hanbit actually seems to have a natural talent for streaming. Hanbit just wonders why he's suddenly being so complimentary. They make it to the field where the slimes are gathered. Yeonwoo is convinced the stream is doomed the moment Hanbit insists on using a fishing rod here. To spice things up for the audience, Yeonwoo suggests they try some role-playing. Hanbit immediately shuts that down, saying he absolutely hates the idea. Yeonwoo starts explaining the game mechanics to the viewers. He warns that bomb slimes are incredibly sensitive, even the slightest touch can set them off. He's not kidding. A silhouette shows what happens when a player gets too close. A massive, fiery explosion that sends them flying back to the respawn point. Even attacking them from a distance with something as simple as a rock is enough to trigger their self-destruct mechanism. Another explosion goes off, nearly catching Yeonwoo in the blast. He screams as the screen is filled with fire and debris. Even if you just accidentally brush against them while running through the field, it's game over instantly. Yeonwoo breaks down in tears, complaining that these useless mobs just explode and don't drop anything at all. In the gaming world, they're basically garbage. They take a breather in the grass. Yeonwoo still can't figure out how Hanbit plans to handle these explosive slimes with nothing but a fishing rod. Hanbit steps carefully through the tall grass, making sure he doesn't accidentally trip a slime himself. One wrong move and he's toast. He finds a spot on a ridge and crouches down. He's looking for the perfect height to execute the hidden strategy he has in mind. He starts adjusting the reel on the fishing rod. He notes that the sensitivity in game is a bit different from reality, so he needs to recalibrate it manually. Below them, the slimes are just wobbling around, completely unaware that they're about to become part of Hanbit's plan. Yeonwoo leans in and whispers to Hanbit. He's noticed something suspicious happening behind them. He's noticed that they're being followed. A donation pop-up confirms it. There are shameless idiots tailing them ever since they left the city. Hanbit's expression goes cold. He's not surprised at all that stream snipers have already found them. He looks back toward the bushes. He'd already sensed them following from a distance, just waiting for a chance to ruin the stream. It's not just one person, either. There are several different groups of stalkers hiding in the foliage. Hanbit asks Yeonwoo to hand over the screen settings window. Yeonwoo is confused, but obeys without asking questions. Hanbit turns to the camera with a sly smirk. He apologizes to the viewers, telling them they need to make a small adjustment. Suddenly, the broadcast starts to glitch out with static. Hanbit announces that they need to perform a brief technical adjustment to the stream. He thinks to himself that, since these snipers want to watch so badly, he might as well mess with them a little before the main event. He reaches out to take the settings window from Yeonwoo's hand. That same mischievous smirk returns. He knows exactly how to play this to trap the people tailing them. As the screen continues to flicker, he tells the audience to bear with him for just a moment while he handles the technical issues. This whole situation reminds him of his time back in the military. Hanbit has been a massive fan of fantasy for as long as he can remember. Back in the barracks, he was a total loner. None of the other soldiers shared his hobbies or understood his passion for fiction. He used to spend all his free time reading a novel called Monster Tamer, until the pages were literally falling apart from use. That all changed when a new recruit joined his unit. For once, he wasn't the only fantasy fan in the room. This rookie was different. He came up to Hanbit and asked if he was a fan of the novel, looking completely starstruck. The rookie started pointing out all these tiny, fascinating details in the story that he found particularly interesting. Hanbit was floored. Even after reading the book dozens of times, this guy was finding things he'd never even noticed himself. The recruit leaned in closer, his voice full of excitement as he shared his own wild theories about the world in the book. He told Hanbit he was incredible. It felt like this guy hadn't just read the book. It was like he'd actually lived in that fantasy world himself. Years later, after his discharge, Hanbit saw an advertisement for the record project. He knew right then that it was his chance to live that dream. Back in the present, he looks at Yeonwoo. He's convinced that playing this game with this guy is going to lead to something legendary. Yeonwoo warns him that only his screen is being broadcast to the public right now, while Hanbit fixes his own settings. Hanbit tells him to just keep acting like they're focused on the slimes for now. He looks down at the explosive mobs below them. Yeonwoo starts acting like an over-the-top streamer, blocking the view with his head to keep the snipers from seeing what Hanbit is actually up to. Hanbit realizes that for the audience, it must be quite frustrating to only have Yeonwoo's limited perspective of what's happening. He knows his competitors are likely getting anxious, worried that others might catch up to the same lucrative spot before them. The tense standoff between the groups following them won't last much longer. Hanbit can feel the pressure mounting as they draw closer to the trap. Crackle, a heavy boot crushes the dry grass as one of the stalkers moves closer in the shadows, thinking they're undetected. Hanbit doesn't even need to turn around to know they're there. He can practically feel their greedy eyes on his back. The stream snipers are getting restless. There are always those who get too impatient and try to jump the gun before the time is right. Hanbit reaches out a gloved hand, his finger poised over the stream's interface to reset the broadcast settings. "The screen is back," the chat erupts. Hanbit gives a casual greeting, catching everyone off guard with his sudden return to the live broadcast. He grips the handle of his fishing rod tightly, ready to put his unique plan into motion. With a powerful whip of his arm, he casts the line far out over the edge of the cliff, the hook whistling through the air. He mentions that there's a very specific reason he went through the trouble of buying this rod from Old Man Eldrock. It wasn't just for show. The hook is incredibly sharp. It pierces the outer membrane of a bomb slime so quickly that the creature doesn't even have time to react or explode. Hanbit presses a small trigger on the side of the fishing reel, activating the hook's secret mechanism. Sharp spikes suddenly deploy from the tip of the hook, burrowing deep into the slime's core to destabilize it. This allows him to manually trigger and control the explosions, turning the slimes into a series of timed charges that clear the field. He glances back at the followers hiding in the brush with a cold, knowing look. Their presence was anticipated from the start. Right at the feet of the stream snipers, one of the slimes begins to glow with an ominous green light. The snipers realize too late that they've walked straight into a trap. Panic instantly replaces their greed. "D-damn it, let's pull back for now," one of them yells, his voice cracking as he realizes how outclassed they are. One of the stalkers looks up, confused by a strange rustling sound coming from the trees directly above them. The slimes are falling. A literal rain of explosive slimes begins to descend on the fleeing group from the cliffs. One sniper can only watch in horror as a blinding flash of green light fills his entire vision, cutting off his escape. Kaboom! A massive explosion rocks the entire area, sending a shockwave through the field that levels everything in its path. Hanbit stands tall, his rod resting on his shoulder. "That takes care of the stream snipers," he says calmly while the chat loses its mind. "Now then, shall we get down to business?" He prepares to cast his line once more, his eyes focused on a much more valuable target. Among the common green slimes, one wobbles with a distinct golden-yellow hue, a rare sight in this field. Thwip, Hanbit's hook finds its mark, snagging the rare variant before it even has a chance to trigger its explosion. He skillfully maneuvers the dud slime into a collection pouch, keeping it perfectly intact and safe for transport. "All right, material gathered," Hanbit announces cheerfully. The viewers are stunned that he actually caught one without it blowing up in his face. He explains the secret mechanic. If you wipe out a large pack of slimes simultaneously, there's a small chance the survivors will turn into harmless, dud slimes. Yeonwoo is practically vibrating with excitement. He asks if the quest is really this easy if you just know the right trick to exploit. Hanbit chuckles to himself. He knows that while the strategy is sound, the manual controls required are far beyond what a normal player could handle. They decide to head over to Atspel to turn in the materials. Somewhere nearby, one of the failed snipers lets out a long, weary sigh. Kim Yeeha, an employee at a small-scale gold farm, is hiding in the bushes, gasping for air after narrowly escaping the blast. He realizes that the player known as Black Dragon is definitely not the ordinary newbie he's been pretending to be for the cameras. He imagines Hanbit as some high-level corporate executive, convinced that a massive organization must be pulling the strings behind the scenes. He watches the two of them celebrate and wonders why such a big player would waste his time teaming up with a small-timer like Yeonwoo. He concludes that Yeonwoo must just be a loudmouthed distraction to keep people from noticing what Hanbit is actually doing in the background. Kim Yeeha's eyes narrow. He doesn't care about their secrets. He just needs to finish the Atspel quest himself to meet his monthly performance quota. He starts walking toward the workshop, determined to turn in whatever scraps he managed to salvage from the explosion. However, the narrative voice ominously notes that Kim Yeeha did not actually succeed in his goal of turning in the materials. At the workshop, Atspel looks down at what Yeeha brought her with a look of pure disgust. "What on earth did you bring me?" she asks, repulsed. Atspel stares at the plate in front of her, her face contorted in absolute horror. "You brought this disgusting thing as medicine?" she screeches, as the live chat fills with comments like "gag" and "is that poison?" Hanbit and Yeonwoo stand there, slightly sweating under her intense glare. "Is it really that bad?" Yeonwoo asks weakly, while Hanbit remains silent with a blank, unbothered expression. Atspel lets out a long, weary sigh, her eyes closed as she tries to process the sheer audacity of the two men standing in her workshop with that sludge. She turns her back to them, her posture stiff with indignation. "I'll compensate you for Julio's matter with money. Just leave," she says, clearly wanting nothing more to do with them. "I guess you aren't that desperate?" Hanbit's voice is low and provocative, catching her off guard just as she was about to dismiss them entirely. Atspel whips around, her face flushed with a mix of anger and deep-seated frustration. She grinds her teeth, looking like she's about to explode at his cold remark. "How dare you talk such nonsense when you know nothing?" she begins, her voice trembling with rage as she steps toward Hanbit. "MMPH? Before she can finish her sentence, Hanbit's hand moves in a blur, shoving a spoonful of the glowing, gelatinous medicine directly into her open mouth. Gulp, caught completely by surprise. Her natural reflex kicks in, and she swallows the foul-looking substance before her brain can even process what's happening. There's a moment of stunned silence in the workshop. Yeonwoo looks on in absolute terror while Hanbit maintains a calm, almost cheerful smile as he finishes the deed. The chat is in an uproar over Hanbit's aggressive tactics. "What a piece of trash," one viewer comments, while others laugh at how Yeonwoo's horrified expression is so honest. Atspel clutches her throat, her eyes wide with shock and a growing sense of nausea. Did you just force-feed me that?" she stammers, her face turning a sickly shade of green. "Blegh?" Suddenly, she clutches her stomach and doubles over, barely making it a few steps before she starts retching violently on the floor. "The effects are certainly immediate," Hanbit notes casually. From outside the door, Yeonwoo listens to the sounds of her throwing up with a face full of guilt and worry. Atspel storms back, her face tear-streaked and absolutely livid. She grabs Hanbit by the vest, shaking him with all her might. "Yeonwoo, what do you think you're doing?" she screams. Hanbit doesn't flinch, even as she screams inches from his face. "How strange," he muses, his eyes fixed on her. "A seed-like thing came out, didn't it?" He looks her straight in the eye, his expression shifting to one of serious expertise. "That's the cause of the illness. The parasite that was draining your life force is finally out." Loud gagging sounds echo from behind the door. Hanbit just smirks, knowing his plan is working exactly as intended. Atspel isn't so calm. She grabs him by the collar, demanding to know what he just did to her mother. She's about to lose it, but he just calmly asks if she saw a seed-like thing come up. He points out that the seed was the actual root of the sickness. Atspel freezes. He explains that's what was really eating away at her mother all this time. Then he drops a bombshell. He knows she's been suffering from the same thing. Atspel sinks to her knees. She's been hiding the pain, too afraid to worry her mom or give her enemies any leverage. She lived in fear of guys like Julio using her weakness against her. She looks up, bewildered that a total stranger could see right through her. Hanbit explains the nature of the beast, a parasitic seed from the south that latches onto the stomach. He points to the slime mucus. It's the only thing that can force the parasite to let go. A dud bomb slime is the key. It doesn't explode, but its slime is a potent emetic. Without the bang, it's just a nasty toxin that triggers an immediate purge. Yeonwoo watches with a mix of disgust and fascination. Hanbit assures her that once the seed is out, the disease is gone for good. Atspel looks at the glowing yellow slime, hesitating. Hanbit hands the plate over, telling her to get it out of her system so she can stop relying on useless meds. He nudges her toward her mother's room. Watching her go, he can't help but feel a bit nostalgic about this game world. To him, she hasn't changed a bit from the version he knew in his past lives. She was always the type to worry about everyone else, while her own world was falling apart. He remembers how she used to have his back, even when she was screaming at him for being a mess. He genuinely hopes this time around, things end differently for her. Suddenly, the game shifts into a cinematic cutscene. Atspel enters the room, carrying the slime for her mother. It looks gross, but it's the only way. She tells her mom to just take a sip. Her mother swallows the sludge, trusting her daughter completely. Atspel waits, her breath held. The cure works instantly. The massive seeds are out, and the relief in the room is palpable. Yeonwoo can't even hold back his tears, while Hanbit just smiles in the background. Atspel is full of fire now, swearing she's going to make those fake doctors pay for scamming her. Hanbit watches her, satisfied to see that genuine smile again after so long. She thanks him with a smile that has the entire stream chat falling in love. Hanbit checks the results, while Yeonwoo tries to process how a fishing trip turned into a medical miracle. Atspel knows they've done more than just a simple quest. They saved her family. She turns around, holding a heavy-looking tome. It's time for their reward. It's the spellbook Hanbit was after, adorned with a massive red gem. He takes it, and they exchange a sincere moment of gratitude. Yeonwoo is practically drooling over the loot, but Hanbit shuts him down immediately. They go to leave, but Atspel stops them. She's not done giving them their due. She drops a massive, heavy sack of gold on the table. Yeonwoo's eyes nearly pop out of his head. This is way more than the standard payout for a beginner quest. A system notification pops up. He just landed a first clear reward, and even he's surprised. The gold reward gets a massive boost, jumping from 2,000 all the way to 4,000 as the payout hits its maximum limit. His basic stats get a bump as well, granting him 2 extra bonus points right off the bat. A chunk of experience rolls in, adding another 200 points to his progression. Suddenly, he shoots up 5 levels at once, bringing along another 5 stat points to distribute. The spellbook in his hands begins to glow with an intense, blinding light as its grade starts to shift. The heroic spellbook he just earned is forcibly upgraded, transforming into an incredibly rare unique grade item. Hanbit stares at the screen in disbelief, barely able to process the sheer amount of loot he just landed. He was honestly just happy to see Atspel safe, but the game is clearly rewarding him for the perfect clear. Yeonwoo is just as stunned, realizing that first clear bonus is no joke when it comes to quality. The live stream chat is moving so fast it's practically a blur, with viewers losing their minds over the unique drop. The spellbook sits on the floor, radiating power, as Yeonwoo can't help but let out a hysterical laugh. Yeonwoo is absolutely ecstatic about the book, while Hanbit is just slumped against the wall trying to make sense of the windfall. The streamer leans in, whispering for Hanbit to say something to the thousands of people currently watching them. He tries his best to manage the chaos, begging the chat to calm down while the notification alerts continue to pile up. Yeonwoo is starting to sweat as the sheer volume of comments becomes impossible for a single person to track. Atspel isn't done yet, reaching into her pocket to pull out even more rewards for her rescuers. Hanbit is genuinely surprised. At this rate, he's going to need a bigger bag just to carry all this stuff. A new achievement pops up on his HUD, awarding him an extra stat point and a special letter of introduction. He takes the parchment, looking over the elegant script written on the front. She explains it's for a local blacksmith, a contact that should help them get their gear in order. She points out that they look pretty pathetic in their starter rags, especially since they still reek of rotten slime. Hanbit gets defensive, insisting the smell is part of the job, while Atspel just gives them a playful hard time. She flashes a gorgeous smile and tells them they're welcome back at the inn anytime they need a hand. Hanbit gives her a quiet nod, a small smile tugging at his lips as they prepare to move out. Once they're back on the road, Yeonwoo pulls out a map, wondering where they should head next in this massive world. They're starting in the port city of Edlin, but the game is designed with total freedom for anyone who can survive. Of course, that freedom comes with a catch. Wander too far without a plan, and you'll end up as monster food in a high-level zone. Yeonwoo brings up the game's famous customization, wondering why Hanbit stuck with such a basic look. He brags about spending 5 hours sculpting his own avatar to look like a more luxurious version of himself. He reminds the viewers that in a world where you can choose any gender, what you see is rarely what you get. Hanbit tunes him out, focused on figuring out the most efficient path for their next destination. A sharp notification chime rings out, catching both of them off guard. A viewer drops a 50,000 won donation, just because they want to see Atspel get angry again. Yeonwoo practically screams with joy, his eyes popping out as he thanks the donor for the massive tip. Hanbit does some quick math and realizes his half of that single donation is worth a significant chunk of change. The bells keep ringing as more donations start pouring in, with another viewer tossing 10,000 won into the pot. Then comes another 30,000, as the stream audience continues to react to the insane, unique drop. Yeonwoo is in heaven, imagining himself lounging on a pile of cash as the money keeps flowing in. His jaw hits the floor when a single 100,000 won donation lands, confirming that fire magic really is the crowd favorite. He shoves the tablet in Hanbit's face, showing him that the viewer count has exploded to over 8,000 people. The stats don't lie. They've officially gone viral, with thousands of eyes glued to their every move. Hanbit is floored that a single quest could draw this much attention and money in such a short amount of time. Yeonwoo can't stop bowing, his face split with a wide grin as he thanks the viewers for the sudden influx of donations. Hanbit does some quick math. With 500,000 won in the pot, his take-home share is a cool $250,000. To celebrate, Yeonwoo starts a ridiculous gratitude dance, shaking his hips while the live chat erupts in a mix of laughter and second-hand embarrassment. Hanbit stares down at his gloved hand, realizing that for the first time, he has a real path to financial stability. He clenches his fist tight, the weight of his goal finally feeling within reach. He's finally going to be able to take care of his mother. He thinks back to the missing person report that once bore his name, a grim reminder of the years he spent away after his military enlistment. He remembers the cruelty of the goddess, who showed him his mother's suffering just to break his spirit, and he vows to make up for every second of her pain. Yeonwoo snaps him out of it, urging him to crack open the new spellbook since the audience is dying for a demonstration. Hanbit reaches out, his fingers brushing against the ornate cover of the Fireball spellbook as it begins to pulse with magical energy. As he opens the book, a stream of digital data surges into his body, cementing the new power within his soul. The system displays the details of his new skill, a unique grade fireball that promises a devastating, all-consuming explosion. To Hanbit, gaining power this easily feels almost like cheating compared to the grueling training he endured in the past. Yeonwoo is bouncing with excitement, asking if he felt that incredible rush of information flooding into his brain. Hanbit just blinks at him, looking completely unaffected, which leaves both of them momentarily confused. Hanbit laughs it off, assuming there's just a bit of a server delay before the sensation kicks in. Internally, Hanbit is troubled. He definitely has the skill, but he didn't feel the usage method being taught to him at all. He wonders if the game isn't teaching him anything new, but rather just unlocking the combat knowledge he already mastered in the other world. He finally understands what the goddess meant by existing character. His status is just a reflection of the warrior he already became. Yeonwoo keeps pestering him, pointing out that the viewers are waiting for some fireworks. He points out a massive boulder sitting in the middle of the field, the perfect target for a test run. Hanbit raises his hand, closing his eyes to focus the mana at the center of his palm. He takes a long, steady breath, feeling the heat begin to coalesce as he prepares the incantation. "Fireball!" he shouts, and a swirling vortex of flames erupts from his arm, illuminating the entire area. He thrusts his hand forward, launching the orb of concentrated fire toward the distant rock with incredible speed. The impact is instantaneous and violent, the fireball expanding into a pillar of flame that reaches toward the sky. A massive explosion rocks the ground, turning the landscape into a scorched crater of smoke and fire. Yeonwoo stands there with his mouth hanging open, while Hanbit simply watches the aftermath of his own power. Hanbit crosses his arms with a smug, satisfied look, soaking in the stunned silence of his companion. He's actually a bit surprised himself. For a rank 1 spell, that fireball packed a significantly harder punch than he expected. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness hits him, and Hanbit's expression shifts from pride to pure agony. His eyes go wide with shock as he feels something deep within his status window begin to shift and awaken. A system alert chimes. A new hidden effect for his special title has been forcibly unlocked. Hanbit looks up into the starry void, his voice trembling with recognition as he realizes he isn't alone. A colossal, ghostly hand reaches down from the heavens, looming over him like the judgment of a deity. The vision passes as quickly as it came, leaving Hanbit panting and exhausted, his body trembling from the strain. The new effects of his Recorder of 55 Times title are revealed, granting him accelerated skill growth and a mysterious spirit keyword. Hanbit grits his teeth, his jaw tightening with a cold, simmering rage. He digs his fingers into his leg, his eyes burning with hatred as he curses the goddess who put him through this nightmare. A system window reveals Hanbit's secret weapon, the Recorder of 55 Cycles trait. This basically lets him relearn any skill he mastered in his previous 55 lives at an insane speed. Hanbit is gritting his teeth, clearly feeling the physical toll of pushing his low-level body to its absolute limit. He grips his knee, frustrated. He knows that damned goddess is probably getting a kick out of watching him struggle like this. He lets out a heavy breath, trying to steady his lungs after that intense burst of mana. Wiping away the sweat, he realizes just how closely he's being observed by the higher powers running this game. Yeonwoo checks in to see if he's holding up, but Hanbit just brushes it off. He's not about to show any weakness now. Hanbit glances at him, thinking there's no way a normal player could wrap their head around what he's dealing with. Hanbit made an excuse, saying he was exhausted since it was his first time using magic, then turned to Yonwoo and suggested he demonstrate a normal grade spell so Hanbit could witness the massive gap in their skill levels. Yonwoo wasn't exactly thrilled about this circus act, but under Hanbit's pressure, he reluctantly got into position to show what he had. The blonde guy takes a deep breath and focuses all his energy on his fingertips. He screams "Fireball" with enough confidence to rival a high-level archmage. A tiny, pathetic spark pops out. It's barely enough to light a candle, let alone a monster. Yonwoo looks mortified by his own display, while Hanbit tries to be polite about the underwhelming flame. He starts complaining about how brutal the proficiency gap is, especially since Hanbit managed to land a unique grade book from the jump. He thinks the whole thing is rigged. Hanbit just offers a smug look. He knows it's not just about the rank of the book. Standing in the shadows of his own experience, Hanbit knows the real difference comes from the decades of mastery he's carrying. He decides to give his companion a reality check, telling him he's got the completely wrong idea about how magic works. He starts lecturing that magic isn't just a simple click-and-cast ability that most players treat it as. Hanbit goes full nerd, claiming that magic is math. He says it requires precise mana control and complex calculations for every single chant. He keeps going, explaining why he isn't even making magic his main focus, yet despite his high-tier skill. Yonwoo finally manages to cut in, looking completely baffled by the long-winded explanation. He points out that Hanbit literally just created this character yesterday, so this Master of the Arcane act is a bit much. The stream chat is absolutely roasting him, calling him an over-immersed chunabu who's taking the role-play way too seriously. Hanbit's eye twitches as he reads the comments. He's not about to let a bunch of internet trolls talk down to him. He starts screaming back at the camera, asking them what they even know about real magic. He threatens to stop giving out any quest info if they keep it up. Yonwoo is desperately trying to calm him down before he blows his top. Suddenly, a massive donation alert from Small Spender pops up for 77,777 won. Instantly, Chibai Hanbit is relaxing in a bathtub full of cash. All that rage vanishes in a heartbeat. Hanbit is back to being the perfect, composed streamer, finger raised as if nothing happened. He and Yonwoo both start bowing to the camera, claiming the whole outburst was just hamming it up for the stream. Talk about a quick recovery. Deep down, he realizes just how much of a money grubber he's become. But hey, money therapy is the best therapy. Once the drama settles, Yonwoo asks where they're heading next in their journey. Hanbit already has a specific destination in mind, looking pretty satisfied with his plan. They arrive at a weathered, rustic wooden cabin tucked away in the forest. Yonwoo is confused why they're completely ignoring the main story to visit some random hunter's hut. Hanbit explains that he needs to prioritize grabbing certain skills first. He's thinking ahead of the curve. He reaches out and pushes the heavy wooden door open with a slow creak. Inside, the cabin is dark and filled with the smell of old wood and leather. In the back, a large man is busy working. Animal trophies and skulls line the walls, making the place feel like a grim butcher shop. Yonwoo shivers, admitting that the vibe of this place gives him the creeps every single time. A massive, muscular man turns around, holding a butcher's cleaver like it's a toy. This is the archery NPC, Hunter Reekner. Hanbit stays perfectly cool, introducing himself and stating that he's here to learn some archery. Yonwoo just stays in the background, looking terrified. Reekner slams his cleaver into a slab of meat, giving the newbie a skeptical, intense look. He's clearly not impressed yet. Hanbit tightens his glove, looking way too confident for a guy about to take an impossible test. He tells the hunter he's got plenty of grit and skill to back up his big talk. He steps up to the mark and starts letting arrows fly one after another. He double-checks the rules, 30 shots, 10 points for a bullseye, and he needs 200 to pass. Reekner just grunts a confirmation. Yonwoo is freaking out in the background, begging Hanbit to at least dump some stat points into agility first. But Hanbit just brushes him off. He's saving those points for later. He draws back the bowstring with perfect form, eyes locked onto the target. With a sharp snap, he releases the first arrow of the trial. The chat is already starting to doubt him, assuming he's just an average player who's about to get a reality check. Hanbit isn't worried at all. He's done this dozens of times across his past lives, and the muscle memory is still there. Seeing his confidence, Yeonwoo can only offer some nervous encouragement and hope for the best. Then the first arrow hits, and Julio's expression shifts from worry to pure confusion. The target thrums with the impact of a perfect shot, right near the center. Julio's jaw drops as he watches the arrows start to cluster exactly where they need to be. He can barely believe his eyes. This shouldn't be possible for a low-level character. Hanbit doesn't slow down for a second, drawing and firing with mechanical precision. The target is getting absolutely shredded. Yeonwoo is screaming in disbelief because Hanbit is pulling off back-to-back bullseyes like it's nothing. Out of 26 remaining attempts, every single one is heading straight for the mark. The center of the target basically explodes under the sheer volume of perfectly placed arrows. It's a relentless barrage that makes the wooden stand rattle with every impact. The final arrow, home, solidifying a performance that defies all game logic. Hanbit pumps a fist, knowing he just broke another record. Final score, 287 points. He managed this with level 2 gear and base stats, something no normal player could ever dream of. Cut to a quiet street, where the sound of coins jingling fills the air. A pile of gold coins falls onto a wooden crate, sparkling in the light. A girl with a red scarf catches them, looking completely bored. This is Rhea, and she's clearly looking for some real entertainment. She scoffs at the small fries she usually deals with, whose pockets are apparently easier to pick than a public portal. She looks up, her sharp eyes scanning for someone actually worth her time. She spots two silhouettes approaching the gate, and wonders what kind of idiots would walk right into her trap. She sits back with a mischievous grin, ready to play a little game with the newcomers. She wonders if these two are going to be any more interesting than her last victims. A few hours earlier, as the two men stepped out of the archery range, Yeonwoo was skipping along behind Hanbit, clutching his reward book and a bag of gold like a child receiving his first Christmas gift. Hanbit gives him a side-eye, not exactly sharing the same level of enthusiasm. He asks if Yeonwoo is maybe a little too excited, especially since the guy won't stop giggling like a schoolgirl. Yeonwoo is convinced Hanbit was some kind of pro archer in his student days, but Hanbit just shuts that theory down immediately. With literal gold signs in his eyes, Yeonwoo is already dreaming about being a millionaire. Turns out he bet on Hanbit in a community vote when the odds were totally against him, and now he's rolling in cash because of the upset. As they walk, the chat keeps buzzing with people telling Yeonwoo to chill out since his stream is still live. Yeonwoo asks where they're heading next, now that they've got some pocket change. Hanbit reveals his next goal is swordsmanship, but first, he needs to pick up the swiftness skill. Both Yeonwoo and the stream chat are confused. Apparently, nobody even knows what that skill is for. Yeonwoo tries to argue that swiftness is a useless top-tier skill with no practical use, but Hanbit just tells him to zip it and follow. He takes off at a sprint, leaving a frantic Yeonwoo scrambling to keep up. They reach the town gates where Hanbit points out their target, an NPC named Rhea. He notes there's a very specific reason why most players avoid her. Rhea stands there looking pretty proud of herself, but Hanbit isn't fooled. He explains to Yeonwoo that her quest is notorious for being way harder than the skill is actually worth. Yeonwoo is naturally skeptical, asking if Hanbit really has a plan for this. Hanbit just stays silent and focused, already 2 steps ahead. They approach her, the sound of their heavy boots echoing on the stone path of the town. Hanbit comes face to face with the legendary pickpocket NPC. She looks amused, as if she's found a new toy to play with. Straight to the point, Hanbit tells her he's here to learn the thing she's best at, the art of swiftness. Rhea likes the fire in his eyes, but there's a mischievous glint in hers that says she's about to make this very difficult. Suddenly, a smoke bomb goes off right under their feet, catching Yeonwoo completely off guard. In the confusion, a hand reaches into Hanbit's pouch and snatches a heavy bag of gold. By the time the smoke clears, Rhea is already a blur, sprinting away down the street with a triumphant laugh. She perches on a nearby wall, weighing the bag in her hand and feeling pretty good about her easy score. She's starting to get curious about this guy, though. She calls back that the teaching fee is a gift, and since it's only 5,000 gold, he should consider it a bargain. Rhea is shocked when Hanbit doesn't even flinch at the theft. He just casually adjusts his gloves and tells her to get on with the teaching already. To himself, Hanbit just smirks. 5,000 gold is a drop in the bucket compared to the small fortune she's managed to steal from him over 55 lifetimes. Rhea is genuinely annoyed now. There's something about his smug, unshakable attitude that really grates on her nerves. She decides to stop playing nice and declares that the real lesson starts now. With a mocking wave, she leaps into the air, challenging them to try and catch her if they can. The system quest pops up. Rhea has run away, find her within the time limit. The prize is her rare swiftness skill book. Hanbit breaks it down for the viewers. Most players waste 15 hours and 25,000 gold across 5 different attempts just to finish this one quest. The timer starts at 3 hours. He mentions that you can't even work on other quests while this one is active, and the clock stops if you log out. Yeonwoo is losing it, but Hanbit just gives a sly look. He knows that if you can't catch a thief, you should just find someone she's actually afraid of. They head straight for a shop, with a familiar red potion sign hanging out front. Inside, they meet a blonde woman named Atsubal. She's surprised to see them and demands to know how Hanbit figured out she and Rhea were related. Hanbit gives her a bright, totally fake smile and says it's just a common rumor around Hideout Street. Atsubal doesn't seem entirely convinced, but she sighs and agrees to step in and help. Yeonwoo is flabbergasted that they're sisters, and Hanbit doubles down on his lie, claiming he saw some graffiti that gave it away. The chat isn't buying it for a second, calling him out for the obvious metagaming and replaying the video to see if they missed this supposed graffiti. Hanbit ignores them, thinking about how in a past life, Atsubal ended up in prison, but this time he's putting her to better use. Atsubal leads them out of the shop, ready to track down her troublesome little sister. Meanwhile, back on a rooftop, Rhea is humming a little tune, completely unaware of the storm coming her way. She's just relaxing and playing with a stray cat, thinking she's home free for the day. She giggles to herself, convinced that those 2 idiots have probably given up and gone home by now. She's so sure they'll never find her hidden spot, until a very familiar voice calls out her name from right behind her. Rhea freezes as she turns to see her older sister standing there with a terrifyingly calm expression. Her eyes go wide and she starts to panic, realization sinking in that her easy day just took a sharp turn for the worse. She's completely speechless, her brain short-circuiting at the sight of Atsubal on the rooftops. Rhea screams that Hanbit is cheating, but he just shrugs. He played by her any means necessary rules and used his history with Atsubal to his advantage. Atsubal politely asks for a private moment with her sister, and Rhea can already feel the trouble brewing. The lecture begins with a literal cheek pinch. Atsubal is furious, reminding Rhea that she was specifically told to stop pickpocketing people. She continues the scolding, asking if Rhea only plans to listen after she gets caught by a scumbag like Hanbit. Rhea is reduced to a sniveling mess on the floor. Finally, Atsubal tells her to come straight back to the shop once she's done, and warns her not to wander off again. A defeated Rhea meekly agrees, while Hanbit gives Atsubal a friendly wave and a thank you. With a heavy sigh, Rhea hands over the swiftness skill book, admitting that Hanbit is definitely the most unusual person she's ever dealt with. Rhea grudgingly holds out the prize, looking like she'd rather be anywhere else. She reminds him that a promise is a promise, though she clearly didn't expect to lose her bet this way. The quest rewards flash across the screen, revealing that Hanbit's record-breaking clear time has earned him a unique grade swiftness skill book and some bonus stats. The viewers in the chat are losing their minds over his incredible luck, or rather, his perfect execution. Disgusted by how easily she was played, Rhea takes off at high speed, vowing to never cross paths with Hanbit again. He just gives her a lazy wave, knowing full well their paths will likely cross again. A completely exhausted Yeonwoo finally catches up, gasping for air as he asks if the hunt is already over. Hanbit just offers a simple, calm yeah while holding his new prize. Hanbit presents the unique grade book with a smug grin, complimenting Yeonwoo for keeping up as well as he did. Yeonwoo can only stare in disbelief, his jaw hitting the floor at the sight of yet another top-tier item. The chat is a chaotic mess of laughter and confusion, wondering if the streamer is even controlling the character anymore, or if it's some kind of high-level auto-hunt script. They can't believe how capable he's become. With his new skill in hand and his confidence growing, Hanbit sets his sights on his next goal. He declares that it's finally time to go learn some real swordsmanship. Yeonwoo is completely out of breath, but Hanbit just casually walks up with the loot. He found it already. It's another unique grade item. Yeonwoo is losing his mind while the chat jokes about Hanbit hijacking the stream. The viewers are starting to realize Hanbit is the one actually carrying this entire playthrough. Hanbit decides it's time to learn some swordsmanship, starting with this new book. The skill book glows green as he activates it, absorbing the knowledge directly. Even after all his past lives, Hanbit still finds the concept of consuming a book to learn a skill a bit weird. Yeonwoo asks why he bothered learning haste. To most players, it seems like a waste of time. He imagines a race where haste gives him a split-second lead over his friend. In a game like Record Project, even a tiny increase in speed is barely noticeable to the average player. Hanbit knows the real value of unique skills, even if the difference seems small at first glance. Yeonwoo tries to flex his high-grade rank 2 swordsmanship, acting like he's the senior here. The chat isn't buying it, calling him out for being a total scrub compared to Hanbit. Yeonwoo tries to defend his honor against the viewers, but he's losing the argument. Hanbit notices that most players are just following the exact same progression path. They rely on the basic guidebook, which keeps them stuck in the beginner ranks. He realizes the only reason quests like Atzvol's were never cleared was because of scammers like Julio. In a normal run, Atzvol would have just disappeared, and Rhea would have been an ignored NPC. Having such a high level of freedom in the game makes it hard for most people to find the right path. Every bit of experience Hanbit has is just another hint toward the correct way to win. He's decided he's going to clear this game his own way, no matter what the developers intended. He doesn't know what the goddess is planning, but he's not interested in playing her games anymore. He's done being a puppet on her strings. They keep walking, looking for a specific swordsmanship NPC hidden deep in the woods. Yeonwoo complains about how far away the NPC is, but that's the point. He's a hermit swordsman. They finally reach a small pagoda in a clearing. That's the spot. Yeonwoo shouts out a cheerful greeting, but the man inside remains perfectly still. The swordsman's gaze is sharp enough to cut, and the atmosphere immediately gets heavy. A single look from him is enough to chill Yeonwoo to the bone. The legendary swordsman Balder stands up, ready to test his visitors. Balder sets down his drink and walks over, his presence filling the area. He tells them to grab the wooden swords. Words are just a waste of time here. Hanbit picks up the training sword. This is where the real work starts. Balder's eye narrows. He wants to see what Hanbit is actually capable of. Hanbit tosses his real sword aside. He knows the rules of the quest. He takes a stance, his focus shifting entirely to the wooden blade in his hand. Yeonwoo explains the quest has 2 parts. First you swing the sword, then you duel. The chat says this stage takes most people over 2 hours of mindless swinging. Someone mentions a clip of what happens if you actually try to fight Balder too early. In the video, Balder casually asks if the player wants to be split vertically or horizontally before deleting them. Yeonwoo realizes training NPCs in this game are actually terrifyingly strong. The chat starts a poll to see if Hanbit can actually beat the record time for this quest. A big-time viewer registers a mission. 200k won if he clears it in under 25 minutes. If he fails, they have to go cliff diving. The chat is blowing up as another viewer, Sword Master, chips in 70,000 KRW. Yeonwoo is losing his mind over the free money. The prize pool is over 800,000 won now. 25 minutes to clear. Yeonwoo is cheering Hanbit on like his life depends on it. Hanbit isn't paying attention to the money. He's got his eyes on the wooden sword, already planning his next move. He knows that for Balder, this isn't just a simple tutorial. It's a test of spirit. Most players think this quest is just about hitting a target a certain number of times or waiting out a clock. Balder has 0 expectations for beginners because they usually treat the sword like a toy. The swordsman has met countless players who think the sword is the easiest weapon to master. To someone like Balder, That kind of arrogance is a personal insult. What he really wants to see is a sincere attitude toward the blade. Hanbit takes a stance, and the air shifts. Hanbit's eyes are cold and focused. He isn't just holding a wooden stick, he's a warrior again. Balder watches him closely, sensing something different about this kid. He's not moving yet. Hanbit barely adjusts his grip, but the intent behind it is unmistakable. Suddenly, Balder stops him. He's seen enough. The first stage is over before it even officially started. The chat is mass confused. They didn't see him swing even once, but the quest just progressed. Hanbit gives a confident smirk. His sincere attitude gamble worked perfectly. The system notification pops up. He skipped the grind and unlocked the duel with Balder. Yeonwoo can't believe it. Stage 2 in under a minute? That's literally never been done before. The viewers are split. Some think it's a bug, while others are just bored that they didn't get to see a montage. Sword God isn't done. He throws in another donation and ups the ante, double or nothing. Hanbit just asks if they're really okay with doubling the prize pool this easily. The new mission is brutal. Block Balder's sword 4 times. If they fail, both Hanbit and Yeonwoo have to go bungee jumping. Hanbit considers it. Blocking 4 hits from a master like this is a tall order even for him. Yeonwoo is having a full-blown panic attack. He has a massive fear of heights and did not sign up for this. Hanbit just grins and puts a hand on his shoulder. He's definitely going to take the bet. Yeonwoo sees that greasy look in Hanbit's eyes and knows he's already been sold out for the donation money. Don't worry, Hanbit says, you won't have to go bungee jumping. Yeonwoo isn't convinced. Hanbit tells him to just trust him. That smile is definitely the smile of someone about to do something crazy. Yeonwoo is still shaking. He doesn't like that sneaky look one bit. He keeps asking if Hanbit is for real. Bungee jumping isn't a joke to him. Hanbit just keeps reassuring him with that same suspicious, calm expression. He turns back to the camera and repeats it one more time. Trust me. The two of them stand together, though only one of them is actually ready for the fight. Sword God adds another $1,000,001 to the mission. The viewers are calling their friendship amazing while they throw money at the chaos. The total prize money hits 1.8 million won. Hanbit is actually sweating a little now. That's a lot of money on the line. He double-checks the total. 1.8 million. That's enough to cover quite a bit of his real-world expenses. Balder stands there, silent and imposing. He doesn't care about the money or the stream, he just wants a duel. Hanbit tightens his grip on the wooden sword. It's time to show this master what a real veteran can do. Balder draws his own blade, and the air around them seems to crackle with tension. Hanbit leans forward, eyes locked on Balder. He's fully entered his combat trance. In an instant, Balder is gone, moving faster than the eye can follow. His footwork is perfect, kicking up dust as he closes the distance in a heartbeat. Balder launches himself at Hanbit like a bolt of lightning. The duel has officially begun. The duel is on. Hanbit grits his teeth as Balder's strike comes at him like a freight train. Balder's movement is a blur of speed and precision, kicking up dust in his wake. He comes down hard from above, swinging his sword with enough force to shatter stone. Yeonwoo is watching from the sidelines with his mouth wide open, completely terrified by the sudden intensity. Hanbit is pushed to his limits, the sheer wind pressure from the attack making it hard to breathe. He manages to catch the blow. The impact sends a shock through his entire body. He held out, Yeonwoo screams, unable to believe Hanbit didn't just get flattened. Balder lets out a controlled breath, his expression becoming even more serious. He flows into a low, predatory stance, the air around him crackling with intent. Hanbit raises his sword again, his eyes sharp and analytical. He knows he can't afford a single mistake. They clash again, the wooden swords meeting with a loud crack that echoes across the training grounds. Hanbit is forced back by the sheer power of the master's strikes, but he stays on his feet. He notes that his movements feel dull compared to his past life, likely due to the low synchronization rate of his gear. He uses the momentum to slide back, creating some much-needed breathing room. He's thankful he at least picked up the swiftness skill earlier, or he'd be done for already. The tip of Balder's sword grazes the dirt as he prepares his next move. You seem to have a lot on your mind, Balder observes, nodding Hanbit's cautious approach. The master asks if he's showing off his composure, or if he's just caught off guard by the situation. Hanbit flashes a cocky grin. "Isn't it the same for you?" he retorts, pushing the master's buttons. Balder's eyes narrow. He doesn't appreciate the trash talk from a mere beginner. "I'll end this quickly," Balder declares, lunging forward with even greater speed. Hanbit doesn't back down. "We won't know that until the very end," he shouts back. They trade a series of rapid-fire blows, the air filled with the sounds of clashing wood and heavy breathing. Yeonwoo is practically screaming now, calling out to his brother as the duel reaches a fever pitch. He's stunned by how difficult a simple swordsmanship quest has turned out to be. He lets out a sigh of relief as Hanbit barely dodges another lethal-looking swing. The chat is going wild, praising the insane physics and intensity of the fight. Hanbit notices that Balder is starting to get anxious. The master expected this to be over by now. Because he's holding out better than expected, Balder is starting to force his moves. Balder swings with a powerful horizontal sweep, trying to catch Hanbit off balance. Hanbit catches the strike perfectly, his wooden sword holding firm against the master's might. Balder is genuinely surprised. He didn't think a beginner could read his timing like that. "Your movements have gotten bigger," Hanbit mocks, noticing the opening in Balder's form. They break apart with a sudden burst of speed, dust swirling around their feet. Balder's sword begins to glow with a strange, crackling energy. He's stepping it up. Hanbit's brow furrows. "That one was a bit dangerous," he admits to himself. Balder stomps his foot down, anchoring himself for a final, decisive strike. Hanbit also charged forward without a moment's hesitation. The master looks like a shadow demon as he unleashes his full aura on the young warrior. Hanbit focuses every ounce of his concentration on the incoming blade. It all comes down to this. The two wooden swords meet in a titanic clash that sounds like a thunderclap. The wood groans and begins to splinter under the immense pressure of the two fighters. With a deafening crack, Hanbit's wooden sword finally gives way, splintering into dozens of shards that arc through the bright afternoon sky. His body trembled under the sheer, overwhelming force of that final strike. But even then, a sly, cunning smirk began to spread across Hanbit's lips. Balder's eyes widen in genuine astonishment. He never truly expected a mere rookie to withstand the weight of his final strike. As the dust begins to settle, the master stands tall and silent, looking down at the young man who defied all odds. Splayed out on the ground and gasping for air, Hanbit triumphantly held up his fingers, reminding the viewers that he had successfully defended himself 4 times, exactly as promised. Mission accomplished. Hanbit's got that look of pure satisfaction on his face. He's flat on his back now, completely drained. The chat is losing it because they've never seen Balder lose his cool like that. The duel officially ends since the wooden sword snapped, but Hanbit's just lying there enjoying the win. Yeonwoo's already asking about the loot, but Hanbit tells him they'll settle up once the stream is over. He grabs Yeonwoo's arm just to make sure he's actually getting his cut. Yeonwoo promises him he's got it covered. Yeonwoo stands up and mentions how they first met back in the military. He puts a hand on Hanbit's shoulder, looking a bit suspicious. Then he gets right in Hanbit's face, demanding to know what he was doing before the army. He's suspecting some secret regression or reincarnation nonsense. Hanbit just plays it off like he did a bit of everything, while the chat starts guessing he was some kind of elite assassin. The chat asks if the MC gets all the mission money, and Yeonwoo confirms it. Hanbit thinks they should be splitting it, but Yeonwoo insists it's his reward for pulling that off with pure physical skill. He checks his status screen, just glad he didn't end up doing anything too crazy. Suddenly he realizes he might have miscalculated, and the chat starts clowning on him. A sword god drops a massive donation just to see more swordplay, so Yeonwoo goes into full-blown streamer thank you mode. Hanbit just looks away, probably already tired of the spotlight. Over by the trees, Balder is standing in a cloud of dust. Hanbit looks at him and can tell the guy is absolutely fuming. He's just standing there, but you can feel the rage radiating off him. Balder stares at the broken sword, probably feeling humiliated that a rookie read his every move. He asks if the duel is over, his face half hidden by his hat. He tells Hanbit to stay put and starts walking away. Hanbit's thinking whoever has to fight this guy next is in for a world of pain. But then Balder comes back and hands over a thick tome. It's a swordsmanship manual. That makes 4 unique grade skills for Hanbit in just 2 days. The rewards are insane. Max gold, 5 stat points, and a unique swordsmanship manual. The chat is going nuclear. Apparently, the server just crashed because of how rare those drops were. Another donation comes in, with someone begging for private lessons. Hanbit just looks overwhelmed. He shoves Yeonwoo forward, telling him to handle the chat reactions while he gets back to work. Yeonwoo starts laughing and playing along, joking that he could probably teach some lessons too. Hanbit turns back to Balder. He knows there's usually more to a quest like this than just the loot. The two of them just stand there in silence for a moment. Balder reaches into his robe and mentions that his master has moved to a place called Edlin. He pulls out a cloth and tells Hanbit to show it to his master if they meet. He says it'll at least get the guy to listen to what he has to say. The cloth has a green sword mark on it. His master is apparently where the winds gather. Hanbit looks at the handkerchief, repeating the phrase to himself. He tells Yeonwoo it's time to head back to the city. Yeonwoo's still in the back doing reactions. A donation pops up saying everyone is flocking to Balder now, so the poor NPC is about to be very busy. They make it out under the open sky. Yeonwoo's still in shock that Balder actually had a master. This isn't the game he remembers at all. Hanbit finally hitting his limit and decides to call it a day, which catches Yeonwoo off guard. Hanbit stretches out his sore muscles, telling his friend he's gotta log off and get some sleep before work tomorrow. He hits the log-off button, while Yeonwoo asks if he'll be back on right after his shift. He's so wiped he can barely give a straight answer. The digital world dissolves into streaks of light. The VR gear powers down on his bed, still warm from the long session. Back in reality, Hanbit sits there soaked in sweat, wondering if he overdid it during that swordsmanship mission. His phone starts buzzing on the mattress beside him. It's a message from Yeonwoo with a thumbs-up cat sticker, saying he's sending the payment over right now. A bank notification pops up, 3 million won deposited. Hanbit thinks it could have waited, but the money is officially in his account. He stares at the screen, double-checking the zeros. 3 million won, just like that. His eyes about pop out of his head. His hand actually starts shaking. He can't believe they pulled in that much from donations in just 2 days. He reflects on his 10-hour playtime and starts questioning if he even needs to show up for his real-world job. He worked so hard to get back to this peaceful reality, yet here he is, already itching to dive back into the game world. He looks at the chat messages calling him a scammer and decides he should just keep streaming as a side gig. He thinks about how Yeonwoo has been looking out for him in so many ways. He shakes the thoughts away, telling himself to stay grounded because donations won't always be this huge. He tells himself a stable job is better for his mother's state of mind anyway. He smiles to himself, thinking it'll be nice to finally show her some support. Suddenly, the door bursts open with a loud bang. His mother's voice booms through the room. She's standing over him, yelling about him being in bed when it's already broad daylight outside. She points right at his phone screen, demanding to know where all that money came from. Hanbit looks like a deer in headlights. The bank notification is still right there for her to see. 3 million won deposited. She gives him a sharp smack on the head, accusing him of doing something shady behind her back since he was up all night. He tries to shield himself, insisting he earned every bit of it legitimately. She doesn't buy it, suspecting gambling is the only way a kid makes that much money overnight. He reminds her about his friend Yeonwoo. He explains they played a game together, and the viewers liked it so much he ended up with a nice payout. He looks her in the eye and tells her she should know he'd never do anything illegal. She sighs, looking exhausted, and tells him they'll finish the talk once she gets home from her own shift. She tells him to get ready for work too, but he stays put, telling her he's being serious. She stops at the door and looks back, admitting she believes him but worries he's taking on too much of a burden. He watches her leave, the room finally quiet again. His gaze hardens. "Don't worry, Mom." He places a hand on the door, whispering to himself that she won't have to carry the family debt alone anymore. He promises to work himself to the bone, so she can finally live comfortably. In the game, Yeon-woo is bent over catching his breath, realizing that actually playing is way harder than he thought. He admits he actually prefers being a spectator to getting in on the action. He tells Hanbit that he's the one who really shines in the world of RP. His eyes light up as he thinks about all the exciting moments ahead of them. He tells his friend he wants to be right there by his side to watch it all unfold. Hanbit thinks about how he wants to share the joy of the game world with everyone else. In the real world, Yeon-woo is seriously considering establishing an MCN centered around Hanbit. After surviving 55 regressions in another world, he finds the stresses of reality almost laughable in comparison. Or at least, that's what he wants to believe before his boss starts breathing down his neck. Being chewed out first thing in the morning, by this guy is really starting to get under his skin. He's handed some complex documents, but after everything he's been through, they're surprisingly easy to grasp. He finds the technical contents perfectly organized and has no trouble making sense of them. Just as he's getting into his work, the boss calls him over for something else. The man treats him like a disposable trial version of an employee, finding any excuse to harass him. The boss flicks a card at him and tells him to go fetch some coffee. When he asks what kind of coffee he should get, the air in the room shifts. The man just clicks his tongue like he's dealing with an idiot. He snaps that everyone in the office drinks iced Americanos and wonders why Lee Min-ho hasn't taught him the basics yet. Hanbit stammers an apology, realizing he's just stepped into a trap. He knows the boss is just looking for an opening to take his frustration out on Lee Min-ho. It's a simple errand, but the weight of his boss's pettiness makes every step feel like lead. By the time he gets back, the team leader has already moved on to berating Lee Min-ho. Min-ho just takes the verbal abuse with a blank, hollow expression, like it's just another Tuesday. He doesn't even seem to have the energy to look angry. He tries to explain that he can't take on any more work with his current load. The boss just mocks him, saying he's gotten too big for his boots if he thinks he can start picking and choosing his tasks. In a fit of rage, the man sends documents flying all over the office. Amidst the shouting, Hanbit quietly places the coffee tray on the desk. Both of them drop to their knees to gather the scattered pages before things get even worse. The boss stalks off with his drink, casting one last hateful look over his shoulder. He mumbles a final insult under his breath as he goes. They finally get back to their seats, but the tension in the room is still thick. Min-ho's reflection shows eyes that are even emptier and darker than before. He quietly apologizes to Hanbit for letting him see such an ugly side of the workplace. Hanbit tries to play it cool, but Min-ho isn't just apologizing for the boss's mood. He explains that the new project the boss dumped on him is entirely on the development side. It's a massive undertaking that's going to eat up every second of his free time. Hanbit catches a glimpse of the papers and realizes the project is actually for RP. Min-ho confirms it's a gear-related project for the game that requires hours of hands-on testing. Hearing that it's a game he knows inside and out, Hanbit tells him he might actually be able to help. The long workday finally comes to an end as the sun begins to set. Hanbit steps out of the office building, finally free for the day. He's checking his messages as he heads toward the bus stop. Someone calls out to him from the crowd. He looks up from his phone, a bit startled to see a familiar face waiting for him. Yeon-woo is standing there with a huge grin, asking if his shift went well. Hanbit can barely keep his eyes open after the rough day he's had. Hanbit leans back in his seat, groaning about how society and work are just a massive pain. He slumps onto the table, his energy completely depleted, and asks Yeon-woo what was so important that they had to meet. Yeon-woo pulls out his phone with a flourish, eager to show Hanbit something exciting. He proudly displays his screen, showing a long list of messages and recruitment offers from various companies following their last stream. One specific offer from Yeonwoo Gaming catches Hanbit's eye with a staggering starting salary of 100 million won. Yeon-woo chatters away excitedly, telling Hanbit that everyone is desperate to sign him and he should pick the best company. Instead of being happy, Hanbit's face darkens, and he gives Yeon-woo an intense, frightening stare that makes the younger boy freeze. Hanbit leans forward, slamming his hands on the table as he demands that Yeon-woo stop hiding his true feelings. Yeon-woo recoils in shock, stammering that he isn't hiding anything, but Hanbit isn't buying the lie for a second. Hanbit stands up and looms over Yeon-woo with a twisted, menacing grin, asking if he truly wants his friend to go off and join a giant corporation. Terrified by the sudden shift in Hanbit's demeanor, Yeon-woo waves his hands frantically, trying to explain himself. Without mercy, Hanbit reaches out and starts roughly massaging Yeon-woo's head, ignoring his cries of pain. A loud scream of agony echoes out from the coffee shop and into the evening sky. Yeon-woo hunches over the table, sobbing and clutching his sore head as he complains about Hanbit being too mean. He admits through tears that he only suggested the job because he knew Hanbit was struggling financially and wouldn't accept charity. Hanbit softens his expression, telling Yeon-woo that he truly appreciates the gesture and the amazing salary offer. He looks Yeon-woo in the eye and reminds him that it was his idea for the two of them to play the game together in the first place. He tells Yeon-woo that what his friend wants to do is more important than any job offer, leaving Yeon-woo speechless. Yeon-woo looks down, confessing that while RP is a massive hit, the high-stakes adventure doesn't really feel like a good fit for him. Back in the real world, Yeon-woo has a big idea. He wants to start an agency centered entirely around Hanbit. Instead of some stiff corporate office, he pictures it more like a guild that connects the game with reality. Hanbit just smiles. It's the same stuff Yeon-woo used to ramble about when they were in the military. Hanbit asks the real question, how exactly are they supposed to make money with this? Yeon-woo pulls out his phone with a grin. Turns out, the ad revenue from their recent stream is way higher than they expected. Their videos are trending at the very top of the platform, and Hanbit is officially the most talked-about player on the server. Yeon-woo imagines a future where a whole army of fans follows their every move in the game. He's dead serious about growing the channel and asks Hanbit what he thinks. He even offers to make Hanbit a co-CEO, promising to do all the heavy lifting while Hanbit focuses on playing. A waitress drops off their order. Hanbit agrees to help out, telling Yeon-woo he'll make sure the business does well. He's not just doing this for his friend, though. Hanbit has his own agenda. He sees this as his final chance to reach Airport and uncover the secrets of the world. Looking at his reflection in the coffee, he wonders if clearing the game will finally give him the answers he needs. He needs to know why he was forced to die over and over again in his previous lives. Suddenly, the table starts buzzing. Yeon-woo's phone is blowing up with notifications. Yeon-woo reaches for it, looking a bit confused by the sudden activity. He's shocked by the sheer number of messages flooding in all at once. At first, he laughs it off, thinking this is just what happens when you get famous. Then he actually reads them. His face pales. Something is definitely wrong. He frantically tries to make a call, but no one is picking up on the other end. He's panicking now. Hanbit leans in, asking him what's going on. Yeon-woo brings up that elite advance party they saw earlier, the one with the golden bow. They're part of a massive German corporation called Rashton, and they've made a big move. Rashton has declared a monopoly on the local quests, and now all the monsters in the area have mysteriously vanished. Worse yet, rumors are spreading that Hanbit and Yeon-woo are secretly working for Rashton to help them take over. In the game, players are losing their minds, calling Hanbit a scammer for selling them out. The community is turning on them fast. People feel betrayed by the Black Dragon. Nearby, a female player looks at her quest reward book. She managed to get a rare tier, but she's not happy. Her partner is fuming. He can't believe the quest rewards are now on a first-come, first-served basis. The two of them start bickering, realizing that Rashton is behind the sudden drop in reward quality. Yeon-woo insists they need to go live immediately to explain themselves and clear their names. Hanbit goes quiet, thinking. He asks just how big this Rashton corporation really is. Yeon-woo explains that their power is tied to their players. They have an elite ranger with a combat power of 9,000. But Hanbit isn't intimidated. He says there's a simple way to solve this. He tells Yeon-woo to hold off on the broadcast for today because there's something he needs to check first. Hanbit calmly sips his coffee while Yeon-woo stares at him, completely lost. That night, Hanbit is back home, focused on a plan. He starts flipping through his secret guidebook at lightning speed. He scans the pages, looking for a specific detail that everyone else has missed. A smirk plays across his lips. He found it. With the guidebook in hand, Hanbit realizes Rashton has made a massive strategic mistake. He steps back into the game, ready to turn the tables on the entire corporation. Hanbit teleports back into the game, ready to track down the source of the problem. He heads straight for a hidden cave, the exact location he remembers from his past. As he expected, the bomb slimes are all clumped together inside. He has to move carefully to avoid a premature explosion. His boots crunch on the rocky ground as he navigates around the glowing green creatures. He keeps his hand on his sword, ready for anything. He knows there's only one reason why all these monsters would gather in a single spot like this. In the center of the mass, he finds exactly what he was looking for. It's the Bomb Slime King, a level 7 elite monster. The king has a natural trait that attracts normal slimes, but the number of monsters here is way too high for it to be natural. There has to be another reason for this massive swarm. He spots a faint glint coming from the cave wall. It's a monster lure, a specialized item used to aggregate mobs. Looking closer, he sees that the lure literally has the name Rashton written on it. This is their smoking gun. The corporation used this rare item to clear out the fields and monopolize the kills for themselves. By placing it right next to the Slime King, they created an endless loop of monsters gathering in one place. Hanbit decides to give them a taste of their own medicine. He steps forward and starts casting. He launches a single fireball right into the middle of the explosive crowd. The impact triggers a chain reaction that completely wipes out the room. A massive explosion tears through the cave as thousands of bomb slimes detonate at once. The blast is so intense it completely fills the cavern. When the smoke clears, nothing is left but dust and debris. System messages flood his screen. He just gained a massive amount of experience and a new title, Adversary of the Bomb Slime. Even Hanbit is stunned. He can't believe just how many slimes Rashton had managed to cram into that one spot. A random post on the gaming forum starts blowing up, everyone asking where the bomb slimes vanished to. A leaked video shows a hidden cave packed with monsters, along with a Rashton logo shield left at the scene. Yeonwoo watches the drama unfold from his computer, satisfied after leaking the footage anonymously. The comment section is a total war zone, with players everywhere trashing Rashton for their dirty tactics. Hanbit pulls out his special guidebook to see what else he can find. He finds a note about an NPC named Zentromer, a miner who apparently dug that cave and then lost it. The entrance was tucked away, far from the usual hunting grounds. Knowing the miner existed made it easy for Hanbit to pinpoint the exact location. But there was something strange about the information in the book. The records were incredibly detailed, yet they completely skipped over the existence of the cave itself. It makes him wonder just how much the author, Adventurer A, was actually hiding. Some of the entries are perfect, while other parts are just flat-out wrong. It feels like some of the most critical details were intentionally scrubbed out. Hanbit heads deeper into the woods, thinking about the gaps in the world's knowledge. Then there's the magic system. Most players won't even touch it because of the insane grind. Maxing out proficiency is a brutal process that usually drives people to give up. Most end up quitting magic entirely just to find a path that isn't so exhausting. But for Hanbit, the normal rules don't seem to apply at all. Yeonwoo just couldn't wrap his head around how someone could hit 100% proficiency in a single day. Hanbit, on the other hand, just laughed it off like it was nothing. He clings to Hanbit's arm, begging him to say he's just pulling some late April Fool's prank. Hanbit just shrugs it off, acting like it's no big deal since it's just rank 1. Yeonwoo screams for proof, convinced his friend is messing with him. So Hanbit pulls up his status window, revealing a list of unique skills all at 100%. The proof hits Yeonwoo like a truck, sending him straight to the ground in shock. He starts weeping with excitement, convinced they've discovered some kind of massive bug. Hanbit watches his friend's mental breakdown with a look of pure awkwardness. He tells him not to mention the proficiency thing on stream just yet. He's got something way more entertaining planned for the corporate villains first. A crowd of players is already gathering, looking like they've won before the fight even starts. but a sudden flash of light signals that the show is about to begin. Yeonwoo kicks off his stream with a big smile, greeting the audience as the chat starts exploding. He gets straight to the point, making it clear they have zero connection to Rashton. The viewers are already starting to switch sides as they wait for the promised proof. On the live feed, Hanbit is at a shop counter, preparing for his next move. He asks Atsubal about Rhea, nodding that she ran off again. The shopkeeper just sighs, clearly used to the girl not listening to a word she says. Hanbit laughs, telling her to take it easy on a kid that age. Atsubal looks at him, her expression softening as she listens. She gives him a sincere thanks, appreciating the support. Then Hanbit casually asks if he can learn the next spell. The stream chat starts mocking him, calling him a newbie for even trying. But Atsubal just laughs heartily and tells him he absolutely can, leaving everyone in shock. Atsubal hands over the second magic book, ready for him to start the next part of the quest. The system pings with a new objective: learn the spell within the book to earn a heroic rank reward. The stream chat is already buzzing. Some are unimpressed by a heroic reward, while others warn him to hurry before a big guild swoops in. Hanbit takes the book with a calm expression, seemingly unbothered by the sudden pressure. Outside, a crowd of players from the Rashton Corporation is already hovering around the shop like vultures. Without wasting a second, he flips the cover open to begin the learning process. Light erupts from the pages as the knowledge begins to transfer directly to his mind. Since he's the first person to ever clear it, the system upgrades his reward from heroic all the way to unique. Yeonwoo practically screams the news to the stream, celebrating Hanbit's massive level jump and his new top-tier spell. The viewers are green with envy, watching him complete a set of unique rank skills that most players can only dream of. Atsubal points him toward his next destination, a research lab in the city of Ifrit, before he prepares to leave. He thanks her and steps out onto the wooden porch, ready to face the waiting crowd. As the doors swing open, Hanbit and Yeonwoo find themselves staring down a small army of players. The Rashton players have the entire area locked down, clearly waiting for their turn to seize the quest. Leading them is the unknown ranger, a man in a brown hooded cloak and a bird-like mask, his eyes glowing with an elite intensity. The sheer number of high-level players is enough to make any normal person turn around and hide in fear. Hanbit remained calm, but he warned the hooded ranger that his scary face might only make the situation worse. Hanbit just smirks, secretly hoping that the corporate group falls right into the trap he's laid. Inside the shop, the Rashton group is aggressively demanding their own copies of the magic book. The crowd outside is massive, with everyone talking about how ruthless these corporate players can be to get what they want. Hanbit and Yeonwoo take a seat nearby, watching the greed of the advance party reach a fever pitch. Yeonwoo asks what kind of show he has planned, but Hanbit just asks him if he sees the real difference between him and them. The hooded ranger gathers his team, telling everyone to open their books on the count of 3. Hanbit starts the countdown, his voice steady and full of confidence. He whispers for Yeonwoo to watch closely as the countdown begins for the corporate bullies. The tension in the air is thick as he hits the next number in the count. The Rashton players flip their books open at the exact same time, expecting a power boost. Hanbit smiles, it's showtime. Suddenly, the books burst into massive pillars of flame, engulfing the players in fire. They scream in agony as their items burn up, while the chat wonders why this is only happening to the Rashton group. One of the players is completely covered in flames that just won't go out no matter how much she panics. Atsubal stands behind her counter with a chilling smile, watching the chaos unfold inside her shop. She doesn't hesitate to yell for all the burning players to get out of her establishment. The Rashton members collapse to their knees, screaming that their entire investment had vanished into thin air in a heartbeat. Hanbit finds the whole situation hilarious, knowing exactly why their books turned into traps instead of teaching them spells. The stream audience is having the time of their lives, watching the corporate giants get humbled so publicly. One of them pointed at the quest window, realizing in horror that the rewards had been drastically slashed. Because Hanbit took the first clear, everyone else is now stuck with a measly rare rank reward instead of heroic. The chat realizes that Rashton's greed ended up screwing over every other player who comes after them. The hooded ranger asks if even a single one of them succeeded, but the answer is a flat 0. He stands there in stunned silence, staring at the ash left behind by their failed attempt. Yeonwoo spots the ranger walking toward them and panics, signaling Hanbit that trouble is headed their way. The stream chat is already predicting a confrontation, mocking the high-ranking ranger for trying to bully a newbie after such an embarrassing and public failure. Hanbit keeps his arms crossed and maintains a cocky smirk, while Yeonwoo stands behind him, visibly trembling as the ranger looms over them with an intimidating presence. The unknown ranger stares Hanbit down through his bird-like mask, his voice cold and threatening as he demands a talk with the man who just humiliated his entire team. A hooded ranger from the Rashton advance party steps up, demanding a word with Hanbit. Hanbit looks back with a smirk, asking what could possibly be on his mind. The guy gets straight to the point. He wants to know why Hanbit was the only one who succeeded. Hanbit just shrugs him off, telling the veterans they should be able to figure that out themselves. The ranger is fuming, but the stream chat is already clowning on his reaction. He explains that 50 of their best failed, and now they've lost their chance at a hero-grade reward. The ranger keeps complaining, blaming Hanbit for the fact that other players can't even try the quest anymore. Hanbit finds the whole situation hilarious, while Yeonwoo nervously tries to keep the peace. The viewers are loving the bad attitude, noting how the ranger is just digging a deeper hole. The guy is visibly losing his cool, his face twisting with rage. Hanbit drops a truth bomb. Did they even bother to max out their proficiency? He points out that proficiency is the absolute core of ranking up in this game. The ranger looks genuinely confused, like he's never heard of common sense before. Hanbit explains that you have to master a skill like Fireball before you can move on to anything better. The guy starts shouting, claiming that everyone knows that, but Hanbit shouldn't have gotten the reward either. Hanbit casually mentions that he actually maxed his out before finishing the quest. The ranger is completely stunned, left speechless by the revelation. Since the guy doesn't believe him, Hanbit offers to just pull up his stats for the entire stream to see. He admits he's starting to doubt these guys are actually top-tier players if they missed something so obvious. He flashes his skills set on the screen, showing every single one of them marked with a gold star. The chat goes wild, with half the viewers calling hacks because maxing skills in one day is supposed to be impossible. The ranger loses his mind and threatens to report him, but Hanbit doesn't even flinch. He mocks the guy for such a childish provocation, suggesting it's the ranger who has something to hide. The stream is eating up every second of the roast, enjoying the absolute humiliation. The hooded guy is literally gnashing his teeth with frustration. He stomps off with a final threat, while Hanbit tells him to try playing honestly for once. The tavern door swings open with a violent thud. The ranger roared at his subordinates, barking orders for them to get back to work, while the corporate lackeys were busy hounding the shopkeeper to hand over their rewards. Hanbit remembers her clearly as a master who had zero tolerance for greed or shortcuts. She wanted her students to build their skills quietly and earn their qualifications the hard way. She's shown scolding a younger Hanbit who went by Hobing Hwan, reminding him that magic is math. She had seen too many people die in the past because they tried to rush into things they weren't ready for. She made it clear that no new spells would be taught until his basics were absolutely perfect. Hanbit admits that back then, his impatience and greed eventually got him kicked out. It turns out Atsubul's personality and strict principles didn't change at all, even within the game's AI. Back in the present day, Hanbit and Yeonwoo make their way down the road. Yeonwoo thinks he might have been a bit too harsh on the Rashton guys back there. He's worried they're going to get flamed, since that corporation has such a massive fan base. Hanbit just laughs it off, giving him a thumbs up and saying he wasn't the one doing the fighting anyway. The stream chat is already officially declaring Rashton as their main enemy for the season. Hanbit starts messing with Yeonwoo, reminding him that it's his stream channel that's going to take the heat. Donations keep rolling in as the viewers celebrate a satisfying end to the confrontation. Yeonwoo is in high spirits, laughing and thanking the stream for the donations as they walk. They're heading toward the village, and Hanbit suggests a pit stop at the local shop first, which confuses Yeonwoo. Hanbit just tells him there's some stuff they need to prep before they can head to Master Balder. The town square is packed with people, all buzzing about something big happening near the clock tower. Yeonwoo spots the commotion and points it out, but Hanbit is completely out of the loop. Yeonwoo realizes his Hyung really doesn't know what's going on and starts to explain the situation. Hanbit watches the crowd, waiting to see what all the fuss is about. Yeonwoo points out a woman in a green robe. It's Rafina, a high-ranking elementalist. The stream chat is already exploding with excitement, seeing as they're getting a look at two famous rankers today. Rafina looks every bit the superstar, and her fans in the chat are losing their minds over her appearance. Hanbit just observes her, looking pretty unimpressed compared to the frantic crowd. He's curious about how many elementalists there are, since being chosen by a spirit is supposed to be rare. The viewers are debating just how hard it is to even meet a spirit, let alone actually control one. To Hanbit, the whole concept of spirits in this world feels a bit different from what he remembers from before. He flashes back to the moment he first communed with a spirit, a memory that's still burned into his mind. He stares at his hand for a second, lost in his own thoughts. Coming back to reality, he asks Yeonwoo just how strong this Rafina girl actually is. Yeonwoo says she's a vanguard in the top 4,000, specialized in water magic, which confuses Hanbit since he thought she was an elementalist. Yeonwoo explains that her title is mostly honorary, since her spirit skills have been stuck at rank 3 for a long time. The chat chimes in, nodding that spirit skills are rare but generally too weak to use as a primary combat style. Despite the limitations, Rafina is still a monster with rank 6 magic, and she's about to give the crowd a show. Yeonwoo asks if Hanbit is interested in spirits too, but Hanbit's just focused on how they work. As Rafina begins to pray, Hanbit knows that spirits operate on a completely different level than regular magic. Blue light begins to swirl around her as she focuses her energy for the manifestation. Tiny spirits appear in the square, floating around and delighting the crowd with their ethereal glow. Hanbit asks if her success was really just down to innate talent, as everyone says. Yeonwoo confirms it. She supposedly mastered both water and wind spirits in just 6 months, which is unheard of. A water spirit swirls gracefully through the air as part of the performance. Beside it, a green wind spirit takes form, dancing through the breeze with incredible speed. It's a rare dual-attribute manifestation, with the two spirits holding hands as they circle around Rafina. The display is blindingly bright, and the chat is absolutely worshipping her for the blessed view. People in the stream are practically making wishes, desperate for a chance to have a spirit of their own. Even Yeonwoo is completely starstruck, while Hanbit admits it's a flashy show that clearly sells well to the public. The spirits begin to fade back into the ether as the performance comes to a close. Hanbit asks how long she's been stuck at rank 3, and Yeonwoo says it's been about 10 months because she can't fill the proficiency. As Rafina waves goodbye to her fans, Hanbit realizes that proficiency isn't her real problem here. The chat is begging her not to go, completely captivated by the show she just put on. Yeonwoo wonders if she's the #1 elementalist, though he notes that real top vanguards are very secretive with their info. In a game like this, having the right information is a powerful weapon for anyone trying to claim ownership of it. Rafina disappears through the village gate, leaving the crowd wanting more. Hanbit watches her go, feeling a strange sense of kinship with someone who has also communed with spirits. But there's no time to dwell. Hanbit is ready to head to the shop and prepare for their next big quest. Hanbit gives a mysterious smile, holding a finger to his lips as he tells Yeonwoo that he'll just have to wait and see what he's got planned once they arrive. Yeonwoo's already having second thoughts. He just spent a fortune on gear he doesn't understand, and now they're standing in the middle of nowhere. Hanbit stops and looks back with a knowing smirk. This is the place. Yeonwoo looks ahead and his jaw drops. He definitely didn't sign up for this. They're standing on the edge of a sheer drop known as where the wind gathers. To Hanbit, it's an entrance, but to Yeonwoo, it looks like a one-way trip to the afterlife. A new quest window flashes on screen. Find the wind swordsman hidden within the forest. Success could mean learning a legendary technique. The stream chat is already blowing up, sensing the chaos that's about to unfold. Hanbit casually suggests they just jump, The viewers are calling it romance and adventure, but they aren't the ones standing over a bottomless pit. Yeonwoo stares into the abyss, convinced Hanbit has finally lost his mind. Jumping without a cord isn't adventure, it's suicide. He tries to back away, pleading with his partner to find literally any other way down. Hanbit doesn't say a word. He just gives Yeonwoo that shifty-eyed look that screams trouble. A heavy hand lands on Yeonwoo's shoulder. There's no running away now. Yeonwoo starts panicking. He reminds Hanbit that even in a game, the sensation of pain is very real, and this is going to hurt a lot. Hanbit doesn't wait for him to finish. He takes the leap, dragging a screaming Yeonwoo right over the edge. They plummet through the air. Yeonwoo is busy losing his mind, while Hanbit looks like he's just out for a casual stroll. The chat is losing it. They've never seen a streamer use his partner as a human bungee cord before. The fall seems to go on forever. Even the viewers are starting to wonder if there's actually a bottom to this cliff. Hanbit spots the target area. Yeonwoo has already passed out from the sheer terror of it all. A massive blue magic circle glows at the base of the canyon. They've reached the hidden entrance. The admission gate pulses with energy as they hit the trigger point. Hanbit sticks the landing like it's nothing. Yeonwoo faceplants into the ground, taking a point of damage for his trouble. Hanbit checks to see if his partner is still in one piece. Yeonwoo just groans, barely able to process that he's alive. Yeonwoo admits he really thought he was a goner. Hanbit just brushes it off, mission accomplished. Word reaches the stream that over 300 players who tried to follow them just plummeted to their deaths. They didn't realize there was a catch. Hanbit reveals the secret, an admission ticket. You can't just jump blindly without the right quest item. Yeonwoo points toward the top of the canyon. Hanbit smiles at the camera, promising a bigger reveal once more people fall for his bait. The viewers are calling him a devil, but they can't stop watching. Hanbit's strategy is as cold as it is effective. Deep inside the Crystal Canyon, a lone figure sits atop a distant peak. That's their target. Yeonwoo realizes that's the Wind Swordsman. He thinks the worst is over and they can just walk right up. He's suddenly full of energy, eager to get this mission finished. Hanbit stops him and suggests Yeonwoo go first. He claims it's for the broadcast angle, so Yeonwoo can get the glory. Yeonwoo is genuinely touched. He thinks Hanbit is finally treating him like a real partner. Hanbit gives him a gentle push toward the path. He's being very helpful all of a sudden. Yeonwoo charges ahead, waving to the viewers and feeling like the star of the show. Suddenly, a spear shoots out from the wall and grazes right past him. The viewers start spamming question marks in the chat, completely lost as to what's happening. Yeonwoo freezes, his face going pale. He almost just lost his head to a hidden blade. The chat is in stitches. They realize Hanbit didn't care about the angle. He just used Yeonwoo to find where the traps were hidden. Yeonwoo yells at him for being a total snake. Hanbit just shrugs it off. Hey, he didn't die, so it's fine. The stream is split between feeling bad for Yeonwoo and admiring Hanbit's ruthless efficiency. Hanbit doesn't wait for the next trap to trigger. He pulls out a bow and prepares to clear the path himself. He takes aim with absolute focus. He knows exactly where every hidden mechanism is. An arrow flies right past Yeonwoo's ear, disabling another trap before it can launch. Hanbit isn't guessing. He's memorized the whole gauntlet. Yeonwoo is officially terrified. He's staring at the spot where a trap just went off, wondering if Hanbit actually cares if he lives or dies. The stream chat is having a field day, telling Yeonwoo he better start apologizing to Hanbit before things get even worse. Before he can even finish a sentence, more spears whistle through the air from every direction. Yeonwoo barely has time to flinch. This place is a literal death trap. Hanbit doesn't miss a beat. He calls out for them to keep moving, charging ahead as if he's just taking a shortcut through a park. He casually mentions he fired those arrows ahead of time because he had a feeling there were more traps. Yeonwoo is just shaking in his boots, wondering how many more feelings Hanbit is going to have. Suddenly, the ground starts shaking. Yeonwoo feels the vibration and knows something big is coming. A massive boulder drops from the ceiling, blocking their only path forward. Yeonwoo screams at the top of his lungs. The canyon walls are too narrow, there's nowhere to run and nowhere to hide. Hanbit just smirks and tells him there's no need to dodge. He's got this. He points his hand toward the falling rock and shouts, "Fire burst." The boulder is blown to pieces in a massive explosion. Yeonwoo is stunned that Hanbit just dropped the floor out from under a mountain. The chat is calling it madness. They can't believe the sheer power and control Hanbit is showing off. Hanbit gives the camera a sinister little smile. He knows exactly how impressive he looks right now. He keeps the pace up, telling Yeonwoo to stop lagging behind. Yeonwoo just tries to keep up, begging his partner to wait for him. They're sprinting through a hail of projectiles now. It's like the forest itself is trying to spear them. Hanbit doesn't even slow down. He's moving with a precision that's almost inhuman, blocking and weaving through the chaos. Every arrow that gets close is deflected effortlessly. The viewers are starting to wonder if Hanbit has some kind of legendary ancestry with how good his physical stats are. Yeonwoo checks their supplies and panics. They're completely out of arrows. Hanbit doesn't seem worried. He reaches for his sword, ready to switch tactics. He tells Yeonwoo to stay sharp and watch their backs while he clears the way with cold steel. Yeonwoo takes over the commentary, excitedly telling the stream how Hanbit is now deflecting arrows with just his sword. The chat, however, is already bored with his play-by-play. They can see the exit now. Yeonwoo shouts that they're almost through the gauntlet. More traps trigger, swinging axes and flying blades. But Hanbit's sword is a blur of blue light as he parries every single one. Suddenly, Hanbit yells for Yeonwoo to stop dead in his tracks. A split second later, a spear erupts from the ground right where Yeonwoo was about to step. Yeonwoo is shaking, realizing he was a hair's breadth away from being skewered. Hanbit just tells him to keep his guard up until they're actually out. Yeonwoo is genuinely curious now. He asks how Hanbit could possibly know exactly when and where to dodge. The chat is making jokes about Hanbit having the visual acuity of a cat, but the truth is much more grim. He didn't just know, it's muscle memory. Another boulder drops and Yeonwoo loses it again. Hanbit destroys it with another fire burst, not even breaking his stride. He lets out a sigh of relief. They've finally reached the end of the trap-filled corridor. Yeonwoo is exhausted, asking how much further they have to go. Hanbit stops and simply says, "We're here." Hanbit looks up toward a high crystalline peak. Yeonwoo is still skeptical, but he follows Hanbit's gaze. High above them, sitting on the edge of a rock, is the white-haired wind swordsman. He looks like a statue in the middle of a storm. Yeonwoo is suddenly full of hope. He thinks they've made it and it's time to finally claim their reward. But the master doesn't even look at them. He just delivers a cold, two-word dismissal. Go back. The stream chat is laughing at the sudden rejection. After all that effort, they're being told to just turn around. Yeonwoo looks like he's about to cry. He asks Hanbit if they really did all that work just to be kicked out the moment they arrived. Hanbit and Loafer are finally catching their breath at the bottom of the canyon. Loafer looks like he's about to have a heart attack after that jump. He's sweating buckets, looking at Hanbit with pure confusion. He has no idea what the plan is now that they've actually made it down here. Hanbit just tells him to sit tight for a second. He's acting way too casual considering they're standing in a cave filled with glowing crystals and death traps. He whispers that they've already passed the first set of trials just by getting here. For a guy who's regressed 55 times, this is just another Tuesday. High up on a stone pillar, a woman sits in total silence. This is Asla, the legendary swordmaster, and she doesn't look like she wants company. Hanbit warns that she's extremely wary of outsiders. One wrong move and they'll get kicked out before they can even state their business. The stream chat is already going wild. They were expecting some old guy with a beard, not a beautiful warrior with flowing blue hair. Hanbit reveals his trump card, a custom-made liquor and a scrap of cloth from her old student Balder. He knows exactly how to get her attention. He flashes back to his 10th regression, where he actually possessed her body to learn the layout of this place. He's playing the long game. He rolls a bottle across the stone floor toward her pillar. It's the ultimate bait for someone with a very specific, very hidden weakness. Asla doesn't even turn around, but she's definitely noticed the offering. Hanbit knows she's already smelling that high-grade alcohol. She finally speaks up, her voice sharp and cold. She asks about the liquor, trying to maintain her dignified aura. She tells them to take it away, claiming she doesn't drink anymore. Hanbit just smirks and tells her to roll it back himself if she doesn't want it. The air gets heavy as they wait for her response. The viewers are holding their breath, wondering if he just blew their only shot. She insists she's made herself perfectly clear and has no interest in drinking. Hanbit isn't buying the act for a single second. He points out a pile of empty bottles hidden behind some rocks. Apparently, her sobriety doesn't extend to her secret stash. He asks her with a smug grin if she's really sure she hasn't already had a glass today. He's got her dead to rights. He rolls another bottle her way, the clinking sound echoing through the cave. He's practically begging her to give in. He tells her not to be shy and guarantees it's a taste she's never had before. He's selling this like a pro. Aslav finally looks back, but she's still acting haughty. She claims a greenhorn couldn't possibly satisfy her sophisticated palate. She doesn't even move from her spot, just raising a hand as the wind begins to swirl around the bottle. The bottle lifts into the air, caught in a tiny cyclone. Her mastery over the wind is terrifyingly precise. She catches the bottle effortlessly, the light from the crystals reflecting off her long hair. Without another word, she pops it open and starts chugging. So much for that pledge of sobriety. Her eyes widen the moment the liquor hits her tongue. It's clearly on a whole different level than whatever she was hiding behind those rocks. She doesn't stop, draining the whole thing while the wind continues to whip around her. She's completely hooked. She keeps drinking like she hasn't seen a bottle in years. The Chat is losing it, impressed by her sheer tolerance. Loafer is standing there with his jaw on the floor. He finally realizes why Hanbit was buying all those random items at the shop. She finishes the first bottle and immediately asks for more. Step 1 of the manipulation is officially a success. A little while later, there's a small mountain of empty bottles around her. Loafer is shocked, but Hanbit just tells him this is normal for her. The viewers are cracking up, joking that she can hold her liquor better than any boss they've ever seen. Isla lets out a satisfied sigh, her cold demeanor finally starting to crack. She walks down from her pillar, admitting the liquor wasn't bad. Hanbit just gives her a polite smile, knowing he's won. He thinks to himself that some things never change, no matter how many times he regresses. He's just glad he brewed enough in advance. Loafer asks him how he even knew the exact recipe to mix. Hanbit just lies through his teeth, saying he used to work at a bar. The Chat isn't buying his story for a second, but they're too entertained to care about the details. In reality, it was a secret recipe he found during his 7th life. You don't just forget a taste like that after 55 tries. He tells her that now they can finally talk for real. He makes sure she notices the piece of Baldur's cloth on one of the bottles. Her expression goes stone cold the moment she sees the memento. She asks what her former student had to say. Hanbit keeps it vague, saying he didn't say much of anything. Asla scoffs and turns away, claiming she has nothing for them. Hanbit doesn't budge. He suggests that there is something she could offer, but she just thinks no player is capable of handling it. Asla pauses, looking at him with a mix of suspicion and genuine interest. She can't believe how easily this guy is reading her. Asla has had plenty of disciples over the years, but not a single one managed to manifest the true power of her sword before they ultimately gave up or died. She looks Hanbit dead in the eye, explaining that the talent required to master her style isn't something simple you can just train for. Even Baldur, her most promising student, couldn't cut it. A small wisp of green wind magic flickers between her fingers as she emphasizes her point. Simply being a good swordsman means nothing in her world. If you can't connect with what's in the air, you're just swinging metal. Hanbit doesn't even flinch, asking if she's talking about spirit affinity. Asla scoffs, realizing this intruder actually did his homework before showing up at her doorstep. The stream chat is in a state of absolute shock. Most players didn't even know spirits existed in the game yet, and now they're hearing it's the secret to top-tier swordsmanship. Hanbit's expression remains calm. He knows from his 55 regressions that spirits aren't tools to be wielded. They're picky beings that require decades of communion and intimacy to even look at a human. To get ahead in this world, Hanbit knew that meeting Asla as early as possible was non-negotiable. She continues to summon more wind energy, the air in the cave beginning to howl. A massive cyclone of blue energy erupts around Asla, nearly knocking Loafer off his feet. The sheer pressure of her presence is enough to make any normal player want to log off immediately. The wind carries secrets to her ears, telling her exactly how these two managed to survive the deadly trials to reach her sanctum. She admits that his movement is swift and his judgment is flexible for someone so young. Even the spirits are whispering about his skill with a blade. But despite the praise, her answer is still the same. Go back. The chat is already memeing the rejection, counting it as the 100th time she's told them to get lost. Loafer is panicking, leaning in to ask if this plan is actually going to work. Hanbit just forced a tight smile, knowing that persuading a legendary swordmaster was never going to be an easy win. Suddenly, the system chimes in with a golden notification. A linked hidden quest has been unlocked. The mission is to persuade Asla, and the rewards are absolutely insane. 100,000 gold and her legendary secret manual. Loafer loses his mind, shouting to the audience that they've just hit the mother lode. A hidden quest with rewards like this is practically unheard of in the current stage of the game. The donations start rolling in as the viewers realize they're watching gaming history. No one can believe a rank 2 player just stumbled into a quest this high tier. Some skeptics are already calling it a bug in the comments. They can't wrap their heads around how a streamer is finding legendary content while everyone else is still killing slimes. Hanbit stares at the floating quest window with a determined look in his eyes. He's seen this screen in past lives, but this time, everything is on the line. There are 3 paths to complete the quest, but Hanbit doesn't hesitate. He bypasses the easy talk and the duel, locking in option 3, befriend the spirits. He knows exactly what he's doing. Asla's physical skills are great, but the true prize is opening the gateway to spirit communion, a path most players won't discover for years. Loafer is staring at him like he's grown a second head, terrified that Hanbit just picked the most impossible option on the list. Loafer officially gives up on trying to understand his partner's logic. Hanbit just shoots back a deadpan joke, reminding him that he never really tried to think ahead anyway. The poor guy is a nervous wreck, but the chat is loving every second of the drama. They're all waiting to see if Hanbit is a genius or just crazy. Hanbit takes a deep breath and mutters a quiet summons, his eyes glowing with a faint light. He's calling out to the very air around them. Blue petals and swirling gusts of wind begin to circle around him, responding to a call that shouldn't even be possible for a human of his level. He whispers the command, his face illuminated by the magical discharge. This is the moment where his trauma finally pays off. A glitchy system message flashes across his vision. The hidden effect of his unique title, Recorder of 55 Regressions, has finally been unsealed. The true power of a regressor is revealed. His experience is being converted into raw potential. His spirit affinity is cranked up to the absolute maximum, far beyond the game's normal limits. Hanbit clenches his fist as the surge of power hits him. He's not just a player anymore, he's a focal point for the world's natural energy. He knows that spirits are prideful beings that don't just hang around humans for fun. Even with decades of familiarity, there's no guarantee they'll ever fully trust you. He wonders if the mechanics in this life are the same as before. Glowing particles of light start to gather between his fingers as he reaches out into the void. There's only one way to find out. He releases the pressure of his accumulated experience, sending a wave of energy through the cave. A notification pops up in a flowery border. The wind spirit sylph has felt a powerful curiosity toward him. He's done the impossible. The viewers are in a frenzy, wondering how a simple mutter could trigger a spirit message. They're watching a player break the game's fundamental laws in real time. A small, translucent hand made of wind reaches out from the void, tentatively moving to touch Hanbit's armored fingers. The communion has begun. Hanbit watches the swirling wind above him, his eyes tracking the ethereal green glow that fills the cavern. It's the kind of high-level phenomenon you usually only see in endgame cutscenes. He reaches out with a steady hand, his metal-plated fingers brushing against an invisible current. Even if he can't see the spirits yet, he can feel their presence buzzing right at his fingertips. A confident smirk plays on his lips as he prepares to move to the next phase of the quest. He's already anticipated exactly how this is going to play out. He looks back at his audience, casually claiming that all he needs to do is prove his spirit affinity to move forward. The stream chat is already starting to buzz with anticipation. Asla watches him with her arms crossed, warning him that connecting with spirits isn't as simple as he's making it sound. At the same time, a system notification pops up to begin detecting spirits in the area. She narrows her eyes, her sharp gaze fixed on him as she waits to see if this newcomer is actually capable of what he claims. She isn't the type to be easily impressed by words alone. Hanbit raises his hand, and a massive green magic circle erupts into existence, casting a brilliant light across the ruins. The ancient scripts hum with power as they swirl around his arm. The reflection of the glowing script shines in his eyes as he locks onto the exact frequency needed for the communion. He's found the feeling he was looking for. In the center of the wind, translucent hands begin to manifest from the swirling energy. They reach out toward him as if responding to a long-lost call. Hanbit looks up in awe as the wind itself begins to take a tangible form right in front of him. This is a tier of spirit magic most players will never even get to witness. Sparkling green particles spiral around his waist, reacting to the sudden surge of spirit energy. He remains perfectly calm while the power builds up around him. Sylph finally appears as a tiny spark of brilliant light, leaving Loafer completely speechless in the background. A system message confirms that the wind spirit has answered his call. The tiny spirit fairy floats in the air, her butterfly wings shimmering as she looks at Hanbit with an amused smile. The system notes that she finds his presence particularly interesting. Even Asla can't hide her shock, her eyes widening as she witnesses a level of communion she hadn't thought possible for a human. The skepticism she had moments ago has vanished. Hanbit greets the little fairy casually, his voice steady despite the massive event taking place. The system points out that Sylph is genuinely surprised by the strength of his affinity. She lets out a cheerful sound, her expression softening as she closes her eyes in contentment. She's already decided that she wants to stay by his side from now on. A concentrated orb of wind energy begins to swirl in Hanbit's palm, humming with high-frequency power. The entire cavern seems to vibrate in response to the sphere. He holds the glowing sphere steady, feeling the raw spirit energy pulsing against his gloves. The light is so intense it washes out the blue crystals in the background. With a soft puff of smoke, Sylph shifts her form into a round, mint-green bird and drops right into his waiting hands. It's a much more convenient form for a traveling companion. A new title notification pops up, officially nomming him a Friend of Spirits. It comes with a massive 20% boost to the effectiveness of all his spirit-based skills. Loafer is practically melting over how cute the spirit looks in its bird form, while the stream chat goes into a complete frenzy. Everyone is losing it over how easily he just broke a top-tier game mechanic. Hanbit looks over at Asla with the round bird perched on his shoulder, asking if she's finally ready to teach him her swordsmanship. He knows he's given her exactly the proof she needed. Asla lets out a soft laugh, her cold demeanor finally breaking. She admits she has no choice but to accept him as a disciple if that is the spirit's will. The stream chat is absolutely exploding with heart emojis and donations, with viewers gushing over the legendary swordsmaster's rare, gentle smile. It's a total viewer attention goldmine. She pulls out a heavy, ornate tome and hands it over to him. She officially declares that from this moment on, he is her disciple. Hanbit takes the heavy manual, while a large system window confirms he's cleared the hidden quest to persuade the ancient master. The round spirit bird seems just as interested in the book as he is. The rewards flood in all at once. 100,000 gold, stat points, a massive experience boost, and the legendary secret manual itself. He even managed to snag an extra stat point for his level up. He flips open the manual, his expression turning serious as he reads through the requirements. He's realized the sheer weight of the knowledge contained in these pages. A high-risk prompt appears, asking if he wants to use the manual. It warns him that his existing basic swordsmanship and quick-step skills will be permanently deleted to make room for the epic-tier wind techniques. Without a second of hesitation, he taps the Yes button. He's more than ready to trade his old foundation for a path to true power. A small blast of energy knocks him back slightly as the system begins reconfiguring his entire skill set. The round spirit bird on his shoulder lets out a startled chirp. The final confirmation screen appears, showing the successful swap. His basic skills are gone, replaced by high-tier epic wind abilities like Movement of the Wind and Swordsmanship of the Wind. Hanbit stares at the notification for a moment, processing the fact that he just threw away his entire build for this gamble. It's a permanent change that can't be undone. Loafer grabs him by the shoulders, shouting that he's actually insane for sacrificing guaranteed skills like that. He can't believe Hanbit took such a massive risk live on stream. Suddenly, a massive donation alert pings across the screen. A viewer named Sword God has just dropped 2 million won with a simple request. They want to see a demonstration of the new skills immediately. The rest of the stream chat joins in, begging for a demo. No one has ever seen an epic tier wind skill this early in the game, and the tension is through the roof. His stat window shows a perfectly balanced set of 4s, which is incredibly low for someone using high-tier skills. Loafer is urging him to hurry up and try them out before the viewers get restless. Hanbit grips the hilt of his sword, his gaze sharpening as he prepares to give the audience exactly what they paid for. The spirit bird on his shoulder chirps as it senses the mana gathering. As he activates movement of the wind, the system hums in confirmation. He's trusting his spirit companion to help guide the flow of the mana. He feels the change instantly. The heavy, clunky feedback he usually gets from his low-level gear has completely vanished. He realizes that this new power is on a completely different level from anything he's used before. Glowing green energy coats his blade as he tells the others to step back for their own safety. He's about to test how these new swordsmanship stacks actually work in practice. He sinks into a low, powerful stance, the wind howling violently around him as he gathers spirit energy into his sword. The entire cavern seems to hold its breath for the coming strike. Hanbit exhales a sharp breath, his gaze focused and cold as he centers himself after the intense buildup of power. He's completely tuned out everything but the target in front of him. He unleashes a devastating downward slash, a pillar of brilliant green wind energy tearing through the air and crashing into the cavern floor with explosive force. The shockwave rattles the surrounding crystals. He looks down at his blade, the lingering wind current still dancing around the steel, and notes that the technique is on a completely different plane than any ordinary sword skill. The power output exceeded even his own expectations. Ju Yonwoo, Loafer, is practically jumping out of his skin, shouting in disbelief that a rank 4 power level just came out of a single active skill. He's never seen a player pull off something this high tier so early. The stream chat is in a state of pure chaos, with messages flying by so fast they're almost a blur as viewers witness the overwhelming display of power. Everyone is trying to process what they just saw. Hanbit casually rubs the back of his neck with a smug grin while Ju Yonwoo, Loafer, panics, asking if the spirit skill really doesn't cost any mana to use. It's a game-changing revelation for his audience. Hanbit explains that while it doesn't use mana, it's not infinite and requires a spirit-rich environment or significant preparation work to pull off outside of places like this. He's careful not to let them think it's a total cheat. Asla watches them with a serene expression, her arms crossed as she commends Hanbit for adapting to his new powers so quickly. She seems satisfied with her new choice of disciple. Her face grows serious as she warns him about a foul energy lurking in the Edland forest that could potentially harm the spirits, advising him to stay on his guard. It's a cryptic warning that hints at greater dangers ahead. Hanbit gives her a confident nod and promises to be careful, while Ju Yonwoo, Loafer, just stands there looking completely lost. The partner is clearly more interested in the loot than the lore. In a blink, Asla has already moved back to her position atop the high stone pillar, her presence as imposing as ever as she watches over the sanctuary. She's returned to her silent vigil. The donations start rolling in immediately, with Otherworld swordsmen dropping 10,000 won and a message begging for even the smallest hint about how to get the skill. The audience is desperate for the secret. Hanbit strikes a thoughtful pose, tapping his chin as he plays hard to get, admitting he's still debating what exactly to do with such valuable hidden information. He knows he has the viewers exactly where he wants them. The numbers jump as Sword Emperor sends 400,000 won, and the viewers start realizing that Hanbit is masterfully baiting the biggest whales on the platform. The greed in the chat is palpable. Sword God practically screams for a price with a 500,000 won donation, making Hanbit realize he can probably keep this tension going for quite a while longer. Ju Yonwoo, Loafer, can barely contain his excitement at the amount piling up. The entire stream hits a boiling point when Avantgarde, one of the top-tier streamers, drops a massive 1 million won just to get a word with him. The name alone is enough to stun the entire chat. Ju Yonwoo, Loafer, is in a state of total shock, his hands covering his mouth as he realizes a literal gaming celebrity has just entered their chat. He's struggling to process how big their stream has actually become. Corporations start entering the fray next, with PowerBridge Corp offering 2 million just to inquire about purchasing the strategy for the hidden skill. The stakes have officially moved beyond just individual players. The screen becomes a wall of numbers as massive multi-million donations from companies like Yonhwa Gaming start flooding in one after another. It's an unprecedented amount of money for a single broadcast. Ju Yonwoo, Loafer, is practically hyperventilating as he latches onto Hanbit, screaming that they've finally hit the jackpot and are officially rich. Hanbit looks a bit overwhelmed by the sudden physical affection. Hanbit just smirks at the camera, deciding that it's time to make their exit now that the hype has reached its absolute peak. He's already planning the next phase of his media strategy. Meanwhile, back at the cliffside, the Ration members are still desperately trying to figure out the secret, even hearing temporary players to jump to their deaths in a futile loop. Their desperation is starting to border on madness. The duo walks out of the ruins, right past the Ration guys who are whispering about tailing them to find out what happened inside. They have no idea they're being watched by the very people they're trying to exploit. As they walk away, Hanbit overhears them talking about digging up their real-life personal information, a serious crime that leaves him completely disgusted. He can't believe how low they're willing to sink. Hanbit looks toward the camera with a satisfied smile, reflecting on the insane reaction he managed to generate by streaming the entire quest process. Everything went exactly according to his plan. He explains his twofold strategy. He wanted to build a massive viewer base for his future solo stream and prove that his unique path could be turned into a massive profit. He's playing the long game here. He drops a bombshell on the audience, announcing that he won't be selling the information to a corporation, but will instead release the entire hidden skill strategy publicly. It's a move that shocks both his partner and the chat. The chat is stunned, with Sword Faith sending a donation in disbelief as players realize Hanbit is giving away information that could have easily sold for tens of millions. He's officially become a hero to the common players. Avantgarde sends another donation, sounding almost desperate as he begs Hanbit to lift the message block on his account so he can actually talk. Even the top streamers are being humbled by Hanbit's moves. Hanbit places a reassuring hand on his partner's shoulder and announces that all future official business proposals need to go through Ju Yonwoo, Loafer. He's officially putting his friend in charge of the corporate side. Ju Yonwoo, Loafer, points to himself with a bewildered expression, completely caught off guard by the sudden promotion to business manager. He's gone from a terrified sidekick to a key player in a matter of hours. Hanbit assures the crowd that they'll consider every proposal with an open mind, reiterating that the full strategy will be posted on the community boards right after the stream. He's ensuring his brand stays independent and powerful. Ju Yonwoo, Loafer, pulls him aside, worried that releasing everything publicly will just allow a different group to swoop in and monopolize the resource. He's starting to think more strategically himself. Hanbit just grins and wags a finger at him, confident that his plan is foolproof as Sylph chirps in agreement from his shoulder. He's already 3 steps ahead of anyone who might try to steal his thunder. Hanbit signals to the screen, telling his viewers that any official business or proposals should be sent directly to his channel manager. Ju Yonwoo, or Loafer as he's known in-game, points a finger at himself with a look of pure confusion, clearly not expecting the sudden promotion. Ignoring the shock, Hanbit promises his audience that he'll be posting all of his hidden skill knowledge on the forums once the stream wraps up. Loafer looks at him with genuine concern, warning that if he reveals everything, big groups will just step in and monopolize the information like they always do. Hanbit just chuckles and looks at the tiny green bird spirit on his shoulder, asking Sylph if it thinks that's even possible. As they walk through the woods, Loafer insists this isn't something to take lightly, bringing up the infamous slime control incident as a cautionary tale. Hanbit remains calm, confident that their mentor Asla isn't the type to just stand by and let people abuse her teachings. He explains that spirits are far more perceptive than players realize. They can sense intent and absolutely loathe anyone who tries to use shortcuts or tricks. A narrator's note emphasizes the weight of his words, stating that before a spirit, there is no room for lies or fraud. Hanbit stares ahead with a sharp, serious gaze, knowing full well that acting carelessly in front of a spirit always leads to a steep price. With the lecture over, he suggests they make their way back to Edland Town now that their business in the forest is done. The scene cuts from the lush forest to a cold, dark office building in the real world, where a shouting match is already underway. Inside, an arrogant manager with sharp glasses dismisses an employee's apology, mocking him for supposedly throwing a tantrum over a few all-nighters. He looms over Kim Yi-ha, barking that there's no point in paying for overtime if he can't even justify his basic salary. Yi-ha can only hang his head and apologize again, as the manager screams about how much money he's costing the company. Memory shifts back 4 years to when a younger, hopeful Yi-ha first joined the firm as an eager new hire. 2 years into his career, Record Project finally launched, and he found himself assigned to the dedicated project team. Back then, he was hungry for success, promising his boss he'd give the project everything he had to make it work. The team initially saw great results, turning a solid profit as they explored the game's more dangerous environments. While searching through a remote snowy mountain range, Yi-ha hit the ultimate jackpot, a hidden quest for the unique skill, dwarven metallurgy. In the game world, he was ecstatic, realizing the sheer value of the information they had stumbled upon. He immediately brought the report to his department head in the real world, brimming with excitement over the find. The department head leaned back in his chair, his interest immediately piqued by the word hidden quest. His eyes narrowed with greed behind his glasses as he read about the unique tier reward. Yi-ha tried to be the voice of reason, suggesting that selling the information might be more profitable than trying to complete the quest themselves. But his boss wasn't interested in playing it safe, seeing this as their one big chance to join the ranks of the elite vanguard teams. He shut down any further debate with a sharp command. The boss clapped the manager on the back, laughing as he ordered the entire company to focus solely on this quest so they could finally go public. Yi-ha stood by with a worried expression, his mind already weighing the risks of such an all-or-nothing gamble. Back in the game, progress slowed to a crawl. The team struggled through the blinding snow, unable to find the next clue. The narrator notes that their luck had completely run out, leaving them chasing dead ends in the freezing cold. Despair set in as a scout reported that other, much larger companies had finally caught on to what they were doing. It wasn't long before the mountain was swarming with players from massive corporations, who brought in far more manpower and capital than Yi-ha's firm could ever hope to match. At his desk, Yi-ha slumped forward in total defeat, realizing they were completely finished. The narrative box reflects on the harsh reality of being a small player in a world dominated by giants. The tension finally snaps with a single, furious roar, echoing through the office after 3 months of failure. The boss orders everyone to drop the project immediately, comparing their efforts to digging a dry well for months on end. Yi-ha and his manager share a moment of grim realization, knowing that their careers have just hit a dead end. The scene shifts to the CEO's office, where the top executive is screaming at them for wasting a massive amount of company funds. The middle manager immediately throws Yi-ha under the bus, claiming he should have stopped him from pursuing the lead. He tells the CEO that Yi-ha was the one who was so certain about the plan, cutting off Yi-ha's attempt to defend himself. Yi-ha is told his failure is a personal betrayal to the CEO, and with no one on his side, he can only bow his head and offer another empty apology. Back in the real world, Kim Yi-ha stares into space, lost in the bitter memory of discovering that hidden quest years ago and wishing he'd never seen it. His reverie is shattered by his manager's piercing scream, demanding to know if he's gone deaf for daring to zone out right in front of him. The team leader continues his verbal assault, packing as he grills Yi-ha on whether he's made any actual progress in contacting the streamer known as Black Dragon. Trembling, Yi-ha holds up his tablet to show a proposal he's drafted, suggesting they reach out through stream donations since it's the most reliable method for high-profile players. The manager's face contorts with rage as he snaps that there's no way he's authorizing company funds to be thrown away on some random livestream. Yi-ha tries to explain that their competitors are already doing the same, pleading with his boss to view the donation as a strategic investment rather than a waste. Without warning, the manager swipes the air with a sharp motion, cutting off Yi-ha's explanation. He snatches the tablet away and scoffs at the idea of an investment, demanding Yeehaw show him tangible results before asking to blow 1,000,000 on a single message. The team leader pokes the tablet aggressively into Yeehaw's chest, asking him if he'd be so quick to fritter away the money if it were coming out of his own pocket. He leans in close, adjusting his glasses with a sneer while asking Yeehaw if he's finally beginning to understand his lowly position in the company. With a dismissive point toward the door, the boss tells him to stop looking for an easy way out with money and start working himself to the bone instead. As the manager walks away with a parting insult about how obedient he is, Yeehaw can only bow his head and whisper his understanding. The sound of the door slamming rings out, leaving Yeehaw alone in the hallway to dwell on being called a useless, thick-skulled idiot. His hand trembles violently as he grips his tablet, but he forces himself to endure the humiliation for the sake of the family he has to support. Shifting back to the game, a massive crowd has gathered in the square of Edlin Town, and Loafer notes that even more people have shown up to catch a glimpse of the famous streamer. Loafer is buzzing with energy, urging Hanbit to take advantage of the hype and jump straight into the main quest, while the viewers are watching. Hanbit looks up at the night sky, realizing it's already 2 a.m., and he has to be at his real-world job in just a few short hours. Loafer looks like he's about to cry at the news of an early log-off, while the chat window explodes with fans begging Hanbit not to abandon them yet. Sensing the disappointment, Hanbit offers a compromise, suggesting he allocate his unused stat points for everyone to see before he calls it a night. He pulls up his status window for the public to see, revealing that at level 16, he still hasn't spent a single one of his 51 available stat points. Loafer's eyes nearly pop out of his head, as he realizes Hanbit has been playing through hidden quests with baseline stats this entire time. The live chat goes into a frenzy, with viewers questioning if it's even possible to hoard that many points while reaching such a high level. Hanbit just gives a relaxed smile, admitting that he simply wanted to take his time and think his build through carefully. Without further hesitation, he reaches out and starts tapping the plus icon next to his strength stat. Loafer starts panicking, asking if he's really just going to dump points in like that without a more calculated plan. The audience is just as skeptical, nodding that agility is the current meta and claiming that Hanbit is making a huge mistake by spreading his points out. Hanbit draws his sword to test the weight, noticing a subtle but clear difference in how the weapon feels in his hand as his stats climb. He holds the blade up as it begins to glow with an intense, golden light, reflecting on how it took him decades to reach his prime in his past life. Looking at his reflection in the steel, he realizes that the game system will allow him to reclaim his former peak strength in a fraction of the time. A determined smirk plays on his lips as he considers the possibility that, with these stat points, he might even surpass the legendary warrior he used to be. They move to the town's training grounds, where Hanbit finds a quiet spot among the practice dummies to continue his experiment. Loafer follows him, still confused by the sudden change in location and the strange way Hanbit is distributing his points across every category. He shouts that everyone knows you're supposed to dump everything into agility for a wind spirit build, calling Hanbit's balanced approach a complete waste. Loafer continues to lecture him, explaining that most players focus on the one specific stat that powers their primary skills rather than spreading them thin. Hanbit turns back with a knowing smile, simply stating that he's putting his points exactly where they need to be. He delivers a swift strike to the training dummy, feeling the shift in his physical capabilities with every single point he invests. His status window updates again, showing that he's raising strength, agility, and intelligence in perfect unison while ignoring the vitality stat entirely. A glowing trail of wind energy follows his blade as he explains that once certain stat thresholds are met, the body begins to change in visible ways. He unleashes a flurry of strikes, each one faster and more powerful than the last as his spirit energy begins to resonate with his physical form. Finally, he spends the last of his remaining points, bringing his strength, agility, and intelligence all to a perfectly balanced level of 20. Hanbit glances over his shoulder, feeling the spirit's energy gathering around him at its absolute maximum capacity. A series of system notifications flood the screen, confirming that his wind attribute damage and strike rain have significantly increased due to his unique build. Kang Hanbit unleashes a devastating circular strike at the training grounds, his sword trailing vibrant green energy that creates a massive shockwave across the stone floor. The practice dummy is bombarded by a flurry of wind attribute strikes, its surface splintering as the stream chat explodes with questions about the efficiency of all stat skills. Standing nearby, Ju Yonwoo looks on with his jaw dropped, unable to believe the raw power of the build and nodding that balanced stat distributions usually result in much weaker performance. Hanbit sheathes his blade with a calm smile while Sylph settles onto his shoulder, explaining that such power is simply the minimum requirement for earning a high-level spirit's favor. The live chat continues to buzz with activity, with some viewers joking about how picky the 5,000-year-old baby spirit is. Still feeling the sting of the comparison, Yonwoo pulls up his own level 25 status window, which shows a heavily lopsided focus on strength and very little elsewhere. Hanbit glances over at the screen and remarks on Yonwoo's total stat count, jokingly asking if he's been hoarding his points just like Hanbit was. Yonwoo lets out a dramatic, comical cry as he insists that his messy stat spread is what a normal player actually looks like, while the chat labels him the real human of the group. While Yonwoo flails on the ground in an exaggerated show of frustration, Hanbit looms over him with a smirk and suggests that maybe he just hasn't been working hard enough. A side-by-side comparison of their stats reveals the staggering gap. Despite being 9 levels lower, Hanbit's attributes are almost perfectly balanced at 20 points each. Yonwoo points to the screen with a concerned expression warning Hanbit that having a vitality stat of only 7 is incredibly dangerous in a game where you can't see monster health. He leans in to explain that one-shots from high-level mobs are a common occurrence for players with low health pools, making Hanbit's build feel like a suicide mission. Hanbit just lets out a bright, carefree laugh and tells Yonwoo that the simple solution is to just avoid getting hit altogether. Yonwoo stands frozen in silence, his face a mask of disbelief as he concludes that only someone as skilled as Hanbit could make such a ridiculous statement with a straight face. Shifting his focus back to the camera, Hanbit announces to his viewers that his build is finally set and it's time for him to log off for the night. He gives a friendly wave to the audience, promising to start the main story quests tomorrow and wishing everyone a good night's sleep. The final stream comments roll by, with fans expressing their excitement for the upcoming content and wishing both streamers a restful night. The virtual world dissolves into cascading lines of blue code as Hanbit returns to reality, sitting on the edge of his bed and deciding that a shower is long overdue. Outside, the city is quiet, the apartment building silhouetted against a deep blue night sky as the late hour settles in. Minutes later, Hanbit walks out of the bathroom with a towel over his head, feeling the full weight of exhaustion from his long session. He barely manages to flop onto his bed before his phone begins to vibrate aggressively on the mattress next to his VR headgear. Reaching out with a tired hand, he fumbles for the device to see who could be messaging him so late. He sees a notification from Yonwoo and wonders if the younger man is still awake and buzzing with adrenaline from the stream. His eyes widen in shock as he reads a message informing him that today's total donations and mission payouts have reached over 31 million won. Stunned by the astronomical figure, Hanbit sits upright on the bed, staring at the phone screen and calling Yonwoo a crazy punk under his breath. He quickly types back using a stern cat emoji, telling Yonwoo not to be ridiculous and insisting that they split the earnings exactly down the middle. Yonwoo counters with a stubborn dog emoji, arguing that the success belongs entirely to Hanbit, but Hanbit shuts down the debate by saying he's going to sleep. He tosses the phone aside onto the rumpled blankets, the screen still glowing faintly in the dim room. Hanbit lies back down and closes his eyes, reminding himself that he needs to get some rest if he hopes to survive his real-world job tomorrow. Just as he's about to drift off, an idea strikes him, and he stares blankly at the ceiling for a moment as the realization sinks in. He sits up with a start, realizing there's one more important thing he nearly forgot to take care of before calling it a night. Hanbit opens his laptop and navigates to the homepage of Record Project Gamers, the largest online community for players of the game. He rests his chin on his hand as he stares at the bright monitor, deciding that it's best to post his findings after verifying his identity as a high-level player. He checks the side of his VR gear, carefully noting down the unique account identification code required for the forum's verification process. With a renewed sense of purpose, he begins typing rapidly, the clacking of the keys filling the quiet apartment. 10 minutes pass, and Hanbit finds himself rubbing his temples in frustration, struggling to organize the complex mountain of information in his head into an understandable format. He leans closer to the screen with a look of intense concentration, determined to make the post as detailed and factual as he possibly can. The sun begins to rise over the city, casting a warm light onto the apartment buildings just as Hanbit's phone begins to buzz with an incoming call. Sprawled across his bed in his clothes, Hanbit groans and reaches for the phone, feeling the lack of sleep in every fiber of his being. He squints at the bright screen, wondering who on earth would be calling him at such an ungodly hour. He answers the call from Yeon-woo and immediately tries to steer the conversation back to the donation split, mentioning he saw the deposit notification. On the other end of the line, Yeon-woo shouts that the money doesn't matter right now. He tells Hanbit to check the comments on his community post immediately. Still lying in bed, Kang Hanbit stares at his phone with a sleepy, confused expression, wondering why Yeon-woo is making such a fuss. The screen displays the post he uploaded under his username, Real Black Dragon, an incredibly dense strategy guide that details the exact movements required to pass Baldur's tests. The comment section of the community forum is in a state of collective shock, with users describing the hints as an academic thesis rather than a simple game guide. Hanbit lets out a weak chuckle as he scrolls through the feedback, beginning to realize that his perception of what is easy might be vastly different from that of the average player. Over the phone, Yeon-woo's voice crackles with disbelief as he tells Hanbit that the level of detail provided, mentioning centimeter-perfect movements, is beyond human comprehension. Hanbit checks the time on his phone, which shows it's just past 6 in the morning, while Yeon-woo continues to stammer on the other end of the line. Sitting up on the edge of his bed, Hanbit listens as his friend insists that the problem isn't the accuracy of the information, but the fact that nobody can actually follow it. Yeon-woo wonders aloud if even the most skilled players would be able to clear the difficult spirit quest using such unconventional and dangerous methods. The second part of the post is equally absurd, suggesting that players should play the flute or dance while falling from cliffs to attract the attention of the wind spirit, Sylph. New comments flood in, with players accusing Hanbit of extreme trolling or filming some kind of bizarre Master of RP parody video. Hanbit stretches his arms over his head, feeling confident that even if the strategy is difficult, it's worth sharing since clearing the spirit quest ultimately comes down to individual talent. In the background of his mind, silhouettes of legendary Vanguard players loom, reminding him that the World of Record project is filled with hidden experts. He thinks of the millions of users worldwide and remains hopeful that at least a few of them will have the skill to prove his information is legitimate. Hanbit stands up from his bed, his bare feet touching the floor as he prepares to transition from the world of high-stakes gaming to his everyday life. He heads to his closet and begins pulling out his work clothes, explaining to Yeon-woo that the value of information is only proven when other people can successfully use it. Suddenly, the tone of the conversation shifts, and Hanbit pauses as he hears something through the phone that makes him go silent. As he fumbles with his tie, a look of growing concern crosses his face at the thought of being labeled a con artist if his guide is dismissed as fake news. He calls out into the phone with a hint of desperation, asking if Yeon-woo is still there as the silence on the other end grows heavy. The chapter ends on a note of shock, with a single, stunned thought echoing through the room. On the phone screen, Ju Yeon-woo's name pops up with a reassuring message. He tells Kang Hanbit not to stress since it hasn't even been a full day yet. Hanbit shrugs into his suit jacket, while Loafer continues talking through the speaker. He suggests checking which parts of the guide people actually liked before writing the next one. Hanbit offers a confident smile as he adjusts his collar. Loafer keeps the pep talk going, claiming he's a pro at handling viewer reviews. As Hanbit buttons his blazer, he drops a bombshell on his partner. He wants Loafer to start streaming solo starting today. Hanbit looks back with a sharp gaze when Loafer sounds hesitant. He reminds his manager that they need to strike while the iron is hot. A moment of silence follows before Loafer finally caves. He agrees to give it a shot since viewers are already going wild for their content. Hanbit checks his phone, pointing out that this move will save Loafer from having to handle every single payout. Loafer admits he doesn't even know the first thing about starting a stream. Hanbit heads out, typing away on his screen. He's already sent over a set of instructions and plans to post an official announcement on his channel. Standing in the hallway, Hanbit gives a final encouraging word before hanging up. He's counting on Loafer to hold down the fort while he's at work. Outside his apartment building, Hanbit's mother is waiting and looks startled to see him. She worries he's going to be late if he doesn't hurry up. Hanbit just laughs and holds out his phone with a wide grin. He asks her if she sees the notification on the screen. A bank notification shows a massive deposit of 20 million won from Loafer. The total balance is now well over 20 million. Hanbit's mother stares at the phone, her jaw dropping in disbelief. She starts counting the zeros, wondering if her eyes are playing tricks on her. Hanbit shows her the video from the stream, titled Exploring RP with Loafer. He's proving exactly where the money came from. The mother is still reeling, unable to process why anyone would give him that much money. She looks at him with a mix of confusion and concern. Hanbit casually takes the phone back and tucks it away. He explains that he's just selling information like any other product. She can't help but notice how relaxed he is, spending 100,000 won like it's just pocket change. It's a level of wealth they aren't used to. Hanbit admits he showed her the larger amount this time, so she wouldn't be shocked later. He jokes that he didn't want her hitting him out of surprise again. Hanbit flashes a nervous smile while his mother eyes him suspiciously. She's convinced he's acting suspicious and has something else to say. Hanbit keeps his expression neutral, knowing his secret won't stay hidden forever. He knows she'll eventually figure out the full story. While grabbing his bag, Hanbit tells her he's thinking about taking the streaming career seriously. His mother looks skeptical, questioning if he can really do it on his own. She points out the flood of insults in the live chat, but Hanbit just brushes them off as exclamations. He starts heading for the door, saying he has to leave. His mother goes to hand the phone back, but suddenly freezes. Something on the screen catches her eye, making her stop in her tracks. She holds the phone up and asks if the character on the screen is supposed to be his game face. The resemblance is too close for comfort. She calls it a total spitting image, but Hanbit insists he only made it look a bit similar. She's not buying it, saying she recognized him immediately. A comedic struggle breaks out as Hanbit tries to snatch the phone back while his mother holds it out of reach. He's panicking now, shouting that he's going to be late for work. In his head, Hanbit curses the goddess for making his avatar look exactly like his real self. It's becoming a serious liability for his secret identity. While struggling to put on his shoes, he faces another round of questioning. His mother wonders if his company has had anything to say about his side job. Hanbit assures her that the company has no idea he's a famous streamer. He's buried in so much overtime every day that no one would have time to watch his videos anyway. With a final wave and a cheerful goodbye, he heads out the door. He's leaving for his ordinary job, despite being a secret billionaire in the making. The sun shines over the corporate building where Hanbit spends his days. It's the typical setting for a mundane 9-to-5 life. Inside the office, Hanbit is hunched over his desk, looking completely drained. Even though he's an intern, his main duty seems to be endless cleaning. Suddenly, a phone screen showing the Black Dragon stream is shoved in front of him. Someone has been watching the broadcast. Hanbit's heart sinks as a coworker calls him Black Dragon Bro. His cover is blown in the most unexpected place. Lee Minyu reveals he had a hunch and decided to check for himself. Hanbit nearly jumps out of his skin, calling out to his senior in a panic. He tries to laugh it off with a bead of sweat rolling down his face. He's desperately trying to figure out how to salvage the situation. Hanbit wonders if Minyu looked him up because of their work on Record Project. He was planning on telling him eventually, but not like this. Minyu says he just had a feeling. Hanbit nervously asks if side jobs are strictly prohibited at the company. Hanbit realizes his coworker is sharper than he looks. The guy was testing him the whole time. Minyu's tired eyes look Hanbit over before he gives his verdict. He says it's fine for an intern, but warns him to stay under the team leader's radar. Minyu starts to walk away, saying he's too busy to chat. Hanbit quickly calls out, asking him to wait for a second. Hanbit reaches into his suit pocket, pulling something out. He tells his senior that he has something he needs to give him. Lee Minyu looks down, asking what the favor is about. Hanbit brings up the gear industry request from a few days ago, his voice professional and steady. He pulls a small USB drive from his pocket and hands it over. He explains that he managed to collect all the necessary data from his own equipment and loaded it onto the drive. Minyu's eyes go wide, a cold sweat breaking out as he stares at the device. He can't wrap his head around how Hanbit finished a task of that scale so quickly. Hanbit gives a modest smile, claiming he just happened to find the perfect scenario for data collection. Inwardly, he knows that helping Minyu now will make him a valuable source of corporate information later. For Hanbit, it's not just about the work. He's obsessed with how this world was turned into a game. He needs to figure out what the goddess is really after. Minyu gives a deep, grateful bow, clutching the USB drive. He admits he was in a real bind because he doesn't have any natural talent for gaming mechanics. Hanbit watches him, asking when he plans to start digging into the data. He wants to know how soon the results will be ready. Minyu leans back, looking utterly exhausted with deep circles under his eyes. He mentions one of his projects is on hold, so he'll spend his entire weekend finishing this report. Hanbit places a hand on his own chest, offering to help out with the workload. Minyu looks up in pure shock, surprised that an intern would volunteer for more work. The sun sets over a cluster of high-rise apartment buildings, casting a warm orange glow across the city. As the day ends, Hanbit's focus shifts back to his secret life. Back in his room late at night, Hanbit settles into bed and pulls his VR helmet over his eyes. He takes a breath, ready to log back into the world that's making him famous. With his limbs secured in the full dive gear, he lies perfectly still as the system powers up. From today on, he's officially moving to his own dedicated streaming channel. A cascade of digital blue light washes over his vision, marking the transition into the game. The recorder is returning to the digital realm. The sprawling town of Edlin comes into view, its familiar streets and stone buildings bathed in the soft light of the game's morning sun. Hanbit's avatar stands in the middle of a cobblestone plaza, scanning through his user interface. He's looking for the specific button to go live. He finds the option and taps it, instantly triggering the start of Black Dragon Stream. Within seconds, a flood of messages from excited viewers begins to scroll by. Above his head, the small green wind spirit, Sylph, appears with a flash of light. Hanbit notices her presence immediately, his eyes following her flight. Facing his invisible audience, Hanbit offers a welcoming wave and a confident smirk. He announces that his direct streaming career officially begins today. The chat room is already a mess of fans cheering and newcomers asking questions. Many are wondering where his usual partner, Loafer, has disappeared to. Hanbit holds up his hands, trying to calm the digital crowd. He promises that Loafer will be joining them soon, though he's clearly stunned by how fast the messages are flying. The viewers are feeling the chaos too, with several people begging for a slow mode so they can actually read. The sheer popularity of the stream is catching everyone off guard. Hanbit stares at his interface, his eyes widening as he sees the live viewer count. He's already passed 4,000 people, and the number is still climbing. He quickly opens the admin settings and enables slow mode to bring some order to the chat. While he's at it, he politely asks everyone to remember to follow and subscribe. He addresses the massive buzz around the strategy, hints he posted earlier. He tells the crowd that while he doesn't mind sharing, the next big reveal won't be happening for a while. The chat splits into two camps, those desperate for more secrets and those who just want to see the main story. Arguments break out between the veterans and the new arrivals. Hanbit rubs his chin, noticing a poll feature in his stream settings that he hadn't used before. He wonders if this is the best way to settle the debate. He decides to let the audience choose their own path. With a determined look, he tells the viewers they'll be deciding the stream's direction by a vote. He sets up two simple options: get more detailed hints now or skip them for later. He gives the chat a 5-minute window to cast their votes. Suddenly, Ju Yonwoo bursts onto the scene with a high-energy wave. Hanbit gives him a deadpan look, mentioning that the fans were asking for him like crazy. Loafer leans into the attention, striking a cute pose with a wink and a playful pout. He teases the audience, claiming they secretly liked him all along. Loafer's chibai face pops up in a bubble, his eyes sparkling as he sees the viewer count. He can't believe how many people have tuned in just for them. Hanbit's own chibai avatar looks overwhelmed, admitting he couldn't keep up with the chat speed at all. Loafer just laughs it off, telling him the secret is reading the vibe instead of every word. Loafer takes a more professional tone, reminding Hanbit that interacting with the crowd is the foundation of a good stream. He seems to be taking his role as manager seriously. His attention is quickly drawn to the interface floating in front of Hanbit. He notices that a live poll is already in progress. Hanbit explains the situation, saying he needed a way to stop the arguing in the chat. He asks Loafer if he'd like to do the honors of announcing the final result. Loafer points to the screen, where the Decline Hints option has crushed the competition with over 80% of the vote. He tells the viewers to stick to the forum post if they want the secrets. With the debate settled, Loafer asks if they're finally ready to jump into the main story. Hanbit gives a sharp, toothy grin and says he's ready to go. Loafer charges forward with his fist in the air, shouting for everyone to follow along. Hanbit points directly at the camera, telling the viewers to keep up as they head into the next adventure. The sign for the Adventurers Guild hangs prominently above the entrance of a sturdy stone building. It's the gateway to the game's official narrative content. Kang Hanbit and Ju Yeonwoo stand outside, looking up at the guild hall. Yeonwoo is practically vibrating with excitement, thrilled that they're finally starting the main storyline after all this time. The stream chat is already buzzing with anticipation as the duo prepares to head inside. Viewers are eager to see how the legendary Black Dragon handles the official story quests. Yeonwoo laughs off the delay, claiming he was just waiting for the right moment to do it with Hanbit for the stream. He's putting on a good show for the audience, though he looks a little nervous about what's ahead. The fans keep the energy high in the comments, egging them on. They're curious if the main story will actually be a challenge for someone with Hanbit's level of expertise. Hanbit looks over, curious about the packing of the game's official content. He asks Yeonwoo how long it usually takes to wrap up the first episode of the questline. Yeonwoo produces a thick, weathered book, explaining that the standard route takes about 2 weeks. He's clearly done his homework on the common player experience, pulling out a guide for reference. The book is a comprehensive guidebook for the main story, filled with everything an average adventurer would need to know to survive. It's the literal Bible for players who want to clear the game efficiently. Hanbit takes a moment to flip through the pages, scanning the text for familiar names and locations. He's looking for something the average player might have missed in their rush to follow the rules. The guide details the lore of Brook Norston, a corrupt mayor who betrayed his own brother. It's a classic tale of betrayal and justice that sets the stage for the player to bring judgment upon him. But Hanbit isn't interested in the beaten path everyone else takes. He thinks about Atsubal and how his choices have already sent his journey spiraling in a completely different direction from the norm. He envisions the scenes described in the book, the arrest of the corrupt mayor and the triumph of the law. To most players, this is the main event, but Hanbit sees it as just the surface-level story. Hanbit looks lost in thought, his mind racing through strategies. He's convinced that you can't achieve greatness by just mimicking the same methods as everyone else. A confident smirk plays on his lips as he makes a decision. He's going to trust his own instincts and move forward in his own way, guidebook be damned. Turning to his partner, Hanbit tells Yeonwoo to lead the way as the official party leader. He's happy to let the blonde take the spotlight for now while he manages the bigger picture. Yeonwoo is more than happy to take the lead. He figures Hanbit's contribution is already massive, so he'll handle the social interaction and keep the stream viewers entertained. As they reach the heavy wooden guild doors, Yeonwoo warns that a cutscene is about to trigger. He's all smiles, ready for the cinematic transition that usually kicks off the story. They push the doors open, and a brilliant, blinding light floods out from within. The game world begins to shift as the intro sequence takes over the screen. The interface fades away, replaced by a notification that they are now moving into a cutscene. The atmosphere shifts from casual play to epic world building. The camera pans over a breathtaking vista, the colossal world tree standing at the center of a vast ocean. Legend says this ancient tree holds up the very sky with a cryptic message carved into its roots. The runes on the tree bark glow with a faint light, revealing a prophecy. The text speaks of Erfort, a mysterious entity that those seeking the truth must first uncover. A bright star shines in the deep blue of the night sky, illuminating the scene. The ancestors of this world believed these words were the divine will of the Creator themselves. The image returns to the majestic world tree, pulsing with magical energy. Driven by duty and destiny, many have set out to find the secrets of Erfort over the centuries. That ancient will has been passed down through generations, manifesting in various forms as the world changed. It's the driving force behind the entire game's conflict. The camera zooms in on Hanbit's focused gaze as the cutscene winds down. The journey to find Erfort begins once again, but this time, he's determined to see it through to the end. They find themselves standing in the bustling main hall of the Edlin Adventurers Guild. The place is packed with NPCs and other players, all busy with their own quests. A gold-bordered quest window pops up. Episode 1, The Secret of Edlin. The first objective is simple. Just head over and talk to a girl named Meal at the counter. Yeonwoo is ecstatic when he sees the reward. 500 gold just for starting a conversation seems like an absolute steal to him, and he can't hide his grin. The chat is laughing at how easily Yeonwoo gets excited over the basics. They're more interested in seeing what kind of character this Meal is going to be. Yeonwoo turns to Hanbit, checking if they should head over to the counter right away. Hanbit gives a casual nod, ready to get the ball rolling on the main story. As they walk across the stone floor, Yeonwoo mentions that he's heard Meal can be pretty unfriendly to new adventurers. He's a little worried about how she'll react to their intrusion. They spot a purple-haired girl with cat ears standing behind the counter. Yeonwoo calls out her name, trying to be as friendly as possible to avoid a cold reception. Meal doesn't even look up. She's too busy meticulously applying makeup in a small hand mirror. She tells them to hold on because she's busy, sounding completely uninterested in their quest. The stream is getting a kick out of the immediate rejection, flooding the chat with jokes. They're laughing about how Meal is already a bigger challenge than most monsters. Hanbit stands there with a polite but slightly strained smile as they wait. He's seen this kind of NPC attitude before, and he's already thinking of a way around it. Meal continues her routine, dabbing a finger against her lip while ignoring the two men. She's taking her sweet time, treating the adventurers like a minor inconvenience to her day. Instead of getting frustrated, Hanbit changes his approach and asks her about the perfume bottle on the counter. It's a sudden, non-game-related question that catches her off guard. Meal's cat ears twitch at the question, showing her interest. Hanbit casually comments that the scent seems a bit ordinary compared to her striking style, a subtle jab aimed right at her vanity. The bait works perfectly as Meal stops what she's doing and looks back at him. Yeonwoo is stunned, thinking Hanbit is actually trying to make a move on the guild worker. Hanbit leans in with a knowing smirk, fully aware he has her attention now. He claims to have a specific scent that would suit her perfectly, dangling a carrot of curiosity in front of her. Meal stares him down, her blue eyes narrowing in suspicion. She lets out a small HMPH, asking if he really thinks she'd fall for such a predictable and cheap trick. The stream chat is going wild, debating whether Hanbit's move was a total failure or a stroke of genius. Either way, he's managed to break through her cold exterior and get her talking. Ju Yeonwoo looks on with a sweat drop as the stream chat starts roasting Kang Hanbit's attempt at a pickup line. Meal isn't impressed either, letting out a sharp HMPH while continuing her makeup routine. But Hanbit isn't just flirting, he's got a bribe ready. He pulls up an item window for a rare grade firefly flower, a top-tier perfume ingredient with an enchanting scent that can only be found with the help of spirits. He holds out the glowing blue blossoms, suggesting that Meal could use them to create a truly one-of-a-kind perfume. He's betting that her love for cosmetics will outweigh her annoyance. The flowers pulse with a soft, ethereal light, filling the air with a fragrance that seems to physically shimmer in the guild hall. It's a visual treat that captures everyone's attention. Meal catches the scent, and her entire demeanor shifts in an instant. Her eyes widen and her cat ears twitch as she leans in, completely captivated by the rare floral aroma. She leaps up from her chair, her professional aloofness replaced by pure excitement. She screams in delight, recognizing the legendary firefly flower immediately and practically drooling over it. Meal practically lunges over the counter, demanding that Hanbit hand the flower over right this second. Hanbit just smirks, knowing he's successfully hooked his target with the perfect bait. Yeonwoo is left staring in shock, wondering where on earth Hanbit found such a rare item. He's been studying the official guidebook religiously, and he doesn't remember seeing this flower mentioned even once. Hanbit keeps a cool exterior, but internally he's thinking back to how lucky he actually was. He tells Yeonwoo he just happened to find it in a cave, though the truth is a bit more complicated. The memory shifts back to the previous night, deep within Usura's trial ground. The two of them were just finishing up their session and preparing to teleport out. A system message flashes, announcing that their return has been cancelled due to interference from Sylph. Hanbit looks down at the small green bird spirit, wondering what could possibly be wrong. Sylph chirps excitedly, wings flapping as it circles around Hanbit. The spirit clearly has something important to show him before they leave the dungeon area. Hanbit watches the little spirit fly toward a dark corner of the trial ground. He realizes it wants him to follow, leading him away from the exit toward something hidden. Hidden away in the shadows, he finds a small patch of glowing firefly flowers. He thanks Sylph, realizing that this hidden find is going to make his upcoming guild interaction much easier. Back in the present, Hanbit playfully shakes the flower, teasing Meal as she reaches for it. She's in a total panic now, warning him that he'll be dead meat if he drops even a single petal from the delicate plant. He leans in with a mischievous grin, making it clear that they need to finish their business talk before she gets the goods. He's in complete control of the negotiation now, and he's enjoying it. Meal doesn't waste any more time, slamming a thick stack of guild documents onto the counter with a heavy thud. She's ready to cooperate if it means getting her hands on that rare flower. She starts explaining the lore of the region, noting that Edlin is a major port city of the Raven Kingdom. She reminds them that finding the mysterious entity Erfort is the goal of every soul in this world. She pulls out a map detailing the three main factions competing for Erfort: the Hardliners, the Moderates, and the Holy Nation. Each group has a completely different vision for what Erfort truly represents. Hanbit listens carefully, crossing his arms. He's already aware that the Raven Kingdom falls squarely into the Hardliner camp, seeing Erfort as a potential threat to be neutralized. Meal explains that the kingdom is currently recruiting a special investigation team through the Guild Hall. This isn't just any group, it's an elite force dedicated to uncovering the world's greatest secrets. The team is made up of powerful individuals gathered from across the land. Candidates have to undergo a rigorous evaluation process to prove they are worthy of the prestigious title. Success in the investigation team brings immense prestige to an adventurer's home country. It's a matter of national pride and significant political leverage on a global scale. Hanbit realizes that in game terms, producing investigation team members is like being a nuclear power in the real world. He asks if proving his skills is the only way to join their ranks. Meal gives him a wink, explaining that completing guild requests is the best way to catch the eye of the higher-ups. She's finally warming up to them, though her eyes are still mostly fixed on the blue flower. Her pupils literally sparkle with desire as she tells him to hurry up and hand over his bribe. She's ready to wrap up the formalities and claim her prize so she can get back to her makeup. A system chime rings out as the first step of the episode. One main quest is officially completed. They receive a decent chunk of gold and experience for their successful interaction with the staff. Yeonwoo is overjoyed, pumping his fist at the quick progress and the easy gold. Hanbit just smiles, holding the firefly flower one last time before finally parting with it. The quest window updates immediately, presenting them with their next challenge: proof of skill. The path to the investigation team is officially open for them to pursue. Meal gestures toward the massive request board nearby, suggesting they pick a beginner mission. She recommends starting with simple monster subjugation to build up their results and reputation. Hanbit looks at the board, considering his options carefully. He knows that an ordinary player would take the safe, standard route, but he's not looking for an ordinary playthrough. He scans the numerous papers pinned to the wooden board, looking for a quest that stands out from the rest. He needs something that will make a bigger impact than just killing a few low-level mobs. He pulls down a difficult-looking request form, deciding to investigate a mysterious dungeon that recently appeared near the city. Yeonwoo's jaw drops as he sees the level of danger they're about to face. The stream chat erupts in a mix of excitement and total skepticism. Some fans are cheering for the Black Dragon, while others are convinced he's about to get himself absolutely wrecked. Yeonwoo starts yelling in panic, trying to talk some sense into his partner before they do something reckless. Meal just lets out a mocking laugh, clearly amused by what she thinks is suicidal bravado. She leans forward, a smug look on her face as she tells Hanbit he's only picking it because he thinks he can do it. She's convinced he's completely out of his league. Kang Hanbit tries to look innocent while negotiating with the guild clerk, but he's clearly pushing for something she isn't ready to give. Meal just stares back with a flat look that says she's heard it all before. An adventurer nearby mentions a rookie just died, and Meal admits that hearing those reports always leaves a bad taste in her mouth. She might act tough, but she genuinely hates seeing new players throw their lives away. She's so stressed about the mortality rate that she's worried about getting wrinkles. Beneath the cat tears and sarcasm, she's actually a total softie for the rookies. Hanbit decides it's the perfect time for a bribe and pulls out a rare firefly blossom. He plays it cool, telling her she should start with something easy like this instead of worrying so much. He starts shaking the glowing blue flowers right in her face, driving her into a total panic. Meal screams for him to stop before all the delicate petals fall off. She calls him a scammer, but Hanbit just smirks. He points out that the quest she forced on him wasn't exactly a friendly conversation, so they're even. Meal lunges across the counter, desperate to grab the rare plant. Hanbit keeps it just out of reach, thoroughly enjoying how easy it is to rattle her. He asks her how she thinks a rookie with trash gear could get his hands on something that rare. He's practically baiting her to question his secrets. Meal tries to rationalize it, guessing he just got lucky and found it on the ground or bought it from someone else. She can't wrap her head around a newbie actually earning it. She finally gives up and demands he hand over the request form. She's had enough of his teasing and just wants to get the paperwork over with. The form is for a perimeter investigation quest with a variable difficulty. It's a standard job, but for Hanbit, it's the first step in a much bigger plan. Hanbit shocks her by handing over the entire bouquet as a gift. Meal's tail practically stands on end as she realizes he's actually giving her the rare items for nothing in return. She stares at the glowing blossoms in her hands, her expression finally softening. She manages a quiet "thank you," clearly caught off guard by the gesture. As he heads out, Meal yells for him to run the second things look too dangerous. Hanbit just gives a casual wave, promising he'll be back once the quest is cleared. Outside, Ju Yeonwoo catches up and asks if he even bothered to read the guidebook for this. Hanbit is more interested in investigating the Edlin mayor's crimes than following a standard level-up path. Yeonwoo reminds him that they need to build trust with the guild master first. He thinks hunting monsters in the wild would be way more efficient than diving into a dungeon right now. He warns Hanbit that once the main quest starts, time moves in sync with reality. If they waste any time, they're going to miss out on key narrative events that won't happen again. Hanbit has his reasons for doing it this way. He needs the guild's trust, but he also wants to clear the story along a path that the guidebooks haven't documented. His goal is to create a strategy that only a few people can use, pushing the episode forward while hitting multiple objectives at once. Yeonwoo panics, pointing out that the elite Vanguard teams are already on episode 8. He doesn't understand how Hanbit can be so relaxed when they're so far behind. Hanbit just looks back with a confident glint in his eyes. He asks Yeonwoo if he really thinks they can't catch up fast enough to bridge that gap. The stream chat is already blowing up with doubt, but a viewer named Yulio drops a 1,000 gold donation just to stay for the show. Some people are already calling Hanbit's bluff. Yeonwoo explains that those pro teams poured 2 years of their lives into this game. He's struggling to see how Hanbit's meta strategy can overcome that kind of head start. Plus, Hanbit still has a real-life day job to worry about. The viewers are cheering him on, but they know the odds of a part-timer beating the pros are near zero. Hanbit pulls up his interface, completely unbothered by the pressure. He's already looking ahead to the next stage of his plan. He checks the map for Furia Island, where the Vanguard is currently competing. Since it's the cutting edge of the game, there's almost zero public info on what's actually happening there. A smug grin creeps onto Hanbit's face. Based on his past experience, he can already guess exactly where the top teams are getting stuck. He decides they need to rush episode 1 and clear this dungeon as fast as possible. The more time they waste, the worse their odds of catching up become. He starts browsing the dungeon list on his holographic screen. He's looking for the perfect entry point, but a notification sound interrupts him. Yeonwoo looks at his screen with a panicked expression. His dad is calling him in the real world, and he has to drop everything to take it. Hanbit gives him a casual wave as Yeonwoo vanishes into thin air. The chat is cracking up at the dad aggro pulling his partner out of the game so suddenly. With his teammate gone, Hanbit decides to push ahead alone for now. He'll just send Yeonwoo an invite once he's closer to the goal. Another donation rolls in as the audience debates his chances. They're starting to wonder if newbie is even the right word for someone with his level of confidence. Hanbit zeroes in on a challenge dungeon, his eyes narrowing as he thinks about the potential rewards. The chat thinks he's lost it, saying that trying to hit the top 10 on a leaderboard full of pros is pure arrogance. The dungeon is restricted to level 30 and under, and the current record is a brutal 20 minutes. It's a race against time that most players wouldn't even attempt. He pulls up the map and spots the location at the 12 o'clock position. It's a bit of a trek, but it's the only way to make his plan work. Hanbit smirks, realizing that everything is lining up perfectly. He's not just aiming for a clear, he's aiming for the top 10 to prove a point. A viewer named Musifer throws in a donation and suggests a penalty if he fails the run. The crowd loves the idea of seeing him suffer for his overconfidence. Hanbit is more than willing to take the bet, but he wants to know exactly what the stakes are first. He tells the chat to post the mission details before he commits. Suddenly, a massive 1,000,001 mission is posted by a user named Toothpick. The stakes just went through the roof. Hanbit thanks them for the mission, his eyes fixed on the path ahead. For that much money, he's willing to take on whatever punishment they throw at him. Kang Hanbit is barely containing his amusement at the chat's skepticism. He's already planning his next move to keep the momentum going. He suggests using a sponsor recommendation feature to give the audience a break, his walk confident as he heads toward his destination. The chat is already buzzing about what he's actually up to. The donations start pouring in almost immediately. Sword Faith and Avantgarde are dropping millions like it's pocket change, all to see him tackle this insane mission. It's a total whale war in the donation box now. Hanasigi and Goldian Shark both drop 5,000,001 each, clearly betting on Hanbit having a secret ace up his sleeve. Hanbit can hardly believe the numbers flashing on his screen, giving a wide-eyed thank you to his supporters. Even the veteran viewers are stunned by the gigawhale status he's reached in a single stream. Walking through the busy street, he jokes that with a reaction this big, he's basically legally obligated to hold a raffle. He's leaning into the streamer persona, keeping the hype at a fever pitch. The chat is a mess of excitement and disbelief, with people already talking about him retiring if he actually manages to cash out this mission. The hype is reaching a breaking point as he approaches the goal. Hanbit raises a fist as he nears the gate, announcing to his viewers that they're heading into the dungeon. He casually asks some bystanders to let him squeeze past, looking like any other rookie adventurer. The sky is clear as he moves into the more forested area near the city walls. He's keeping the commentary going, making sure the audience feels every step of the journey. With a smug grin, he points ahead and tells the stream they're just a few moments away from the dungeon entrance. He looks like a guy who's already won, despite the impossible odds. He stops in his tracks as he sees the absolute massive crowd gathered around the cave entrance. It looks more like an offline fan meet than a dangerous dungeon site. The chat bubbles around him are a mix of cheers and people rooting for him to fail fast so they can get to the raffle. The local players are clearly just as curious as the stream viewers. Hanbit looks a bit overwhelmed by the sheer number of people, his energy already draining just from the social interaction. He wonders why everyone and their mother decided to show up here today. Out of the crowd, Ju Yeonwoo comes flying toward him, looking like he's been through a blender. He's desperate to get Hanbit's attention, screaming for his Haeyoung at the top of his lungs. Yeonwoo is doubled over and gasping for air by the time he reaches Hanbit. Hanbit just gives him a relaxed smile, impressed that he even managed to find the place in this mess. Yeonwoo doesn't care about the praise. He's losing his mind over why Hanbit chose this specific dungeon and took on that nightmare of a mission. He's sweating buckets just thinking about the risk. Hanbit just tilts his head, making it sound like a walk in the park. He thinks it's just a matter of clearing the place as fast as possible, completely ignoring the technical difficulty. Yeonwoo's face says it all. He's dealing with a madman. He tries to explain that ranking times are about routing, pathing, and intricate strategies, not just running fast. He grabs Hanbit and starts shaking him, panicking over the massive penalty if they fail. Hanbit is just unfazed, casually asking if he just needs to hit the rankings to win. Yeonwoo continues his frantic shaking, reminding Hanbit that their current power level isn't even enough to get a nod from the local mayor, let alone break a world record. The stream chat is having a field day with Yeonwoo's reaction, making jokes about how stressed out the poor guy is. They're enjoying the contrast between the panicked partner and the calm protagonist. Hanbit just gives a smug, relaxed look, leaning back as if he doesn't have a care in the world. He tells Yeonwoo to stop worrying since they haven't even given it a shot yet. He pulls up the current leaderboard to show exactly what they're up against. The top time is held by Kim Hansol at a blistering 19 minutes and 25 seconds. Yeonwoo points out that every single person on that list is level 30, the absolute maximum for the dungeon. He calls these top runners perverts for how much time they spend obsessively practicing speedruns. Hanbit doesn't seem to care about the competition. He just wants to know what the prize is. Yeonwoo looks like he's about to have a mental breakdown from Hanbit's lack of focus. The chat is egging them on, enjoying the strategist vibe of Hanbit's playstyle. They're more than happy to watch him walk into a potential disaster for their entertainment. Yeonwoo explains the prize through a mental image of himself living like a king on a pile of money. If you hit rank 1, you get a weekly payout of 100% of the total dungeon entry fees. Hanbit's eyes light up at the mention of the money. He admits that having more cash for their faction is definitely not a bad thing. His interest finally peaked. Seeing the greed in Hanbit's eyes, Yeonwoo starts pleading with him to lower the goal to just a clear time instead of rank 1. He's practically begging, but Hanbit shuts him down instantly. The chat is already locking in the terms, screaming that there are no take-backs once the mission is set. They're eager to see Hanbit get punished for his overconfidence. Hanbit ignores his partner's pleas and points right at the camera with a villainous grin. He announces to the entire stream that the mission is officially changing to rank 1 only. The chat absolutely explodes with question marks and laughter. Half the viewers think he's officially lost his mind, while the other half are ready to watch the train wreck. Yeonwoo lets out a soul-crushing scream, holding his head in his hands as he realizes there's no turning back now. He's completely defeated by Hanbit's sheer audacity. Bystanders in the crowd start whispering about how delusional Hanbit must be to aim for the top spot. They think he's just another rookie who got lucky and let it go to his head. Even the stream comments are calling him out for not reacting like a normal human being. Most players would be terrified, but Hanbit is just treating it like another day at the office. Hanbit gives Yeonwoo a reassuring pat on the head, telling him not to sweat the small stuff. Yeonwoo just groans, reminding him that the current record hasn't been touched in a literal year. Hanbit's boots crunch on the gravel as he starts walking toward the dark cave entrance. He tells Yeonwoo they'll find out the truth soon enough, while his partner decides to stay safely outside. Standing right at the threshold, Hanbit checks his system's screen one last time. Behind him, the crowd watches with bated breath, wondering if he's actually going through with it. The dungeon info panel pops up, confirming the 500 gold entry fee and the weekly prize pool. The current first-place holder is Kim Hwa-sun, sitting at that legendary 19-minute mark. Hanbit stares into the darkness of the dungeon, his gold eyes reflecting the challenge ahead. He notes that the top spot has been held for an entire year, making the target even more tempting. As they walk, Hanbit asks how many of the pro Vanguard players are still on the leaderboard. Yeonwoo explains that they were there early on, but they've all moved on to higher-level content. Yeonwoo mentions a player named Odin who managed to hit 3rd place on his very first try. He's using it as a warning that even the most talented rookies struggled to break into the top 2. The stream chat is already buzzing with talk about Odin, the legendary rookie who set an incredible record last season. They discuss his solo-clearing talent and the fact that he was promoted to Vanguard rank in just a year. Kang Hanbit stares at the floating chat bubbles with a thoughtful expression. He wonders why someone as talented as Odin wouldn't have even aimed for the top spot when he had the chance. Standing beside him, Ju Yonwoo explains the brutal reality of high-level speedrunning. He points out that shaving even a fraction of a second off a clear time is an exhausting, inefficient process that most pros avoid. Hanbit looks over the leaderboard, seeing Kim Hansol in first place with a time of 19 minutes and 25 seconds. Odin is sitting comfortably in third, just 16 seconds behind the record holder. Despite the warnings, Hanbit turns back to his stream with a confident wave, declaring that they're going for first place no matter what. He's ready to give it everything he's got as he prepares to enter the dungeon. Yonwoo suddenly shouts out, begging his partner to wait before charging in blindly. Hanbit stops and looks back, a simple question mark floating over his head as he wonders what the problem is. Yonwoo frantically pulls up a digital map, insisting that Hanbit needs to read a guide for such an old and well-documented dungeon. He's already shared the most popular walkthrough to his partner's interface. Hanbit's eyes narrow as he scans the data, though the chat is already complaining that watching him read a guidebook is boring. He's looking for something specific that the general guides might have missed. Yonwoo points to a specific warning on the screen about a mid-dungeon quest involving an NPC named Flora. The guide explicitly tells players to ignore her, as the rescue mission is considered a complete waste of time. He emphasizes that people absolutely hate the Flora quest because the rewards are trash and the difficulty is nightmarish. There's even a rumor among players that the entire rescue scenario is just a trap designed to ruin speedruns. The viewers chime in with their own horror stories, talking about suspicious rewards and the pain of failing such a tedious mission. They seem to agree with the guidebook, "Do not touch" policy. Hanbit looks completely unfazed by the warnings, crossing his arms and asking what would happen if he decided to rescue Flora anyway. He's already considering the possibilities that others have dismissed. Yonwoo looks like he's about to have a meltdown, explaining that the quest would add over an hour to their clear time. He mocks Hanbit, saying he'd end up being first place from the bottom of the rankings. Hanbit just laughs it off, suggesting that such a disastrous run would actually make for a fantastic stream highlight. Yonwoo can only scream in frustration at his partner's lack of professional concern. Internally, Hanbit's expression hardens as he realizes that none of these players understand Flora's true importance. To him, she isn't a trap, but a critical branching point for the entire world's story. Yonwoo continues to shout from behind, warning him not to pull any crazy stunts when there's a massive mission payout on the line. He's desperate to keep Hanbit focused on the goal. Hanbit waves a hand dismissively, promising to think it through as he walks toward the entrance. The chat is already getting hyped up, noticing that he hasn't even applied any extra buffs yet. Resigned to his fate, Yonwoo pumps a fist in the air and cheers for Black Dragon from the sidelines. He's decided to stay back and monitor the stream while his partner takes on the challenge solo. Hanbit gives a faint, knowing smirk as he reaches the threshold of the dungeon. He's already planned his route, and it certainly doesn't involve following the standard guidebook. He steps through the swirling blue portal, a system message confirming that 500 gold has been deducted from his account for the entry fee. With a final, "I'll be back," he disappears into the dungeon. The timer officially starts the moment he enters, ticking up from 0. Hanbit immediately sprints forward, his boots clattering against the wooden tracks of the dark mine tunnel. He calls out for Sylph, and the small green spirit instantly appears on his shoulder, trailing glowing leaves. Hanbit tells the spirit he's counting on its power to help him break the record. A golden system window announces the manifestation of the Staff of the Wind's Blessing, an S-rank relic. Hanbit raises his sword as a powerful aura of wind and earth spirits begins to swirl around him. Watching the broadcast, Yonwoo provides energetic commentary as he sees Hanbit use Sylph's power to practically fly through the corridor. The protagonist is a blur of movement as he soars past the first set of obstacles. Hanbit looks ahead with a sharp gaze, spotting a barrage of arrows launched by a hidden trap. Instead of dodging, he prepares to deal with them head-on without slowing his pace. With a casual flick of his wrist, Hanbit unleashes a gust of wind that blows the incoming projectiles out of the air. Yonwoo screams into his headset, amazed at how easily his partner is handling the sacred beast's attacks. The chat is losing its mind over the display of power, with some viewers joking that the usual monster commentary is unnecessary when Hanbit is moving this fast. They're stunned by the sheer height he's reaching with his jumps. Yeonwoo's excitement turns back to panic as he sees Hanbit heading straight for the rock dragon's thorn zone. He warns that rushing blindly into this section usually results in losing the path entirely. Hanbit's smirk only grows as he stares down the gauntlet of sharpened floor spikes ahead. He declares that this isn't a place to slow down, but the perfect spot to accelerate even further. He ignores the conventional route, running directly along the vertical walls of the tunnel to bypass the spikes below. Yeonwoo can only watch in shock as his partner defies the dungeon's design. The chat is filled with disbelief as people realize Hanbit is throwing out the standard strategy entirely. They discuss how he's ignoring the mine mobs and forging his own dangerous path through the thorns. Glowing with intense green energy, Hanbit prepares his next move while suspended in midair. He's using the momentum from his sprint to launch himself through the next set of barriers. He spins through the air, trailing a vortex of wind and spirit leaves as he descends toward the next chamber. The sheer speed of his movement is creating a vacuum in his wake. Hanbit lands gracefully in the center of the spike-filled room, his eyes already fixed on the exit. He doesn't waste a single millisecond, immediately pushing off for his next dash. The stream viewers analyze the defenders blocking the path, noting that these obstacles are designed to stop anyone who can't deliver a massive, decisive blow. They wonder if Hanbit has the raw power to move them. Yeonwoo screams for him to just slam right through the obstacle as he watches the impact. Hanbit's foot strikes the ground with enough force to create a localized shockwave, clearing a path forward. He enters a narrow hallway filled with spinning wooden poles and blades, a classic test of agility and timing. Hanbit weaves through the spinning traps with a fluid, dance-like grace, never breaking his stride. He becomes a blur as he maneuvers through the gauntlet, the wind from Sylph's blessing helping him adjust his trajectory mid-dodge. Every movement is precise, calculated to maintain his incredible momentum. A close-up of Hanbit shows him gritting his teeth as he barely clears a set of interlocking blades. The lighting in the tunnel flickers past him, emphasizing the life-or-death speed of his run. He slashes through a final obstruction and leaps onto the side of a wall, using the spirit's wind to keep himself anchored above a floor of jagged steel. He's pushing his body to the absolute limit. His boots make a heavy thud as he finally lands on a solid platform beyond the trap zone. He's cleared one of the most difficult sections of the dungeon in record time. Taking a single, sharp breath, Hanbit looks ahead with renewed focus, sweat beginning to bead on his forehead. He knows the hardest part of the dungeon, and the mission is still to come. Kang Hanbit stands in a dimly lit section of the dungeon, surrounded by wooden crates and old barrels. He hears the unmistakable sound of soft sniffling coming from the shadows ahead, prompting him to wonder what kind of reward could possibly justify this detour. He rounds a corner and finds a small child huddled against the damp stone wall. Introducing Flora, a frail village girl with pinkish-purple pigtails and a tattered blue dress, she sits with her head buried in her arms, her bare feet covered in grime and scratches. Watching the live broadcast, Ju Yeonwoo leans in with a look of pure shock, his hand partially covering his mouth. He can't believe that the legendary Flora mentioned in the guides is actually just a young, vulnerable child. The stream chat begins to debate Hanbit's next move, questioning why he's even bothering to engage with an NPC that most pro players skip. They remind each other that if he truly wants to clear the guild mission for first place, he has to leave the girl behind and keep moving. Startled by the presence of another person, Flora looks up with wide, tear-filled eyes, her small hands clutching her legs. The viewers are instantly won over by her pitiful appearance, with many begging Black Dragon to save her despite the time penalty. Hanbit leans down to eye level, his golden eyes softening as he offers a gentle, reassuring smile. He speaks in a calm voice, asking the trembling girl if she's all right. "I'm Hanbit. I came from the Adventurers Guild," he says, trying to put her at ease. "You don't have to be scared." Flora sniffs and wipes at her eyes, timidly introducing herself in a small, stuttering voice. Hanbit looks around the dangerous, trap-filled corridor and asks how someone as small as her managed to get so deep into the dungeon. The chat theories range from her squeezing through tiny gaps to her simply being too small to trigger the weight-sensitive floor plates. Through choked sobs, Flora explains that she ventured into the dark tunnels to pick rare herbs for a sick friend. She describes how she was chased by monsters and eventually lost her way, ending up trapped in this cold corner. A dark, somber screen transitions the scene, highlighting the harsh reality of the game's mechanics. It presents the moral dilemma of leaving a kind-hearted child to die in the dark just to secure a high ranking on a leaderboard. Hanbit's expression hardens into a serious stare as he looks down at the crying girl. He thinks to himself that he doesn't even want to imagine the fate that would befall her if he chose the efficient path and walked away. Yeonwoo has completely broken down on the other end of the stream, large cartoonish tears streaming down his face. He shouts at his partner, declaring that such a tragic story is too much to bear and that they absolutely must rescue her. The chat is a mix of amusement and sympathy as they watch the Roper get so emotional over an NPC. Some mock his soft heart, while others admit that Flora's plight has tugged at their own heartstrings as well. With a warm and confident smile, Hanbit reaches out a gloved hand toward the girl. He tells her it's time to go and promises to lead her safely back to the surface. Flora stares at the outstretched hand in stunned silence, her tears beginning to dry as hope flickers in her reddish eyes. She seems confused that an adventurer would stop his journey just for her. She looks down at her dirty, bare feet and hesitates, her voice small and filled with worry. She admits that she has no money to pay him for his help, clearly used to the world of mercenary adventurers. Hanbit doesn't lose his smile, simply telling her that he doesn't need any payment. He claims to be a friend of someone named Rhea, a name that seems to hold special weight for the young girl. The mention of Rhea sends the chat into another frenzy, with viewers speculating about Hanbit's connection to the popular swordswoman. They wonder if he's telling the truth or just using a name to gain the girl's trust. Flora's face lights up with instant recognition and joy at the mention of the name. She looks up with a wide smile, her previous fear completely forgotten as she asks if he really knows her hero. She quickly rummages through her apron pocket and pulls out a small, vibrant red flower. She insists that he take it as a token of her gratitude, though Hanbit tells her he'll accept the gift only after they are safely outside. A pair of chibi icons show Flora's confusion and Yeonwoo's continued sobbing. The stream partner feels a deep sense of guilt for ever suggesting they ignore such a kind-hearted soul. A Golden Quest notification rings out, officially tasking Hanbit with the protection of the girl who was dragged into the dungeon by accident. The objective is simple: protect Flora, with a reward listed as read over and a decent chunk of experience points. A separate interface screen displays the current dungeon timer, showing that over 5 minutes have already passed. It also notes that Hanbit has received an item retrieval voucher, an extremely valuable prize that could be worth years of grinding. Hanbit's smirk returns as he realizes the value of the reward he's just unlocked. Despite Yeonwoo's panicked screaming for him to hurry up and finish the run, Hanbit remains cool, knowing that this hidden payoff is more than enough to make the detour worth it. Hanbit smiles, telling Flora she doesn't need to pay him. He drops the name Rhea, claiming to be her friend to win the kid over instantly. Flora's eyes light up with a mix of surprise and pure relief. The mention of someone she knows clearly works wonders. She quickly starts rummaging through her pockets, offering up some red flowers she found. Even though he said no, she really wants to show her gratitude. Hanbit tells her he'll take them once they're safe. Meanwhile, Roper is absolutely losing it on the stream, moved to tears by how innocent the kid is. A hidden quest pops up on his interface. It's an escort mission to get Flora out of the dungeon safely, with some decent EXP on the line. The dungeon clock is still ticking away. Hanbit has already spent over 5 minutes, and the viewers are starting to wonder if he's forgotten about the world record. Roper is panicking, urging him to hurry up before the timer ruins everything. Hanbit just stays cool, claiming he has more than enough time left. The chat is a mess of confusion and excitement. Some are calling him out for wasting time, while others are just along for the ride. Hanbit asks if he can carry her to move faster. Flora is a bit hesitant at first, but she doesn't really have a choice if she wants to get home. He scoops her up with one arm, surprising her with how easy he makes it look. She lets out a little gasp as she's lifted off the ground. He tells her to hold on tight and takes off at a dead sprint. Roper is cheering him on, finally seeing the pace pick up again. The stream overlay shows Roper still dabbing his eyes. He's totally invested in this rescue mission now, timer be damned. Hanbit blurs through the dungeon corridors, carrying Flora while effortlessly dodging the traps lining the walls. His boots kick up dust as he shifts into a higher gear. He's not just running, he's pushing the game's movement speed to its limit. He draws his sword in a flash, ready to clear whatever stands in their path without slowing down for a second. A swirling green aura of wind energy surrounds them. He warns Flora that things are about to get even faster as he activates a movement buff. They burst forward with an explosion of wind energy. The force is so strong it practically clears the air around them as they leap across a gap. Mid-air, Hanbit slashes through an obstacle, keeping Flora tucked safely against him the whole time. Suddenly, the stone path behind them starts to crumble and fall away into the abyss. Flora looks back, terrified at how close they are to the edge. Hanbit doesn't even flinch, using the collapsing floor as a launch pad to propel them forward with a burst of speed. Back at the dungeon entrance, the crowd of players and fans is going wild. They're watching the leaderboard update in real time, and the hype is through the roof. Hanbit slides into a large cavern filled with tents. In the distance, a group of goblins is waiting, alerted by the noise. Suddenly, mechanical axes come flying out of the shadows, spinning toward them with lethal precision. Without breaking his stride, Hanbit parries every single axe with a series of lightning-fast strikes, keeping Flora completely shielded. He tells the little girl to close her eyes for a moment. He doesn't want her seeing the mess he's about to make of the monsters ahead. Flora squeezes her eyes shut and clings to his neck. Hanbit charges straight into the goblin camp, his gaze fixed on the targets. The first goblin barely has time to shriek before a blade cuts through the air toward it. Hanbit carves a path through the camp, his movements a blur of steel and wind as he slaughters the goblins in his way. He gives the remaining monsters a cold, terrifying look that says everything they need to know. One of the goblins cowers in fear, realizing it's completely outmatched by the human carrying a child. Hanbit brings his sword down in a massive arc, unleashing a wave of energy that obliterates the goblin camp in one go. The monsters let out a final, pained cry as they're wiped from the dungeon. Debris and dust settle over the site of the one-sided massacre. Not a single goblin is left standing. Hanbit takes a quick breath to reset, his sword dripping with monster blood. Flora is still tucked away safely, completely unaware of the violence. Roper stares at the screen, his jaw practically on the floor. He's seen pro players clear this, but never with this kind of raw efficiency. The donations start rolling in as the viewers lose their minds. People are genuinely shocked by the level of skill they're seeing. More messages pop up on the stream, with fans calling Hanbit a complete madman for pulling off these stunts while on an escort mission. They reach the end of the tunnel, and a bright light signals the transition to the next stage. It's time for the infamous maze section. The labyrinth ahead is massive, a confusing mess of stone walls that has ruined many speedrun attempts in the past. Instead of entering the maze, Hanbit looks at the sheer walls and tells Flora to hang on tight. He's planning something totally insane. Roper is sweating now, warning him that the walls have no foothold detection. In his mind, trying to scale them is a guaranteed way to slip and fail. Hanbit's foot presses down, but instead of hitting the floor, he catches a current of air. Glowing green leaves swirl around his boot as the wind-stepping technique kicks in. He's literally running through the sky. He zigzags between the maze walls, turning empty space into a personal staircase to bypass the entire labyrinth. The stream chat is absolutely losing its mind. They've never seen anyone exploit the physics engine this hard, and the donations are starting to roll in. Roper's eyes are practically popping out of his head. He realizes Hanbit isn't even touching the walls anymore. He's straight up running on the wind. The viewers are calling it cosmic-level cheese. They're starting to realize that the impossible first-place rank might actually be within reach. Hanbit keeps his grip tight on Flora as they plummet through the maze's center. Even with the kid on his back, his movements are precise and terrifyingly fast. Roper screams into his mic as they burst through the exit. They've just cleared the maze section in record time, and they aren't slowing down. They hit the ground running, heading deeper into the dungeon. The maze is down, and Hanbit is already looking toward the next hurdle. A squad of level 26 goblin warriors blocks the path. They're armed and ready, but they have no idea what's about to hit them. Hanbit reaches for his blade with a cold, focused expression. He needs to end this encounter before the goblins can even process he's there. He launches a massive vertical wind slash that cuts a line straight through the formation. It's not just a distraction, he's playing for a total wipeout. The goblins are caught off guard, their eyes wide as the air itself turns into a weapon. Blades of wind shred through the monsters, leaving nothing but purple sprays and dust. It's a clean sweep that doesn't cost him a second of momentum. While Flora trembles behind him, Hanbit raises his hand, the air around his palm beginning to glow with a dangerous orange heat. He triggers a massive fire burst, turning the corridor into a literal furnace. The heat is intense, consuming everything in front of him. Flora shuts her eyes and clings to her savior as the world behind them turns to flame. The goblin screams are drowned out by the roar of the explosion. The fire clears, leaving behind a scorched path and the remains of the mob. Hanbit hasn't broken his stride for even a moment. He stands amidst the smoke, sword in hand, looking like a total monster. The chat is in awe, nodding that his stats are spiking in ways a rookie shouldn't be capable of. The timer is at 17.5 minutes. Hanbit's eyes narrow as he checks his progress. He's well over 70% done. Another swarm of goblins rushes out, alerted by the noise. They're frantic, trying to set up a defense, but they're already too late. Hanbit dives through them like a blur of steel. He's taking them out in midair, not letting a single one slow his descent. Roper is practically vibrating with anxiety, watching the clock hit the 18-minute mark. His heart is pounding so hard he can barely keep narrating. The gatekeepers for the final boss room finally appear. They're higher level and better equipped, but they're clearly rattled by the human approaching them. They don't even get to finish their huh before Hanbit carves them up. He's moving so fast the blood spray looks like it's lagging behind his sword. 18 minutes and 10 seconds. Hanbit is right at the finish line, covered in a bit of monster grime but otherwise unscathed. He steps into the final chamber, coming face to face with the boss. A massive, muscular goblin stands there, waiting to end his run. He gently sets Flora down and tells her to wait for a moment. She looks at him with pure worry, telling her Mr. Adventurer to be careful. This is it, the level 30 Elder Goblin. It stands tall behind a shimmering green mana shield, looking down at the human intruder. The boss starts monologuing, impressed that a human made it this far but confident that this is the end of the line. It boasts that its mana shield is impenetrable. Hanbit just stares back, looking completely bored by the speech. Before the boss can even finish its sentence, Hanbit strikes. He slams his blade into the shield with a force that makes the air ripple. The chat is cackling because Hanbit didn't even let the guy finish his villain monologue. They're wondering if he's really going to break through that shield. Hanbit leans in close, a smirk playing on his lips. He tells the boss he shouldn't have relied so much on that defense, because its elemental weakness is wind. A massive pillar of green energy erupts as the shield shatters. The boss is split down the middle in one single, devastating move. The system messages flood in. The dungeon is cleared in 19 minutes and 24 seconds. A new first-place record has been set. Roper and the viewers go absolutely wild. They just witnessed a historic moment, and the energy in the stream is electric. Hanbit strikes a pose, looking every bit the legendary Black Dragon. He's officially T-Roper the top spot in the challenge dungeon. He pulls up his mission menu to wrap things up. His face is calm, but the numbers on the screen are about to change his life. He taps the Mission Succeeded button. The payout for taking first place is a staggering 10 million won. He stares at the notification, his eyes widening for the first time. Even for him, that is a massive chunk of prize money for a single run. The chat is teasing him, asking if he's finally awake after seeing that kind of cash. They're joking about how much a private tutoring session from a top student like him would cost. Hanbit is still processing the numbers. Between the mission payout and the stream donations, he's made more money today than he ever imagined. Roper is practically weeping with joy, clutching a digital tablet while calling Hanbit a total legend. The stream chat is a wall of praise, everyone losing it over how much money he just raked in. Hanbit looks back with a calm smile, his sword still sheathed on his back. He calls out to the corner of the room, telling Flora that the danger is gone and it's safe to come out. Flora peeks out from behind some crates, her big pink eyes searching the cavern. She nervously asks where the scary monster went, and Hanbit reassures her that it simply vanished into thin air. She comes running out, still a little shaky after the ordeal. Hanbit holds out a hand, acknowledging how terrifying it must have been for a kid to be stuck in a place like this. Flora stops and mentions that she wasn't alone the whole time. She describes a warm green wind that appeared from nowhere and wrapped around her to keep her safe. Hanbit looks down at her, intrigued by her description. He realizes exactly what she's talking about as a faint green aura begins to swirl around her pigtails. He raises his hand, and a swirl of glowing green energy forms above his palm. He tells her he has someone he wants her to meet. With a soft poof, the energy takes the form of Sylph, the tiny bird spirit. Flora's eyes light up with pure wonder, immediately tear-rope her by how cute the little creature is. She cradles the glowing bird to her cheek, giggling with delight. The stream viewers are having a collective meltdown over the healing content of a cute kid and a cute spirit. A donation alert pings on the screen for 2001. The user Dopamine is tired of the cuteness and demands that Hanbit open the dungeon chest already. Hanbit remembers the loot sitting in the center of the room. He walks over to the ornate chest, ready to see what the first place reward actually looks like. He flips the lid, and a low creak echoes through the boss chamber. A golden light begins to leak out, growing brighter with every inch. The light becomes a full-blown flashbang, forcing Roper and Hanbit to shield their eyes. Even the stream viewers are probably seeing stars right now. As the glare fades, Hanbit peers into the chest with a look of genuine shock. He didn't expect the loot to be this high tier, even for a record-breaking run. 2 massive gems sit inside, pulsing with an intense inner light. One is a deep, glowing blue, and the other is a brilliant amber gold. He reaches in, his hand casting a shadow against the radiance. You can almost feel the weight of the items just by the way they shimmer. The system notification confirms the haul. He's just obtained the Essence of Earth, a rank 3 unique item, and a rank 3 epic spirit stone. He holds both stones in his palms, looking at them like they're the Holy Grail. The drop rate for 2 uniques at once is practically non-existent in this part of the game. Roper is jumping for joy in the background, fists pumped high. He's shouting about how today's stream is basically a permanent highlight reel for the channel. The chat is scrolling so fast it's unreadable, full of people having existential crises over the loot. Some are even calculating how many months of grinding they just watched Hanbit skip. Hanbit stows the Essence of Earth away, noting that its market value is insane. The system confirms the item has been securely placed in his inventory. He holds up the glowing blue stone and plays dumb for the audience. He asks the chat if this is good stuff, knowing full well he's holding one of the most sought-after items in the game. Another donation pings, this one noting that the jealousy is going to be through the roof. Hanbit's success is about to make him a lot of enemies among the big guilds. They step out of the dungeon entrance to find a massive crowd of adventurers waiting. The news of the record clear has clearly spread faster than they could travel. The stream chat is laughing at the monopolists who thought they could hoard the dungeon's secrets. They're estimating the massive amount of gold that just became useless for the top guilds. Hanbit has a tiny, satisfied smirk on his face as he walks through the crowd. He knows the payout won't hit for 3 days, but the damage to his competitors is already done. He feels a small tug on his leg and looks down to find Flora staring up at him. She's reaching out, wanting to tell her Mr. Adventurer something important. She holds out a bright red flower, her eyes shining with gratitude. She thanks him for saving her and insists that he takes her special gift. As he takes the red herb, a system window pops up to announce the quest is complete. It's only a common rank item, but it comes with a decent chunk of experience. A second window appears, announcing that a follow-up quest called The Beginning of a Bond has been unlocked. Hanbit has officially triggered a hidden narrative chain. He stares at the notification with a puzzled expression. He wasn't expecting a sub-quest to trigger from such a simple interaction, especially this early on. He brushes it off for now and tells Flora that it's time to get out of the dungeon for good. She follows closely, Sylph still perched happily on her head. A flash of blue light signals their return to the city of Edlin. The stone streets and distant clock tower are a welcome sight after the dark caverns. Roper is already there, cheering and waving his arms like a madman. He's clearly still high on the adrenaline of the successful stream and the massive payout. He leans down with a huge, friendly grin to introduce himself to the little girl. He tells her his name is Roper, trying to be as approachable as possible. Flora doesn't take it well. She shrinks back and dives behind Hanbit's legs to hide. Roper is left hanging, looking completely dejected that the kid is scared of him. She peeks out from behind Hanbit's trousers, her eyes wide and wary. To her, this loud, excitable guy is just as intimidating as any monster they found in the cave. Hanbit places a reassuring hand on her head and tells her to relax. He explains that she doesn't have to be on edge anymore now that she's with them. She slowly nods, looking a little more comfortable under his protection. Hanbit's soft expression shows a side of him that the stream viewers rarely get to see. Roper watches the interaction, his excitable mood shifting into curiosity. He asks Hanbit since when he became so gentle, wondering if this behavior is part of a quest or some old memory. The chat is already theorizing about what kind of past Hanbit has. They're looking for any crack in his professional gamer persona to find the human underneath. Hanbit doesn't give them an answer, simply stating that they've reached the Adventurers Guild. He keeps moving, leading the way to finish the job and reunite Flora with her sister. Hanbit, Roper, and Flora arrive at the guild. Roper is still trying to get an answer out of Hanbit, following him with a persistent look while Flora walks quietly beside them. A transition screen shows the city of Edlin as they move toward the heart of the guild district. Meanwhile, inside the building, a heated and desperate argument is already taking place at the counter. At the front desk, Meal, the cat-eared receptionist, dismisses a young woman's pleas with a bored expression. She coldly explains that she has to follow the rules. No posted reward means no official request. Rhea, desperate and frustrated, slams her hands onto the wooden counter. She demands to speak to the guild master since the receptionist refuses to listen to her desperate situation. Meal sighs, looking completely uninterested, as she informs Rhea that the guild master isn't in. She suggests that if the matter is truly that urgent, Rhea should try asking an adventurer directly. Rhea turns to look at the room full of rowdy warriors, but her heart sinks. The adventurers at the tables look back with expressions of utter indifference or mocking curiosity, clearly having no interest in her plight. Rhea stands alone at the counter while other adventurers, including a man with blue hair, go about their business. Meal just tells her to fill out a form first, showing no empathy. Meal focuses more on her makeup than the girl's desperation, handing her the paperwork. She tells Rhea that even if she finishes the form, she shouldn't bug her and should just wait. Rhea bites her lip, looking down in defeat as she mutters a frustrated curse. The cold reality of the guild's hierarchy is starting to set in, leaving her with few options. Nearby, a man in a horned helmet slams the table, shouting about how all nobles are trash. His hooded companion warns him to watch his mouth before he gets hauled away by authorities. Rhea approaches their table, her voice small and trembling as she tries to get their attention. The adventurers just grunt in response, looking at her with annoyance. The man in the horned helmet looks her up and down with a sneer. He dismisses her as a slum rat before she even has a chance to fully explain her situation. He takes a long, loud swig from his mug, barely acknowledging her existence. He doesn't even pause his drinking when Rhea mentions she has a request to post. Rhea explains that her friend disappeared into the forest and she's desperate for help. She promises to do her best to scrape together whatever reward she can manage. The man slams his mug down with a loud bang, his expression turning ugly as he laughs at her. He asks if she thinks they're easy marks who would work for a filthy slum brat with nothing to offer. Rhea's eyes widen in fear as the atmosphere at the table turns aggressive. She tries to explain that she's truly desperate, but her words fall on deaf ears. The hooded man taps his finger on his mug, his eyes glinting with a predatory light. He tells her he doesn't feel any desperation from her and coldly asks if she has any collateral. Rhea is T-Roper aback, her expression one of utter confusion and growing dread. She stammers, unsure of what kind of collateral a person like her could possibly provide. He leans in close, his voice a dark whisper that chills the air. He suggests that if she has no money, she will have to pay with her own body instead. Rhea stands frozen, her back to the camera as the weight of the disgusting offer sinks in. After a moment of heavy silence, she asks what he wants her to do. He slams a sharp dagger into the wooden table with a loud thud that echoes through the room. He tells her to take the blade and go see a specific noble he names. Rhea stares at the weapon, her face pale and her eyes wide with shock. She realizes with horror that he's suggesting she kill a noble to earn their help. The man just chuckles at her reaction, mocking her for being a wuss. He claims they aren't really going to tell her to kill a noble, downplaying the severity of the task. He gives her a jagged, sinister grin, looking thoroughly amused by her suffering. He tells her she'll likely just have to give them a little scare to get the point across. The man in the horned helmet joins in the laughter, his voice booming with malicious joy. He points out how even a slum rat would find this task simple enough. Rhea stands trembling, her gaze fixed on the floor as she struggles with the dark choice before her. She tells herself that this isn't the time to be nitpicky if she wants to see her sister again. She looks up with a dark, determined expression, her pupils narrowed with a grim resolve. She asks if they will truly help her if she does exactly what they say. Her hand shakes as it hovers over the dagger embedded in the wood. She whispers to herself that she'll do anything, as long as it means she can save Flora. A hand suddenly reaches out and grabs Rhea's arm, stopping her before she can touch the blade. A voice tells her that she isn't the kind of kid to do something like this. The system interface flashes across the screen, announcing that the cutscene is now ending. The heavy tension of the moment begins to lift as the focus shifts. Rhea spins around in shock, her eyes wide as she feels the firm grip on her arm pulling her away from the table. It's Hanbit, looking calm and unimpressed by the scene he just interrupted. He greets her with a casual wave and a knowing look, stopping her in her tracks. From behind Hanbit's leg, Flora pops out with a jubilant cry of "Sis!" The small girl's face is lit up with pure, unadulterated joy. Rhea's eyes go wide with total disbelief, her pupils shrinking in shock. She can barely process the sight of her sister standing right in front of her, safe and sound. Flora leaps into Rhea's arms, and the two sisters embrace tightly in the middle of the guild hall. The background glows with a warm light, signaling a moment of pure relief. Rhea holds Flora close, her face buried in the child's hair as she asks if she's hurt anywhere. Flora happily explains that the adventurer uncle was the one who saved her. The stream chat is filled with emotional reactions, viewers admitting they were genuinely moved by the reunion. They're mocking anyone who previously suggested skipping this quest line. Hanbit stands with his arms crossed, looking thoroughly unimpressed by the adventurers at the table. He dismisses the drama and tells the group that it's time to leave this place. The chat continues to buzz with outrage toward the NPCs who were harassing Rhea. Some users express a wish to educate them or see them smacked around like previous enemies. Hanbit gives the room a sharp, cold glance as he turns his back on the rowdy table. He makes it clear that he won't let it slide if they ever try something like that again. Outside, Hanbit offers to walk the sisters home since they've finished their business at the guild. He looks down at them with a surprisingly patient expression. As they walk through the streets at sunset, Rhea chides Flora for her dangerous behavior while Flora keeps gushing about her savior. Hanbit just looks slightly disgruntled at being called an uncle once again. Rhea leans in close to Flora, her expression firm. She tells the young girl to never go off alone again and to ask her whenever she needs herbs instead of risking herself in the forest. Holding Flora's hand, Rhea leads her through the city streets at sunset. Flora reassures her sister that she was fine because of the uncle, whose protection made her feel safe despite the danger. They arrive at a modest stone house nestled in the city. Flora excitedly points out that they've finally reached home, while Rhea remains quiet, looking at the familiar door with a mix of relief and exhaustion. Rhea places a gentle hand on Flora's head, her earlier sharpness softened. She agrees that as long as her sister returned home without a scratch, that is enough to make up for the day's events. Flora turns to Hanbit with a bright smile, thanking him one last time for everything he did. Hanbit looks down at the child, his towering figure standing in contrast to her small frame in the fading light. Hanbit reaches out to pat Flora's head, advising her not to make Rhea worry so much in the future. As the group stands together, Rhea ducks her head and mutters a quiet, barely audible word of thanks to the man who saved her sister. Rhea stands trembling slightly, her face flushing as she looks away from Hanbit. The act of expressing gratitude seems to have left her completely flustered and unsure of where to look. Hanbit's eyes widen in genuine surprise, his pupils shrinking as he processes the gesture. He asks Rhea if she actually just said thanks out loud, as if he can't believe what he just heard. Rhea's embarrassment explodes into a shout, her face bright red as she tells him to forget it and just leave already. In the background, Hanbit walks away with a light step, waving a hand over his shoulder as he says his goodbyes. A golden quest window appears over a starry background, announcing that the mission to return Flora has been successfully completed. It notes that Rhea won't easily forget Hanbit's favor, and that a new sub-quest has been unlocked as a result. The stream chat flows with excitement, users discussing the reward and wondering when the sisters will reappear. They speculate on whether this chain of events will lead back into the main storyline soon. Hanbit checks his own blue interface window, a smirk playing on his lips as he reviews his progress. He decides that for now, he should go find Roper to see how his partner is faring after the dungeon raid. The scene shifts to a quiet park area within the city, where trees cast long shadows under the evening sky. Roper sits alone on a bench, a faint blue glow emanating from the digital window he's staring at. Hanbit silently approaches from behind, catching Roper off guard as he notes that the other man looks extremely busy. Roper is hunched over his interface, completely absorbed in whatever he's reading. Roper jumps in his seat with a comedic shock, his face contorting as he realizes Hanbit has snuck up on him. Hanbit points out that the sudden workload is entirely Roper's own fault for how they handled the dungeon. Roper looks haggard, explaining to Hanbit that taking first place in such a flashy style has caused his inbox to explode. He's overwhelmed by the sudden influx of messages and requests from viewers and other players alike. Hanbit rests a hand on Roper's shoulder, suggesting that dealing with shooting requests and replies is rough work that should be saved for after he logs off. Roper looks up, startled by the mention of ending the session. The chat interface scrolls rapidly with protests from the audience, who are shocked at the idea of the stream ending so early. They demand that the streamers stay online, with several users insisting they aren't going anywhere yet. Roper turns to Hanbit with a worried expression, warning him that the chat is likely to riot if they log off now. He feels the pressure to keep providing content for the massive audience they've attracted. Hanbit realizes he's in a bind, his brow furrowed as he considers his lack of prepared content for the remainder of the evening. He knows he needs to find a way to keep the momentum going without any immediate missions planned. Making a sudden decision, Hanbit throws a confident thumbs up with a determined grin. He announces to both Roper and the chat that he will perform the one-on-one coaching session he originally promised as a penalty. The stream chat erupts with King and Goat messages, viewers thrilled that Hanbit is going through with the coaching despite his success. They are amazed at his willingness to provide extra content even though the penalty wasn't technically triggered. A large donation notification flashes on the screen as a user named Black Dragon Follower sends 10,000 won. The accompanying message expresses profound apology for ever doubting Hanbit's commitment to his fans. Kang Hanbit points up with a confident grin, addressing his growing audience. He announces a special raffle draw for all the supporters who have been donating and posting missions during the stream. Ju Yonwoo's floating head pops into the frame, urging Hanbit to hit the start button. The viewer raffle tool is active on screen, showing nearly 6,000 participants waiting for the draw. Holding a glowing blue interface, Hanbit tells his viewers the draw is starting now. He looks relaxed and completely in his element as the master of ceremonies for the event. The chat is moving at lightning speed, filled with desperate prayers and excitement. Everyone is hopping for that 1-hour session that could completely flip their gaming life around. The wheel spins, blurring names and titles like RP is my destiny, as the system cycles through the pool of entrants. The names flash past in a golden glow as the algorithm prepares to settle. More chat messages flood in, with players begging for a win or joking about their names already passing by. The hype in the digital community is reaching a fever pitch. Ju Yonwoo leans into his microphone with a look of pure shock and excitement. He shouts out to the audience, amping up the drama as they prepare to reveal the lucky winner. The screen freezes on the winner, Kim Yi-ha. Congratulations splash across the stream as the lucky participant is officially selected for the coaching session. In the real world, Kim Yi-ha sits in a dark office, staring at his monitor with his hands over his mouth in disbelief. He's completely frozen, paralyzed by the sheer luck of winning. Back in the game, Hanbit and Ju Yonwoo share a playful wink and a thumbs up. They warn that they'll have to redraw if the winner doesn't respond within the next 30 seconds. The chat quickly labels the winner as a boomer, based on his formal name and stiff tone. They're already making fun of his corporate vibes as he finally posts a message in the chat. Desperate not to lose his chance, Yeehaw knocks things off his desk as he frantically prepares to log in. He's in such a rush that his equipment is flying everywhere. Yeehaw lies back with a bulky VR headset covering his face, taking a few deep breaths to calm himself. He reminds himself it's just business, trying to maintain his professional composure. A pillar of blue light marks his arrival in the city of Edlin. Yeehaw's basic-looking avatar appears, and he immediately scratches the back of his head while introducing his corporate affiliation. The stream viewers are losing it over his stiff introduction, calling it old school and scarier than a dungeon. The contrast between his corporate attitude and the game world is pure comedy. Yeehaw bends into a perfect 90-degree corporate bow, thanking Hanbit for the incredible opportunity. Hanbit can only smile at the sheer intensity of his new student's professionalism. The chat continues to buzz with skepticism about corporate involvement. Some viewers note that the name of Yeehaw's company sounds strangely familiar. Hanbit leans back casually, resting his hands near his sword as he asks if there's anything specific Yeehaw wants to focus on. He seems genuinely curious about what a corporate man wants from him. Yeehaw gives a nervous laugh and rubs his hands together, looking completely deferential. He tells Hanbit that he's happy to learn whatever the master thinks is best. Hanbit crosses his arms, looking thoughtful as he suggests starting with swordsmanship. He even offers to teach a bit of magic, which seems like a huge deal to the onlookers. Yeehaw stands there with a completely blank, dot-eyed expression, clearly overwhelmed by the mention of magic. The chat is already making fun of him for being a certified, whatever-you-want guy. Hanbit decides it's time to move and tells his new pupil to follow him to a practice area. Yeehaw snaps to attention with a sharp, "Yes, sir," that echoes his office life. Ju Yeonwoo looks up at the sky, his face full of confusion as he follows the pair through the city streets. He doesn't seem to understand where they're heading. Hanbit leads them right to the front of a small general store instead of a training field. Ju Yeonwoo is totally baffled, wondering why they're at a shop for a combat lesson. Hanbit ignores the questions and pushes against the wooden door, calling for Yeehaw to come along inside. His confidence suggests this is all part of the plan. Ju Yeonwoo and Yeehaw share a look of utter confusion. Both of them are wondering what on earth Hanbit is planning to do inside a common shop. Hanbit sticks his head inside with a bright smile, calling out for the shopkeeper. He seems to be on very familiar terms with the place. Inside, Atsubal is busy shelving jars of potions, looking a bit overwhelmed by her workload. Hanbit waves casually, offering to come back later if she's too busy. Atsubal turns around, clutching a large jar as she realizes who's at the door. Her tone shifts to a more welcoming surprise as she recognizes the Black Dragon and asks what brings him here.